physics is double slap to me.
Well, let's get the official. I don't want to butcher it or paraphrase it. Let's. I'll have to go track it down. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, QE Cutie, while I'm looking for this.
With what?
Ah, there she is. I said haven't heard too much from the QE Cutie, and then Adam just come.
Longest anyway, so that doesn't matter. And I'm listening to the big guys here, and I'm enjoying myself listening to this.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi, and we hadn't forgot about you.
I'm still here.
I know you are.
Sorry if I rumpus you, but that's a demonstration that a man can't multitask, trying to hold two conversations at once.
Well, it demonstrates that men have a sort of a button that can sort of switch off women's sounds.
It shows you that I might play the big man on here, yeah, but as soon as the missus turns up, I shit it.
Well, you tune her out as well, right? I mean, that's the thing that you guys do.
I could turn it around if she was listening, saying that she's more important than anything.
Unless she's making an hysterical sound, that's sort of like the alarm bell with you guys. And then you know that your yes and no didn't do a good job.
I told you what she came up for. She thought I'd nicked her nuts. Genuinely, she thought I'd nicked her mixed nuts.
When I heard that first time, I thought that you said something totally different, and I was sort of like shocked.
This is a just a reminder. It's a family show.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not going to say what I heard. So I think people get it.
All right, I tracked this down. That was hard to find. I need to put this in a better spot. Like I said, the concept of momentum conversation. Do we have momentum conversations?
Yes, we do. We just had one.
The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is in direct consequence, obviously, of Newton's third law. However, from Boston University Physics Department, listen to this closely, folks. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that is the non-inertial spinning reference frame, while we're spinning around, like he said would be a good example, that is a non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws are not valid. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question? Can you hear me, QE?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, ask it.
I've been starting to ask this question to the baller. How could you ever prove Newton in an eccentric paradigm that things will be at rest until acted upon by a force? Is that everything's accelerating? How could you prove that? You can't, right? You understand that? Because the inertial reference frame does not exist.
You were chopping for me, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you drop out, pop back in again?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, so folks, when Hillbilly Blue Ball said that there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial whenever you hear non-inertial reference frame, that's the rotating reference frame, if anyone was confused with that. Right? So as soon as he said there was only one reference frame, then you don't even need this definition that I just gave you that told you that Newton's laws are not valid in the rotating reference frame. But you don't even need that. It's intuitive that if you have only one reference frame, let's say a rotating reference frame, that which is in that, you can't leave that reference frame, so everything in that reference frame is rotating, according to him. Just think about that now. Go ahead.
Andy said the ball leaves the Earth's surface.
Exactly.
I mean, really?
Yeah, that doesn't, it's meaningless. If you say there's only one reference frame, then is it leaving anywhere? because it's still in that rotating reference frame, right? It's non sequitur. It's hard to get your mind. It's hard to even argue it because it's so stupid. Oh well.
Can
Hey,
you hear me now, QE?
yeah, go ahead and make it quick, Paul, because we're gonna move on to actual substance of the show for today.
Sorry. Just real quick. I've been asking the ballers, like one of Newton's laws is things will stay at rest unless it's acted upon by force. I said, how would you ever prove that in a heliocentric Einstein paradigm? Because everything is accelerating.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Geodesics.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Which means the inertial reference frame does not exist and cannot exist in the heliocentric paradigm.
It's worse than that because they're actually. I've had a couple of them claim that inertia is not caused by weight. So when something is weightless, it still has inertia. How could it resist an acceleration or have any resistance to an acceleration when it doesn't have weight?
Then what's weight?
It's like it's them bringing mass into it. It's like mass without any weight, which means mass out in the middle of space in their world, still has inertia. It has no weight. You need weight to have inertia.
What's weight?
Well, it's a calculated amount of matter within.
No, it's not.
If you want me to get into it.
This is the bullshittery. Weight is what we experience, what we know, everything. The trouble we have, and the way they have us, is they have us upside down. What we should struggle to explain is what the thing we experience and know to be true, how it would be experienced in the fantasy realm of space with no apologetic G there, which is supposedly its cause. That's how they have us. That we try to explain. We know what weight is. Yeah? Pick something up. What's its weight? You know what it is. That's reality. Stop misconstruing that you need G to define it. There's no G. There never has been a G. There's always been weight.
Yeah, weight is just simply a unit they gave for a measurement on that's force pushing onto a surface. It's easy as that. It's not actually anything other than just density.
Something's weight creates its inertia. We know what weight is. Stop trying to redefine it in some mathematical construct or something other than what works as a convention, which is sticking on the scales. It works. That's what a weight is. It's what it weighs. Don't try to be pseudo-intellectual.
But the gig is up.
That's the mugging off.
Adam, the gig is up. They had to define it because weight in their paradigm is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. They can't get out of that. So
go
ahead.
That's my point. Don't be pseudo-intellectual. Unless you can define it as something other than what you experience, as I know and can use in everyday life, unless you can define it as something else, don't try and mug me off and pretend it's F equals ma or anything. Any of this nonsense mathematically. Weight is what it is. It's what something weighs. Yeah, we can use a convention of scales to kind of quantify it in a way. Yeah, but as to try and describe it as the effect of some pseudo force, it's just nonsense. And that's where you end up when you try and place yourself in a place that can't exist because of the second law, and then describe the effects of something that doesn't exist and how the removal of that effect would affect you.
Yep. Any direction they go, Adam, because this has all this weight mass thing. Any direction they go, because they're pigeonholed, there's nothing that they can do. You got equivocation fallacy definitions for all the terms, and it's nothing but confusion. And that's okay, because if you go that route, ballers, you're finished. This is what we're doing. We're deconstructing everything you discuss because your pseudoscience priest has pigeonholed you with contradictions, and you can't get out of them. Right? Here's another one. This is really funny. So we all know that F equal ma is false, right? But we're pretending we're in their paradigm. So it's one of Newton's laws, and like I said, we all know all Newton's laws are bunk. But anyway, F equals ma. But some of them define m as the resistance to acceleration. So F equal ma now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Do you see the silliness in that? That's what it comes.
So what is inertia? What and mass?
Wait, now think about it.
Yep.
F equal ma, right? Newton's law. And if you define m in that equation as the resistance to acceleration, then F equal ma is force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
So it's moving and not moving at the same time. Wow.
That's what happens when you have contradictory definitions.
That shows you the maths is wrong, doesn't it, for reality? If the two things are very different in reality, yet their mathematical description is the same, then from logic, it tells you that the mathematical description is either wrong for one of them or both.
Yep.
Yeah. But what it can't be is correct for both.
Yeah, you got it. Yep. That Flatzoid liked that one. I can see a show on that coming up.
Yeah, that was actually that's why I asked the 3 questions that Katz is even avoiding to answer.
Listen, I nicked that off somebody. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm usually really good with that, but I didn't catch that one. So somebody in my comments section underneath the video put forth that idea. I gave him kudos there. I said, good job, looking at something, paying attention to detail. So whoever that was, I should have got your name. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't do it. But you know who you are. Thumbs up to you. That's exactly what you do. Way to pay attention to detail. All right, we ready to roll into another fiasco, right?
Before you do, let me shout out a super chat.
Oh, we finally hear from the QE cutie.
Yeah, I'm here for the admin, of course.
Thanks for
We got one
gracing.
from- What?
Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, for talking me, right? So we got one from Unitox Pemu, Sasha, and he says, if I mix Newton and Einstein in double-blind experiment, then conservation of momentum is achieved.
That's way over my head.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks.
Even over mine.
Oh my goodness gracious, I got blown out again.
That's Sasha.
All right, who was that?
That was
I don't
Sasha.
know even what I wrote.
Sasha. Okay, I got you, Sasha. Now you're okay. You blew my eardrums out.
I wanted to be more, how to say, nonsensical.
Yeah, it is nonsensical. I got you, Sasha. It is all nonsensical. Yeah, and once you tear apart, and it comes from, like Adam was saying, from their mathematics. But see, they misdefined their terms. Any mathematician will tell you, all variables in any formula or equation must be defined rigorously. It's self-evident. I don't need to say that. I shouldn't have to say it, but I'm going to say it just in case anyone's unsure about this. That's where the problem lies when you start defining them, because within the same conversation, people will change the definition on you. And just to let everyone know, that's fallacious. It's called bait and switch. It's an equivocation fallacy. Just to let everyone know. It's often done with gravity. They'll switch back and forth between Reverend John Michel Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein. They'll switch back and forth, force, no force, right? That's the one that stands out. But be careful. Mass, inertia, weight. You're in prime time real estate for equivocation fallacies to run rampant. And if they speak real fast, and throw the formulas at you. If you're not familiar with the topic, you're through. Okay? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to get done this century.
just-
Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to say something good.
Just to clarify then, so if I threw a weight and used Newtonian mechanics to figure everything out, it's inertial weight, land, etc., the impact, etc., that's great. But all of those mechanics are based on a non-rotating reference frame after I throw it, yeah?
It would have to be an inertial reference frame.
Just one.
Yeah.
So when Newton worked all this out, his presupposition of everything that was working out was that the Earth wasn't rotating underneath him when he threw the weight.
I don't know. We'll never know. Dave,
I'm just saying the mathematics makes that assumption, John, not Newton.
listen,
Yeah,
there's so much adulteration with Newton. Right now, I'm a little dizzy with all the convolutions. That's why I don't say Newtonian gravity. I make mistakes just like everyone because that we've heard it over and over and over again, right? I try to step back and take that away from him because of what he said. It's so convoluted, Adam. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what they were thinking.
Necessarily.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying I want to ascribe that to him, John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is within the purported mechanics, it doesn't account for it.
You're talking about Newton's.
Well-
You're talking about Newton's debunked laws.
What I'm saying is when I did A-level physics and I dropped it after a year, which is that year in the photo, funnily enough, because it was getting nonsensical. Yeah. When I was doing a calculation back then for throwing a weight and how far it goes as a distance, that was based on those basic mechanics. At no point in those mechanics was there a rotating reference. Yeah. Was I on a rotating reference frame?
Sure.
Yeah? And at no point was I releasing it into a different reference frame, the object, yeah?
Right.
So no point in those mechanics when I was calculating as a kid was that in there, yeah?
Right.
It wasn't in there because it wouldn't be calculable, simply, and it therefore would mean Newton was wrong.
It would be non sequitur because it
Yep.
Yep. You got it, Adam.
Yeah, but like I was saying, even I mean, if you have to look at any physics that's taken in today with anything that's even got to do with planes and whatever, they have to work also on a non-rotating platform. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep.
They need the maths to be on a non-rotating platform.
Exactly. You got it.
But if I, as a high school kid, took that same mathematics and threw it towards an American football goal, then I would have to consider that mathematics, wouldn't I?
Not if you're not rotating.
Well, suddenly we are, and we're told that these mathematics are worthy of consideration when taking a field goal, but not when I'm at high school figuring out how a weight flies through the air and how that distance relates to the force I've applied and its mass, right? So to calculate how far it'd go, that's what I have to take into consideration. At no point am I deciding which way I'm orientated to consider secondary reference frames and the effects of when I release that weight into it and I'm on a rotating one. Yeah. Well, that is important to Newtonian mechanics because everything we calculate relates to that. I.e., when I drop a weight and I time out it's 9.8, the Earth should have moved underneath. Shouldn't be catching it directly underneath, should I? But none of that's calculated or explained. It's only then put in later. But it's not Newtonian. That's the point I wanted to raise, which is that none of it that you raised, none of this is in there. Yet they want it later on when they need it. But they can't because the mechanics they are espousing denies it. All the numbers they're going to use. Yeah. I'll finish rambling, John, but
No, keep going, man. I'm halfway through the banana. Keep going.
I knew you. I could tell you, man. But I'll reiterate the point then. Yeah, they're trying to deny something and then use it. Yeah, but all the proof we had is all the mechanics we did, all the stuff you can do and test. But then they're trying to claim there's an extra force later on that isn't
But you-
detectable in all this stuff, but
But
would
you
be on
see,
a
Adam,
field goal.
That's why they are pushing, like Neil deGrasse with Coriolis, where he's trying to show it as physical when it's not actually physical. All because of this cluster screw. Because they have to make it work for them, even though he knows it's not possible using their maths.
If the Earth had rotated the field goal to be scored, yeah, then the Earth would rotate under planes, yeah, blimps, yeah, and flights would be shorter in one direction to the other. As simple as that. It's either there or it isn't. Whether that effect is 1.5 inches during the flight of the ball is irrelevant. They're either claiming it or they're not. You can't have picky choosy, can you? You can't have it one way or the other.
I mean, I used to do long jump, and I can swear I would jump to where I'm intended to jump to. The floor did not move away from me while I was jumping to my intended spot. Definitely not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If what Neil claims is true, then it would be imperative that all Olympic long jump runs face the same direction with regards to rotation of a ball, wouldn't it? Because otherwise they'd be, you were going one way or the other, surely. As Neil claims, if the ball can be subject to it, then you, once you've launched yourself, would be subject to it too. So it would be unfair if at one Olympic Games you were running in favour with the rotation and the other Olympic Games against. That's surely would have been figured out by now and would be boldly stated. We've aligned the long jump to make sure it's fair with regards to rotation.
Good point.
Another scenario that I discussed yesterday, I was in one of the VCs on Discord, and this goes back to the planes flying backwards deal. Flat Earthers, you want to kill this thing quick and have some fun with it? Let me give you a scenario. I think you guys heard this before on an Numpty clip. So here's the scenario. You got a plane taking off in Charlotte, North Carolina. Going to fly to Los Angeles. Straight flight. Now, Charlotte and Los Angeles are roughly the same latitude line. And it's going about 860 miles an hour. What we're going to do, we're going to round the number. We'll round it to 800. Make it easy. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. Now, a plane on takeoff is about 170. It gets up to about 175 miles an hour. Wheels up, right? So we'll just round that to 200. So we got 800 miles an hour and 200 miles an hour. You got those two figures, right? So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're going to head down the runway. The runway is facing directly west. So there's no other problems. It's facing directly towards Los Angeles. So with the Earth spinning from west to east, that plane starts chugging down the runway. And it gets up to 200 miles an hour. And at 200 miles an hour, it has wheels up. Now we're going to stop. We're going to stop frame right there. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. On wheels up, the plane is going 200 miles an hour. If somebody is in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter hovering, eyes on that airport, watching this plane take off, then according to the Baltard spinning space monkey religion, that plane has to be flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Are you tracking with me? There is no way around that scenario must be true in their paradigm. There's no other way around it. And that's the conservation of linear momentum, by the way. So that's how stupid it is, folks. You can kill it just like that. Bring it up at parties. People will love it. But I just killed the whole heliocentric religion imploded right then, right when I finished that statement.
It's a tough one to swallow. The way I got that one is one way, you've got all the aerodynamics we understand in terms of plane lift. The other way, you've not got that understanding of aerodynamics. You've actually got a plane that's being blown backwards at 600 miles an hour, but luckily it's been blown in such a lucky way that it feels like it's going forward.
And it looks like it's going forwards in both reference frames.
And they can control it like they're going forwards, but actually,
Yeah.
they can speed up a bit and only be going 550 miles an hour backwards.
You know, the spot that I want to see is the transition. When it overcomes that linear momentum, the conservation of linear momentum, when it overcomes that, right in between that and going forward, that suspended animation part, I want to see that.
No, that's like that transition you always get with space flights between things going up and then suddenly being in space. You'll never see the transition because it's magic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed that, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And if you remember, I took Danny T, truther, right where he wanted to go. Yep, that must be true if we're living on a spinning Baltard. That's it. It's over right there.
I've seen these videos of people that are driving in a car next to an airport and something, and then they see a plane, and then they think that that plane is standing still in midair.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that actually. Somebody in a plane, and then they fly past the plane, and it looks like it's standing still.
Yep. And that's amazing, right? But that's of course the same thing when you're in a train station and there is a train next to you, and you're in the one that's standing next to that one, and then you think that you're moving, but that other train is moving, right? And then you see that you're still there, and that other train is, and that's the same with that plane. When people see that when they're driving in their car. That plane seems to be standing still, but it's because of their perspective, right? Just drive by in a certain amount of speed, and that plane is looks like it's standing still in midair, but it isn't.
Is that my suspended animation stage?
I think so.
All right. At least we pinpointed it.
Maybe I can find some videos for you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. Yep.
All right, we ready to roll? We've been talking for an hour, over an hour about before the presentation. It's gonna be a long day. Maybe I'll just highlight certain points. How about that?
I think that's the best, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Adam, if I just stop at 5A for Adam, he'll be good. He'll say thank you, have a nice day.
I need to shout out this super chat, by the way.
Okay, good.
It's from James Mays, and he says, "Hello, Betty, QE. I'm working, enjoying the show. Shout out to Try Thinking and Flat Earth. Great content. Sorry about the interruption, sir. Proceed."
Thanks, James.
Good super chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, James. Go ahead. I rumpushed you. Hold on, Adam. I rumpushed you, Betty. You said I didn't catch a couple things that you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rad super chat, so that's a good one.
It's a rad.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a rad super chat, is what you said.
Red.
Oh, red. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much, Adam.
No, just other than 5A. I love it. I really do love it. There's things that I put bows on top, and that's one of them for me.
Yeah. I knew if I just do 5A, hey James, if I just do 5A for Adam, he's good for the rest of the week, man. I didn't have to say anything to him.
And next week.
I could tell when we went through the presentation the first time. I could just tell in his voice. He said, "You just wait a cotton picking minute." I loved it. I like Adam for that.
I was going to say something blasphemous, but it's like the Pope saying something blasphemous. Yeah, it's like the complete antithesis. Everything you have suggested. Here's your high priest saying, no, that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, he gives the
And
whole
by the
story,
way,
and then
let me tell you about this other parable where I disprove the way we described the thing that's impossible, and point out that the way we described it was wrong. Not that what was happening was impossible.
Well, he tells you the whole story, right? And it's exciting, and everybody's on it, and it's great. And then right towards the end, he says, well, it's all not true.
What's not true, though? What's the bit that's not true? That's what I'm saying. The bit that's not true is array.
Betty, I hear typing.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't on mute.
You cutie, you. Make sure you mute.
Can't believe she rumpuses me all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up. Get stuffed.
Get stuff.
Got one back.
Yeah, I hear click, 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 click in the background. Is Zanuck in here? All right, yeah. So we'll just highlight some things in here. I wanted to go back through it, and I'm going to do it a bunch more times. I didn't do it last week because it seemed that everyone got it. But on my travelings through since I did the last presentation, I've heard the lack of holding ballers to task with it, because they've brought it up, and they've been walking on eggshells, doing it cautiously, saying refraction. And there's a lot of people out there, I give a lot of people thumbs up, you know who you are, that have stopped them. But a lot of people, I think maybe they're just not feeling comfortable with it just yet, and that's why I'm going to keep on doing it. I may not go over every single thing, but we'll do something like this. We'll see how this goes, and maybe just brush it, and then take any questions if anyone has. If you got a question about it, don't hesitate. You can either, put your question in chat, make sure we see it, put some type of super chat on there. It can be minimal, right? Or jump into VC. All right, because if you have a question, I'll bet you there's a lot of people that have the same question that I'm just not seeing. Okay? So like I said, here we go with refraction. Again, I'm not going to say again and again and again every time. You know it's again because I'm doing it again. So with any topic, you must define terms. It's the Socratic method. Now, I'm not talking about is and and. I'm not talking about that. But if you're bringing up topics for discussion, and this is one, refraction, you best define it and right from Jump Street. Don't wait. What is it? And provide citation for it. There's nothing wrong with asking people to provide citation for it. I don't want to know what you think this is. I want to know what it is, if you guys are following me. So, since we're talking about refraction, let's define this monkey. Well, we go to the physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Sounds pretty important right there. I highlighted it in red for you because that's really important as part of the definition. The refraction occurs at the boundary. That's you know what? I should highlight this whole thing, but it would make it, I can't do that because everything's highlighted, right? But every part of this definition is important. This part is really important. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Well, you have to have two different things for a boundary. There's no boundary in one thing. and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing said boundary. Makes sense. So to have refraction, you need two different things, and you must have a boundary. You have to have a surface, an interface. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. It's pretty, and it's diagrammed or related in the formula. N material equals the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. Now, what is that N? Remember I said you had to define all your variables? N is the index of refraction. That's where they get the number from. So it's the speed of light over the speed of light in your reference material. It's a ratio, is all I'm trying to say. It's got to be this, because that's what refraction is. They just defined it for you, right? You can't make something up. And we got the refractive index here. This is the first introduction to Snell's law. It's over to the right. That's okay. I'm just going to show you how equivalent it is. You actually don't need Snell's law, because you're going to get the same index of refraction with the known speeds of light going through each reference material. They're just different ratios, right? The first ratio, or N21, is the index of refraction in reference to material 2 versus material 1. That's all it is. And it comes from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2, right here. Or you can just use V. It doesn't matter. We can use V as velocity. It's not a big deal. So V1 over V2. Well, where's that formula? Well, it's right up here. I just showed it to you. That is also equal to the right side of this equation, which is Snell's law, which again is another ratio. It's just a trigonometric ratio. It's sine of the incident ray over the sine of the refracted ray equals a constant. That constant is the index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's getting this. I went over this a few times up to this point. That's not that difficult. Go ahead. I hear somebody click off.
Yeah, only to point out that you're not decrying this.
No.
You're supporting it. Obviously, we point out that we can't measure the speed of light. But what you're saying here is this is a ratio of the two-way speed of light. Therefore, we're not making a referral to the speed of light per se, as that means something. We're just saying that the two-way speeds have a ratio, and as you'll go on to validate, those ratios match the signs.
Yes.
So, that's all I want to say. You're not, just to reiterate the point, that you're not decrying the speed.
No, I'm not at all.
The speed of light is irrelevant to this at this point in terms of the determination of a refractive index.
Yes. As long as they're using the convention two-way speed, I have no problem with it. The most important thing is, I'm not debunking this. This is what refraction is. I'm just trying to point it out to you. What I'm trying to show you is that the people who are begocking refraction have no idea what it means or what it is. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing you what it actually is. From the experts in the field, not the numpties begocking refraction. Because that, we have to get down to defining terms. Once we start using the Socratic method, the Baltard numpties are through. It's over. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just making stuff up, as usual. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Like I said, I'm going to stop here. My favorite is obviously 1A versus Adams 5A. But mine's quite deadly, and it just stops the discussion in its tracks. There's no way around this, so we'll get into it. Number one, whenever Baltards refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. There is no question about this. That's what it's defined as. I mean, if you read anything from Andrew Thomas Young, he discusses this in depth. So there's no question here. And we have Andrew Thomas Young right here from San Diego State Astronomy Department. He's going to give you the description of terrestrial refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. Now, You see, I've highlighted these two, right? To have this, these two conditions have to be known. This one and this one. Simple as that. Or it's not this, right? If I have a definition of a banana and it has, you know, a banana is this color and this color, grows on trees, it's chock full of simple carbohydrates, potassium, and B6. If B6 is missing, let's say this is B6. If B6 is missing from the banana, then guess what? It's not a banana. Follow? Hopefully you guys got that. So for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions that is necessary antecedents must exist. You must have curved gases, the atmosphere. And as we all know, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Right? If you think they do, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. So it's over right there. You can't have curved gases. So one of the necessary contingent facts up here is non-existent. It's a fairy tale, making this a fairy tale. Not refraction. Terrestrial refraction's a fairy tale. Hopefully everyone's got that. All right. So like I said, this is 1A, and I could follow it up with Chem Libre text. Anywhere you look, they're going to tell you that gases have no definite shape, even though you know it intuitively. If you ever been around gases, like the air, they have no definite shape. It's all over right here, folks. Exhibit 1A, they're finished. All right, you can stop it there. Now, you don't have to. If you want to have a little fun, you can keep on going. I'm just giving you the ammunition, you know, to put in your depot or arrows in your quiver. Okay? So, like I said, here we go with the definition again. It has 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. Well, you need the radius of the Earth. Well, demonstrate the radius of the Earth. How'd you get that value? They have a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms, paradox. The atmosphere is a paradox, folks. It's a contradiction in terms. Simple as that. Now, to the big guy, Snell's law. They must invoke Snell's law. Why? Well, because it's the law of refraction. What is it? It's not going to be too much different than that refraction that we defined above. It can't be because we're talking about refraction, right? You're not going to get too far away from the original, overall definition of refraction. So Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary. Remember, we've seen that term before. Remember, I stressed that above. So it's the same thing. We have a boundary here between two different isotropic media. The other definition said between one material and another material. This is very easy. Two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air, right? Every depiction that you will see with Snell's law will have a reasonable facsimile to the one that you're looking at right here. You'll never see Snell's law without it designated as two different isotropic media. Why? Well, because it's in the definition. Right? You're never going to find it with just one media. Why? Because that's not Snell's law. Right? It's in the formula. you can't get around. You have the index of the incident ray with Ni and the incidence of the refracted ray. You ain't going to get around this. You got two angles here. You need two different media. It's as simple as that. In here, it has the air and water. Hope everyone gets this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now, I like to circle back and just remind everyone that you can get there another way. From the original definition of refraction. Like I said, it's just a ratio. Just like Snell's law is a ratio itself. It's just a trigonometric ratio, right? But same thing. N, index of refraction, right there. C is the speed of light in the vacuum, and V is the speed of light in the reference medium. So there it is right there. It's depicted right here. And is equal to Snell's law. So I just want to say those are interchangeable. You can use either or. You're going to get the same answer. And here's an equation. I'm not so much concerned with the equation. What they're doing here is they're giving you the indices of refraction, right? And they're asking you to just solve for the refractive angle. I'm not all that concerned about that. It's Mach's next. What I wanted to show you here, right? You got the sun, and it's going, you have light traveling through air. You have a surface and water. You see the two different media and the boundary, the surface. Huh? They put that there for a reason, right? Because you have to have it. It's part of the definition. Can you give me a surface for gases? Gases have no surfaces, folks. Unbelievable. So the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. They're finished. Can't invoke Snell's law. You got to come up with something else. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You'll have to sidestep the law of refraction, right? And that's what they do. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if it was Andrew Thomas Young who first did it, but somebody conjured this, right? Their only recourse is to tie Snell's law to a tree and start to just feebly adulterate it, you know, with their Tootsie Roll decks. Right? And then they get laughed at. They have to snatch a baseball bat and proceed to bob euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. They have to do that. That's how they do it. That's how they get rid of two mediums. They invoke a paradox. You think I'm kidding. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Snell's law, right? Snell's law gives the quantitative change of the direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. We just read it above. He's not going to give you anything different. He can't, because that's the definition. He continues, the product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface. See that? Interface between two media. Right, because you can't have interface between one media. It's non sequitur. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. Like everything right here, this whole thing is correct. It is Snell's law. He has to tell you that. But what's he going to do now? He has to get around this. He has to get around those two different media. And the way he does it, it's non sequitur in itself, even without the paradox. So it's a paradox wrapped within a non sequitur. And he does it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, well, gases don't curve, Andrew. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. But he introduces the paradox, and presto magico, Snell's law becomes, drum roll please, nr sine z equals constant. That's not Snell's law. Where'd you get the R from? That's not in Snell's law. Let's go up here. Where's R? I don't see an R up here. Do you? No, because it's not there. It's not a part of it. Right? But that's how he does it. nr sine z equals constant, where r is the distance from the local center of curvature. See the page especially devoted to this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. It's a zombie. It's a paradoxical zombie. That's what he does, folks. There you go. Abracadabra. Same thing as Tinkerbell. He abracadabras you with pixie dust from the curved Atmo and Gondor. That's it. That's the trick. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something there?
Yeah, I did, John, because there was bits that I wrote notes on, and they are the tricks. First is to make that statement with regards to boundary layers and the application of Snell's law. Then is to, after that, is to convert it and then derive a formula. And derive a formula which is fundamentally no longer based in reality. It's no longer based in what we'll discuss, which is this non-boundary layer that doesn't exist. But even if we pretend there was this boundary layer that doesn't exist, that it did exist, and we pretend it, and this boundary layer is not actually based on atmospherics. It's based on R. Yeah. The one that's non-provable.
Yep.
And that is the filthy bastardization of good observations and science within all the point of getting to here. And as you say, that the Sideshow Bob Act, as they flim-flam those two things and get you to that point that you're prepared to accept that equation.
Yep.
Right? And the second you are, you're done. The
Yep.
second you accept that, you're done.
Yep, because I'm going to compromise you.
Good. Good.
Good. It's, yeah, like I said, yeah, thanks, Adam. Yep. So it's just an abracadabra with a paradox. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's pathetic, is what it is. I don't know how anyone can be fooled with this. How can you? You must not have read through these things, baltards. That's painfully obvious.
Here's another thing. Am I coming through okay, QE?
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit, but go ahead.
Something else I was thinking. I've been thinking about when I used to play with the ray tracer and the refractionometer, whatever you want to call it, on that you can play online with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one setting that you can look at. It would show where, if you're looking at how the ray tracing is going, if you're the observer, where you would see the light, and like where it would be visible, where it would look like you would see it. And a lot of times when the angle comes in, you might, even though the light may be off to the right, but you would see it as if it was higher, right, than it really is.
Mm-hmm.
If the ray tracing, as they would argue, or if the light is following the curve of the Earth, then things would always look higher because it's having to curve over. So when you're looking at it, it would be more like an angled up in your observation. So it would always look higher than it really would be. You understand what I'm driving at? Does that make any sense? I was trying to find a picture where I can illustrate it, but I can't download it on my phone. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, maybe help me unpack it.
Nah, I don't want to unpack that. We're going to unpack it with the rays down below.
Because the rays will help, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. The rays down below will kill that. And you're already assuming a sphere and curved gases, so it's fun to go down there, but I don't want to play. So, like I said, they introduced the paradox. It's a bastardization. It's pathetic. It's done by religious zealot retards. Another tiny little problem. Like I said, I'm picking at it now, but I think justifiably so. If you're going to put a definition of something, especially in science, this is supposed to be science, right? It has to be highly specific and accurate. Right? In this definition, I think this is a great definition. All they would have to do is put the caveat in. I'm going to show you what the caveat is here, and it would be good to go. I'm just nitpicking a bit, and I think I'm justified in doing so. So let's take a look at this. We're going to compare the definition, all the antecedents, necessary antecedents, to a refractive scenario and see what we get. Again, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another. Okay, we have one material, air, and we have another material, water. That's satisfied. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary in between the two? Yeah, the surface of the water. So that's good to go. Caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. We have all of it so far is good to go because the light's coming through here. It's going to cross from one medium to another. It's got a boundary, a surface, an interface, and it's going to change speed. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. All the conditions are satisfied in our depiction right here, but guess what? There's no refraction here. What did they forget? The incident ray has to be greater than 0. It's just right there for you. Refraction is 0. I put everything in here for you. There's no way out of this. Like you could say I'm being pedantic. I don't think I am. It has to be accurate. It has to be precise. It lacks both. All right? It's a small issue, but an important one. Here's another. I put this. This is a big one for me. I usually don't go here because it's way over with 1A, and I usually don't get down this far. This is just for background information, but it's important.
It's not a small issue, John. That's genius what you just said there. Because even if I take a crystal to my eye and look through it and look at the world through it, the world's there. It's a bit blurry, a bit different, yeah, but it's there in the same way. And if there isn't an angle of incidence, and that's what we're talking about here, and the refraction doesn't occur, and that's another factor that's crucial. Because how does air and gases have an orientation? Yeah. There isn't an orientation. So you can't use gases, surely, unless I'm being wrong here. It's fine when you're passing it through another medium, a crystal, a solid, a liquid. Yeah, fine. Because they do have orientations. They've got a lattice to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, gases don't.
Nope. Again, they don't have a surface. It's as simple as that. To have an interface, you must have a surface. Gases don't have surface.
The word keeps coming up. There is no boundary when you encounter the gas.
Yep. That word keeps on popping up. I tried to stress it earlier, right? But you're going to see it everywhere. Boundaries, and interfaces. Yep. Like I said, some people might think that it's pedant. That's okay. I think I made my point. The next one, again, I usually don't get this far. It's important, however, because it's in the definition. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why do I say that? Well, waves are all throughout the definition. From Wiki, you got waves. From the physics classroom, there's light waves. There's 3 of them. Light wave in a single definition. Light wave here, light wave here. We got waves everywhere. You got a big problem, Shaggy. Because if we talk to Richard Feynman and Professor Shankar, physics at Yale, photons aren't waves. So there's contradictions upon paradoxes upon contradictions. See it right here. He tells you. Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. He just comes right out and tell you you're wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Nothing you could do about this. There's no linguistic gymnastics that you can do to convert this. He sounds pretty confident, too. So does Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, we don't care about the other ones, just the photons. All are particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Pretty confident. You don't hear that confidence too many times, not like this. I mean, this is right in front of your face. Well, he's confident because he knows it for a fact. That's why. So they have a problem. There's another problem. All right? So show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. It's not going to happen. Now, Adam brought up another point, and I bring up this point. Like I said, I always caveat it because if they're working within the convention, the two-way speed convention, I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make a point of order, Your Honor, about the speed of light. They do not know the one-way speed of light. It's forever illusory, never, ever to be discovered. Won't happen, right? But, like I said, if they're using the two-way speed and convention, I give them a pass with it. So I can just pass this one by. If you want a more thorough explanation, go back to the original presentation and I go through it. Okay? One-way speed of light, you must know it. This has other ramifications for their other fairy tales, light years, measuring distances and stuff. It's a train wreck. If you've listened to the Numpty clips, you know why. So even if I play, I be kind of dumb animal, Baltard Booger Eater Week, and grant them all of the paradoxes and contradictions we just went over. If I just say, okay, to heck with it, I'm going to give you all of it. The curve gases, the Snell's law, Tootsie Roll decadulteration, waves, catastrophe, one-way speed of light, Bubby Baroni's fairy tale radius. I could give it all to you and say, okay, I'll grant that to you. There is no way your paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in all your paradoxes and all your contradictions can you pick up and move, jettison the horizon 10 times further than it should be. It's not, there's, you can't do anything about this. It's over. Somebody told me and stopped me right here and said, you know what? This is killer. On this one right here, even granting them everything. That's how bad it is. We can move on. This is a good one right here, man. Oh, and now on the Rays. 5A. Now we're into Adam's realm. He's going to quickly take over here, folks. I'm telling you.
All I want to do is when it's on screen in YouTube is read the quote. Because I've been quoting it for a week now, haven't I? And it was something I quickly scribbled down. So I say I'm lazy. I'm not bothered to go back and see it. But when it's time to read it, can I read that, John?
Yeah. You know what? It's time. No, it's not time. You're right. I have a couple other things to go through. When I get there, Adam, I will stop and let you do it. How about that?
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I figured that, man. I knew you were hyped up for it. Fair enough. So I want to bring up rays. Now, why do I bring up rays? Well, there's a good reason for it. I'll bet you can't guess what my reason is for bringing up rays. That's rhetorical, by the way. You don't have to answer. Well, because it's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast to a slow medium bends the light ray towards normal, towards the boundary. See the boundaries again? We have the boundaries between, here we go again, two media. They can't get around this. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. Two. And is described quantitatively by Snell's law. But we're focusing on rays. Even the subject matter expert, right? Rays. He's got it all through his definitions. Rays, everywhere. Where's Ray? Adam.
Rays is one that bugs me. What you were talking about earlier with regards to the nature of light. How do you conceptualize rays interacting with crystal lattices, with gas, and how the difference occurs? This weird mixing of what we see is a ray. Okay, how we perceive it. How we perceive the way those photons are, we call it a ray. But to conceptualize the behavior of the light as a ray is something you have to step outside of like teenage sci-fi for. And realize it is a 60s word that doesn't mean anything in the slightest, and to me is confusing. And I think that's the admission here, isn't it? However, and that I see you've called it up now, John. This is the bit that, for me, allows you to ignore the previous stuff and go and say to your baller, I'll give you curve gases, yeah. I'll give you gas pressure without containment, yeah. Curve. I'll give you the rate at which it's going to curve. Yeah, I'll give you Snell's law. I'll give you another. I'll give you the one thing I will accept. So I won't give you. One thing I want you to accept is what refraction is. What John stated at the beginning with regards to all of this, and this is refraction. And we'll come back to that word. Refraction occurs at the boundary layer. and that is a point of principle of Snell's law, which is what's then made later, and used for this. But what Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, is it San Diego State University, astronomy department, says some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays a bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simple solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we have always have a beam of light. Infinite rays don't really exist. And that last bit I think is lovely, because it's total flim flam to take you away from the point that he's saying what we're saying happens. It doesn't happen. But let me talk about something else. A bit like a politician, isn't it? At the point of something really crucial that they're going to go down for, it's better to go down for something less. I did not have relations with that woman. It's probably a better thing to go down for than the truth of what he did. Hence, let's ignore the beginning of the what I've just admitted and focus on me admitting that rays don't really exist, instead of what we've said the effect of rays are and the impact of that with regards to all the things I'm previously happy to concede, not in reality, but just for the sake of this argument. And it's enough to destroy them. That's why, John, I got excited, because I think it's fantastic. It's their priest, their guy, it's their statement telling them that what they say happens. It doesn't happen. I'm rambling.
No, that's okay. What I was going to say is I can rest. I don't even have to present my case. I can just let Andrew Thomas Young present his, and it destroys the entire fairy tale of terrestrial refraction with this one sentence. The first sentence. We didn't even get to the ray part yet. This sentence right here. Some people have worried about that. That cracks me up. Worried about. Well, why are they worried, Andrew? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what is that? That's Snell's law to such a horizontal ray of light. But this is the important part, because it does not cross any boundaries. Get back here. Horizontal boundaries. Well, that's
there's no need to worry, is there?
Yeah.
It's absolute. If it doesn't cross a boundary, then you don't have to worry about Snell's law, because it's not applicable.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. It kills it right there. I don't have to do anything. It does it itself. Now, back to the rays. Now, he goes on to say the simplest solution. This cracked me up. When I first read this, I said, the simplest solution. Solution to what? This problem? How can this below that I'm going to read be a solution to this problem up here? It's not. I don't know why this statement is even in here. I sure wish somebody would explain it. Andrew, can you come on here and explain what this means? You didn't offer. Now, you said simplest solution. There is no solution. I'll read it. Please, somebody tell me what the solution is. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. Anyone? What's the solution? It's lost on me. I don't see a solution here. What I see here is a statement that's relieving him the responsibility of his volumes of horseshit prior. That's what I see. Because that doesn't make, this is non sequitur. The simplest solution, this part right here, it's non sequitur. And then the horizontal ray paradox, unrealistic mental construct? Really? The rays don't really exist. They must exist. They're in your definitions there, Andrew. So what you're doing is you're conjuring, like you conjured the curved atmosphere. This time you're conjuring rays. It's a conjuring squared. You're like a witch. But at least actual witches, they have physical substances in their brew, like bat pee and frog's legs and Winchester shells, right? You don't have that. You have concepts. You're conceptual witch, right? Because you have to have rays. This is a physical effect in our reality you're attempting to describe, and you're telling everyone that they don't exist. It's over. It's all over. It was over with the first sentence. I'm just, like I said, we're just dancing on the graves. And then this final one, if you're unsure, if you think he made a mistake in this reference, we'll go to another reference. From Andrew Thomas Young. Astronomy Department. Thanks, Adam. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? You have conceptual fictions as descriptions in your definitions of physical effects in reality. Preposterous. It's a reification fallacy at the very best. Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. We don't have to. Ballers. What you have to do is check his Optics for Beginners page before you continue. Well, you didn't even start, so you can't continue. You have to start first. So once you start, make sure you check out this reference right here, Optics for Beginners, right? Unbelievable. Now, let's now take the terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends, right? We've got all the pedigree information. Now we want to see if it follows. You know it doesn't because it's a train wreck of all the contradictions and paradoxes. You know where it's going to end. But let's go ahead and do it and show everyone. There's nothing hidden. We're going to practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. And their poster child, I'm going to use it. Terrestrial refraction is looming. Everyone knows it, right? In this genre, everyone comes out. Bagak's looming. They don't know what it is. They've never known. I've asked people for almost 5 years now what looming is. I have never received this definition. Not a single time. And that's from Andrew Thomas Young. It's pretty concise. You'd figure it would just roll off their tongues. Right? But you'll never get the definition because they have this conjuring in their mind what it actually is. Right? Even going against what their pseudoscientists tell them. Like I said, we have right-wing factions of morons. Right? That just make stuff up. But let's use the actual definition that he provides, right? Looming, the appearance above the horizon. This is Andrew Thomas Young, by the way. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, right? That's his definition. As you can see in the definition right here, it's talking about the objects in reference to the horizon. Not the horizon. Not in his definition, right? So now we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser that says that that's a load of crap right here. His definition. It's not lining up. Why not? His definition's not lining up. My definition of looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. So, I'm saying that my definition is complete and is demonstrable. Judge, I will now demonstrate how my definition is correct and Andrew Thomas Young is smoking shrooms. Exhibit A. This is the quintessential example of looming in their paradigm. As I said, if you use off-center vision, you can see where the horizon, I can almost see it now. Just not because I've looked at this photo so many times, it just plainly I can see it. I can understand in YouTube land that it's probably not good enough detail for you guys to see it. I can appreciate that. But I'm telling you, if you ever look at this photo like in a magazine or on some other media you'll be able to see it. But yeah, I can see the actual horizon off the bow here, right? So my definition is, remember, that the sky above is being inferior mirage underneath this object, giving the appearance that the object is floating above a false horizon. And that's exactly what's happening here. If we're unsure about this, then we have Mick. Here he comes to save the day. There's a fever in the funkhouse now, West. To make sure everyone is on the same page. There he is, old Mick, October 2017. Now, to give credit where credit is due. Mick brought this out, and it's the same photo from above. We already went over that. He brought this out because the tabloid, he said in the caption below down here, the tabloid media called this a mirage, right? So Mick was right in calling them out and saying, hey, listen, guys, this isn't a mirage. All right? Obviously it's not, because that's not the definition of mirage right here. So he depicts it, not a mirage. The real horizon is near here, right? The one that I told you was there. You can see it plainly now. All Mick did was color contrast this. He said the false horizon was due to fog. Now, it's a false horizon. His claim due to fog, his cause is, that's a false cause fallacy. Why? Because if that was fog, you wouldn't see the boat. But that's why we love you, Mick. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. But, like I said, credit where credit's due. He called it out. This is not a mirage. Thanks for proving my point, because the sky's being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the impression of the object floating above a false horizon. That's Exhibit B, Your Honor. Exhibit C, 2014 Scottish Open. Just look at the left photo. It's readily apparent that the real horizon is right here. Right across there. Everyone can see it. What's happening here? Well, the sky's being inferior mirage underneath this boat, giving the impression that the boat is floating above a false horizon, which is down here. Now, they color contrasted it and makes it very easy to see. That's Exhibit C, Your Honor. This is a landslide. The jury's laughing now. And I haven't even brought out the big whopper just yet. There she is. This is QE Cutie's favorite photo. Can I hear a shout out from QE Cuties?
Yay!
This is Betty's favorite photo when we first
You
looked at.
calling me?
No. When we when we first seen this, but the first words out of her mouth was, "The boats are being raptured." I'll never forget it. Right? Because it looks like that. But this is the quintessential example, Your Honor. This is the quintessential example demonstration of my definition. So we have the sky being inferior miraged underneath these objects, right? You can even see some of the white clouds in here. There's a collage of the clouds in the water. You have the real horizon, the actual horizon right across here. I can see it plainly. These objects are floating above a false horizon. Folks, you can't get any more delineated for a false horizon than this one, because it's fragmented across the entire transverse dimension of the horizon, of the false one, right? This is over. It's over. My definition is correct. And Andrew Thomas Young's looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, he can't make that claim. That's not what this is. Right? But more importantly, he would need a second photo of these objects below the horizon, even to make his definition coherent. It's a comparison. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object, this is the important part, that would normally be hidden below it. So show us the normally part. That's how stupid this is. Right? This is over, folks. Terrestrial refraction does not exist. They can't appeal to it. I just showed you why they can't do it. Now, I didn't say refraction doesn't exist, did I? I did not say that. I am saying that terrestrial refraction, what they appeal to for their ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, they can't appeal to it anymore. It's just that simple. I hope everyone gets it. I'm going to go over it about 10,000 more times. You guys are going to start puking, including ball-tards, right? Everyone is going to know this. Everyone in the genre, anyway. Comments, questions?
Yeah. Is that Andrew Thomas Young a real guy?
Yes.
How do we know?
I think Rumpus and another guy, I don't know his name, had correspondence with him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 10th Man also had correspondence with him.
Okay. Because we can't find any pictures of him, huh?
No.
He's sort of like a hidden guy.
Yes.
Behind the scenes kind of guy. Don't mind the guy behind the curtains kind of guy.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Is he right about anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go through all his material and find something he's right about.
Is he an physicist? What is he?
He works for, I don't know his degree. I'd have to search out. All I know is that he works for the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Okay, so who is he to make definitions of terrestrial?
He has. He's the subject. He is the.
No, he doesn't have a face. How much of an importance is this then?
Well, like I said, he is the subject matter expert on the topic.
How? Why? It's just a guy with a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
The most extensive literature is by Andrew Thomas Young. And he is even cited erroneously by folks like Mick West.
Yeah. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yep.
These people seem to find one another.
Yep.
But if you would want to make a paper about this, then they say, hey, what's your degree? Which university are you sort of from and whatever. And we can't do that, right? When we have a statement to make.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys, they work for these universities, and I think, well, who's funding them, and what sort of outcome do they want from these universities?
That would be very different. See,
conspiratorial for you.
Yeah. You want to go deep into like their personal lives and what toothpaste they're using. I'm just on the outside taking.
Yeah. The thing is, I like truth, and I like and I think that usually the truth doesn't come from sort of democratic sort of institutions. Let me say it that way.
I understand what you.
Where the most people are shouting that it is so when there is one speaking the truth.
I understand what you're saying. We just have two different missions on the true side. I like to take the established words that they say. You want to get into what shampoo they're using.
No. That's making it dirty, right? No. I want to know what is their foundations, basically, right? What makes their foundations any better than ours? Why are they sort of established? What's that word established mean, right? That's sort of what I sort of get at.
It's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of revere that science and that the scientists and these people that with degrees and stuff. But come on, I mean, I think if you have a scientist talking about farmers things, right, and you have a farmer talking about things, who would you rather talk to? Right, I would rather talk to the guy that is the farmer, because I expect him to know more about how things work than the scientist.
The organ player at the church?
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever, right? I mean, I think we are sort of prone to listen to these high voices we think that are high up, but who put them there and with what reason and what causes?
Can I jump in?
I have a quick
We got
question.
just a minute or two. Who do you want to go first, QE? Me or him?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. We're gonna go through everyone. So just relax. We'll just go right down the list. We'll start. Betty, you want to take the con and go down the list?
Well, if you insist.
Thank you.
We got almost exactly at the top. You have anything to add or to?
Hello.
Oh,
I just have a question.
Hold on a second. Wait 1 second before you offer your question. I gotta find you here. You just blew my eardrums out. My fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought my mic was really low actually. But can density layers be considered? I mean, the differences between them, could that be considered as a boundary?
No. Density layers of what?
Of the atmosphere.
No, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air,
Yep.
airs. Yeah, you already know that routine.
Hi, mate.
Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. I'll quote Andrew Thomas Young. With regards to the rays, it does not cross any horizontal boundaries, a light ray, when it's coming in, between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. And I use that with permission here. Yeah. So Andrew Thomas Young is clearly stating that the stratified atmosphere does not constitute boundaries with regards to Snell's law. That would justify, which would be there, yeah. Otherwise, they say there might be some differences, but no, there's not that with regards to a stratified atmosphere. That's what I liked.
All right. Is that the question? Is that now resolved?
Yep. I'm
Okay.
satisfied.
Okay, you have something else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then we got Drace. Drace, you're off mute.
Thank you. I got nothing really yet to add. It's just excellent. I always enjoy these presentations. Very good.
Okay, thank you. And then we got John P. Ryan. You're off mute.
Yeah, same as Drace. I really appreciate you guys going over this, even though it's ad nauseum at some points, but it's good to hammer it back in, because kind of mentioned after show last week that I've been out of school for over 25 years, and so having to dig back through my really faded memory about all the lessons that I had to learn just to pass the school to begin with. I was kind of a slacker back then anyway, but having to remember all these details and then apply it to reality. And that's the one thing I never really did, was apply what I learned to reality. And so, like, I really appreciate the details that you guys put into these breakdowns to kind of help break down the arguments and then, help me understand it, the simple mind. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. That was it? I think so. Okay, we got Lino Tomo. I'm taking you off mute. You have anything to add or questions? No? Okay, we got Neil Constantino. Neil, are you there?
Neil Costantino is very busy right now. Sorry, I can't talk.
Okay. Then we skip you and go to Phoenix Rising. Take you off mute now. You have anything to ask? Brad?
No questions. I did miss the start of it though. I had to get out of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul? Paul, are you there?
I'm coming. I was coming. I was trying to find the mute button. I was on mute. I dropped 2 pictures into the live stream. I think Huey just deleted one of them, but I was going to try to point out something. The first one is the actual Snell's law bending light picture, and there's another one I actually showed the fish tank, but I think Huey deleted it. But I was actually going to make a point showing like on that one picture, there's a green dot on the picture, and it would show where if you was looking at that light from the position where the light is on hitting the bottom of the tank or whatever, so to speak, that's where the light would be.
Oh, you're roboting.
Paul, you're roboting. Go to the next one.
Okay, we got Rob King. Take your mute. You have anything to add? Questions? Hello, Rob. You there? No. Okay. Then we got Grat. It's flat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question. Doesn't infrared knock out like 99% of all refraction?
No.
Oh, really? Okay,
It's the least refracted wavelength. But your statement, it knocks out. No.
Okay. All right. Well, then that answers my question. Then. Thanks.
The higher the frequency, the more refraction. Follow? So the lower frequency, like infrared, that's going to be long wavelength, right? The less refraction.
Okay.
But you follow that one?
But I mean, yeah, I think so. But shouldn't it like clear? Never mind. I think I understand what you're saying.
You got what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, we go back to Paul. He's back. Paul,
Can you hear me okay now? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. To make it sum up, in both the pictures I posted, there's there's one in a green dot in the actual Snell's law simulator, and there's one in the fish tank, and it's a yellow dot. What I was trying to represent with the dots is where the position of the light you would see it at, right? If you were looking at the light from the point where it hits, if you was looking at the light, and they always say the light is curving around the earth. Well, if that's the case, visually, everything would have to be lifted up when they argue that. Because visually, that's where you would see it lifted up, risen up. So you would never see, even in their own paradigm, from their own argument, the geometric horizon. You can never see it. If it's because it's always, you're visually looking at where the light would be hitting you. It looks like it's going to be higher than it really is, if you understand what I'm driving at. The pictures are trying to illustrate where you would actually see the light, or where it would look like the light would be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, yes, maybe. Did I drop?
No, you didn't. No, sorry, I was on mute. What's the point?
Well, I'm just saying is even within their own paradigm, arguing that the light is bending around the Earth's terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Well, that means the horizon or everything would always look higher than it really is. But they always use the fish tank as the illustration of how it bends around. Well, visually, it would look higher, always look higher. If you're seeing when the light hits you, if you understand. That's why in the fish tank, I put a dot where you would see the light. If you were looking at it from the point where the light on the other side of the fish tank, if you're standing there looking at where the laser is coming from, you would visually look like it's higher in the tank than it really is.
I'll refer you to 5A, and I'll also point out that that's water with shed loads of glucose in it.
I agree, Adam.
Whether you want to use it to destroy the ball, is fine, but what you can't do is use it with regards to atmosphere, which we talked about liquids, and this is a liquid bordering on solid point of view because of some of the saturation points within that, which is why you'll see the rate of bend is much lower, greater lower down than higher up. This is not analogous to anything with regards to light behavior in the atmosphere.
And I get that.
It's bad for us
that,
to use that because it defeats our point, doesn't it? It defeats our point. We're saying when they bring this up, that's nonsense. It makes no sense. So we shouldn't use it in the reverse because that's in a very rich glucose liquid, yeah, which is not in any way analogous to the atmosphere. So whatever it shows benefits us naught in our understanding of light in the atmosphere.
No, and I agree with you, Adam. The only point I'm making is if light is bending around and it hits your eye, it's going to appear higher than it really is.
Why is light
That's the only
bending
point I'm
around?
making. Well, I know, and I'm talking about in their paradigm. In their paradigm, that's all I'm arguing.
They don't have a.
I don't agree with it.
They don't have a
That's why they have
paradigm.
refraction.
Yeah. Well, I know you destroyed it, QE, but I mean, they always say we always do the Muppet vision, the side view. But what will you visually see if that was true? And that's what I'm driving at. If it's true what they're saying, then you can never see it because it's going to be always higher than it really is. That's the only point I'm making. If their argument is true, I'll leave it there.
That's why that doesn't. All right. So light's supposed to bend in their world at 7/6 R. Number one, there's no R on that flat fish tank. Yeah. All you've got is some nonsense density gradient and then a light beam introduced at an angle. All it shows you is refraction. And not much, really, considering all the perversion you've put in there. Look how it straightens out. It's of no benefit to us, to me, like that, and using it. And there's enough demolition. We don't have to presuppose what their bullshit would turn out like. Where we would presuppose their bullshit would turn out with our bullshit corrections of their bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I mean, I agree though. I guess all I'm saying is if they start invoking refraction, they just shot themselves in the foot, and that's what we've been saying for a while now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as soon as they do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We need to tell them what refraction is because in their world, refraction is that thing bending to your yellow dot. In reality, because of stuff, gravity, whatever, you know what I mean? That's why it's not worth entertaining anymore. Because we didn't have the knowledge before to just say, don't be silly. Yeah, this is what refraction is. Unless you want to go away and define your terrestrial refraction, yeah, which is what's required for you to make this outlandish claim, then stop it because you've got no backing otherwise. We don't have to, like in the days of the Isle of Man. Yeah. Put up with the nonsense. We understand it now and we don't have to humour it. And not the nonsense, they're ignorance in a lot of cases. They're complete ignorance. We're able to demonstrate and enlighten them. And that's what hurts them the most. That flat earthers are now enlightening them with the truth. The science in some cases, yeah. And also the bloody obvious in a lot. Why we can't get a decent conversation out of them anymore.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. Do they actually say that everything we see is not where we see it? Is
Yes.
that what they're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, so if that was true, how would a sniper hit anything?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I already told them this hundreds of times that if what they said was true, that Adam called it bullshit, then all the world's militaries would be rendered null. That it'd be academic. It would be non sequitur.
Tell you what, let's have a war with them. Let them use their way. We'll use our way. And let's see who wins.
We can't be having wars, Neil.
Paintball. We'll do paintball.
Paintball. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Scrat. You're right on it. Yes. Good. Anything else?
I just don't understand how they can actually think. I don't get it. I mean, they completely abandon logic and reason, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for me.
No, you're all over it. You're exactly correct. It's frustrating, right? Because that's what it is. So all we can do is just show it in spades, and then guess what? A little later this afternoon, guess what I'm going to hear? Reflection. Did Betty do it?
Yeah, I want
Might hear it now.
two voices.
Yeah, Scrat, you're all over it. Thank you. All right, did we miss anyone, Betty?
Well, Shines came in. Maybe she wants to chime in and has something to say. Let me see if I can unmute her. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone.
Oh,
Just
great.
presentation as usual. You are amazing. And I'm just tired of them claiming that this is just semantics and that words don't have any meaning. And we don't know the difference between bending and divergence. And it's so silly. And I know that this is just going to continue for a long time on. And I don't know if a lot of people will ever get it because we are in that, anti-flat earth community. Like they just refuse to listen to what's so obvious. So more great information. And hopefully maybe some people will become sane and come into reality. We'll see though.
That's wishful thinking. I like that, Betty. Can you invite more people to come in? And then when they come in, say, hello, I'm here.
It seems that you have a sort of a hearing problem in the sense that everything is too loud for you. Huh?
Yeah, it's showing everyone that comes in has their volume turned up a lot. So this is good.
That you have your volume for the income of the how do you say that? How your sound is transferred to you. That's too high up, maybe.
Well, there's a balance, cutie. Between
the balance, you crossed it.
Yeah, there's a balance. We're going to get into shop talk. Nathan will love this. There's a balance between what goes out to YouTube and then what comes to me, and I want it to what goes out to YouTube as reasonable. And
sure.
If it is reasonable, I have to turn you up because I can't hear people.
Yep.
So my speakers are.
But everybody was too loud.
Yeah.
Usually it's too low, and now they're too loud.
Yeah, every single person that could. So just start inviting people in, Betty, because you like it. And make sure QE hears you.
Oh, let me see what I can do for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter with you, Shines. You could turn it down. It doesn't matter. If I have you cranked, I'm toast. And you weren't the only one. Every single person today. No, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. We got some other person, but he's on deaf and mute. But you don't want to hear him.
Yeah, that's where that's where he'll stay.
All right. Okay. Well, I think that we had all the people in here that could talk and have tried to talk, except for a couple of people. Oh, there we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Sorry, I can't talk. I got a really bad mic.
So how's that sound, Quantum?
Yeah, it was loud. I was struggling to get him. Of course, I was right in the middle of a message to somebody. I'm struggling to get him, and he just stopped. But that's all right. I got him. I got you, Rob.
Sorry.
You should be good to go.
You want to add something?
Not really. My mic's really bad. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. I got another super chat that I wanted to shout out. It's from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. And he says, thanks, QE. And
Thank
he said,
you.
He said it mid-presentation, but I think it's good at the end.
Thanks, Lump. He said, what's the name? Lump. I can go look 1 second.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum. Love it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it was a long one. Long run this time.
Yeah, it was a longer one this time. Everything's going really good. It might be about 3 or 4 weeks, to get everyone in sound line, but I think that this was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have yourself anything to add? What's next Ballbusters about?
Next Ballbuster, I forgot to tell Adam and Nathan. That was I was gonna say something and I got it. It was in the morning. I wasn't thinking straight. They requested for Ballbusters that we, because there's a lot of new people, according to them, that's on the scene. So to go back into the science presentation, they wanted something, specific, and I'm not going to do the science presentation without doing the whole thing. So Adam, I'm going to do the whole thing, man.
Fair enough. If you want to, no, fair enough. I understand. You want to present something properly, sometimes you have to. So
yeah, I'm gonna present. Yeah, we'll go in for the next 4 or 5 weeks, and we'll just be talking science on Ballbusters. No problem. I don't have an issue with it.
On science now?
Say again?
Are we camping out with science now?
We're gonna drop anchor in science again. Yes.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Or camping out.
Drop an anchor in natural science. It's a heavy anchor. It's gonna be hard to lift up.
Mm. But didn't we do that hundreds of thousands of times again?
Yes, but it appears, like I said, we have new people in. It's not a bad thing to go back and review those principles and concepts. It's not a bad thing at all.
Right. Yeah, because you can sort of apply it to all kinds of other different things that they are claiming to be true right now in this minute.
Yes. Yep. So I'm looking forward to anything talking about the scientific method and anything, the one that I created. I enjoy talking about that.
Oh, yeah. Your scientific method, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Might as well take ownership of it since
nobody else does.
Yeah, they're saying that it's mine. I've heard a number of times that it's mine. I appreciate that. Yeah. Drace is saying the same. Drace is saying the same thing.
Variable?
Oh God.
Is it with the independent variable or the independable variable?
According to you, it's the independable variable.
You can't depend on it.
Yeah, so even Drace in the chat, he's saying that, yeah, they keep telling us it's my method, QE's method, so I might as well take ownership of it then.
Maybe you can put out a paper as well then, like that Andrew Thomas Young did. Everybody, bagok you.
Bagok, you can't do the bagok right. You need practice on that.
Oh, the hell.
Well, if it's your method, couldn't they just say that you're just wrong?
They do.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, they just say it. That's the difference between them and I. I don't say it. I support it. And demonstrate it, by the way. That's very important. Anyone can say anything, right?
I got another super chat for you.
Go ahead, Betty.
It's from Peter Clark, and he says, Rumpus is an utter moronic sophist.
Who's Rumpus?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, let's wrap it up. Adam, any final thought?
At least he super chatted for you.
Say again?
At least thank the guy that super chatted.
Well, yeah, I thought it. Didn't I thank him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, well, thank you very much. And I didn't see it. Why that didn't pop up on my... Oh, there he is. Now it popped up. Peter Clark. Yep. Appreciate it, Peter Clark. Hope you guys got a lot out of the presentation. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get Adam any final thoughts, and make sure We get Adam shouting out his channel. He's got a couple good videos on there. Adam's starting to ramp things up, right?
Thank you, sir. That I did plan to do that. I'm gonna post it in chat in a second. Yeah. On tonight, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like I say, 5A for me is beautiful. Concede all you like, and then take them to 5A, and the priest says what they're claiming does not happen. Nonsense. So we can forget all about the supposed terrestrial refraction and concentrate on what we understand that's validated with regards to refraction. And I'm more than happy to accept proven understanding of refraction and what it is, even if it includes the two-way speed of light.
Yeah,
as a ratio.
Yeah, that's a stumbling block. I knew it would be. I knew I had to go over it. Yeah,
I'm happy. That's why I gave the prefix the as a ratio. We're not invoking it. We're just using it both ways for everything, and then defining that ratio that we've applied to everything. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, that's why I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't involve me questioning measuring the speed of light. It's a ratio within a device.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that thing's doing, whether it's the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a ratio within a device. That's cool, as long as each thing that we define the ratio's got the same parameters, and that's how it's been derived.
Yes.
The validating thing is that the angles
correct
have a similar ratio. So.
Correct. Yes.
So that I like it, but like I say, 5A for me. That's all I'd say on this evening. Other than that, yeah, if I could shout I've obviously got my channel, the Adam Meakin. I've had for ages, but what I've wanted to do is I've started a new one. What ? Is the world? And Nathan, all of that is in lowercase now. I've changed it thanks to Nathan's bequest. So I'm just kind of putting my thoughts down there, kind of trying to do episodes, just covering certain topics. The first one was kind of the instigator, really born out of what Brian was doing with regards to Wolfie and certain flights and stuff I've done in the past. The next one's a little bit more considered, and hopefully kind of highlights the two sides, what we've learned over the time, what we know, what's demonstrable, what's provable, and what the high priest of the globe about as the rhetoric that's the reason you should think it's a ball. And it's a kind of a juxtaposition of those two things.
Cool.
Need to make your own mind up. Yeah, so that's what is the world, and I'll stick it in chat now and spam it a sec. Thanks, John.
That was perfect timing, honey.
Finish another banana.
No. I'm talking to my wife. She just came in and tore a piece of paper off the door in here. That's too funny. Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Everyone sign up for Adam. Adam, are you spamming that in the chat?
Done it once, I'm going to do it again. There you go.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. And watch and please sub and share if you could. I'd appreciate it. I'm still on low numbers there.
Oh, we'll get that going, Adam. No problem. Everyone should be subscribing.
Yeah, I liked your last one, right? Where you sort of put Neil deGrasse Tyson, that other guy, what was it? The physics guy, Bill Nye, the physics guy.
Right.
I like it when you sort of let them talk and other people talk, and it's good. It's kind of nice to hear these people having these stupid representations of a boat going over the curve of the horizon on a table. It's so stupid.
As QE said, sometimes the best response is to just let them talk.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Betty, take us home.
Yeah, I want to thank all the super chatters because there were some amazing super chatters here. Please don't be shy for super chatting because I will shout them out, unless it's vile language, of course. But I think the Rumpus guy was a little bit over the edge, but okay. So people, thanks for that. And I usually have to shout out Nathan with his channel, with Nathan Oakley 1980, and then to a debate, but I haven't seen him yet. So has he been here, guys?
Yeah,
So
I seen him earlier.
Yeah, but he didn't spam his show, did he?
I did not see it, so I'm not sure about that. He might have gotten busy. Let me check one more time.
Yeah, maybe if he has a show, go and check it out. If he has a show, and subscribe so that you never miss one.
It's premiering now, Nathan Oakley channel. Flat Earth Debate 1467 Uncut and After Show. So that's on now.
Okay, so he's running it now. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can, when this is done, go over to that one.
I'll check
See
if
each
he's
other
in the
there.
chat, but yeah, I'll have a look.
You ever wondered what after?
Yeah. So everybody, thanks for being here, and see you next time at the Ballbusters. Over to you, John.
Over to you. Really? All right, I guess I'll take it. All right, I want to thank the panel. Appreciate that. For the folks that are listening in, yeah, we're getting the sound squared away. Sorry for the initial ones, but I'm usually pretty sharp on that, pretty quick to get the audio squared away. It'll take a little time, but just be patient. We'll get it squared away. With the refraction or terrestrial refraction, hold these guys. If they say refraction, hold them to it. Have them define it and have them show you. Listen, I said the easiest one was 1A, but you could take any of them. I don't mind. But as long as you take it to them. Okay, don't let them get away with refraction. Don't do it. Right? Go ahead and hold their toes to the fire. Thanks again, guys. So, take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
An open letter to the Globetards. Dear Globetards, I trust you are doing well. Before beginning, a caveat must be stated to clarify exactly whom this letter is addressed. A Globetard is not just someone who believes the world is a spinning ball flying around in multiple directions at once through the infinite vastness of the theory of space-time. Well, practically everyone in the modern world believes this exact theory, and everyone who now understands the truth was once counted among the very ranks of the deceived. Globetards are the so-called people who spend all of their time with hundreds of sock puppet accounts, trolling flat earth threads and comment sections on videos, arguing to no end for the absurd theory that their ass is stuck to the side of a spinning ball in outer space. Globetards are those who refuse to acknowledge whenever a valid point is made against their religion of scientism. Once you've been introduced to the concept of a motionless planar Earth, yet you refuse to consider this concept or refuse to prove to yourself that the world is in fact a spinning ball, yet you spend all of your time arguing against people who know better, you might just be a globetard. We should also discuss exactly what it is the deceived must believe by default, whether or not they are aware of said beliefs. It lies beyond the comprehension of this writer how one can count themselves among the ranks of some group or espouse themselves to a given belief system without fully comprehending the basic tenets of that system. As El Guapo says, how can you tell me I have a plethora if you do not know what a plethora is?
Jefe! German arrived yet? Not yet, Guapo. Many presents have been coming for your birthday. German has the only presents I want. Guns! Guns, so that the name of El Guapo will be hanging on everyone's lips. He will be here, Guapo. But I think you will like your other presents too. I have put many beautiful piñatas in the storeroom, each of them filled with little surprises. Many piñatas? Oh, yes, many! Would you say I have a plethora of piñatas? A what? A plethora. Oh, yes. You have a plethora. Jefe, what is a plethora? Why, Guapo? Well, you told me I have a plethora. And I just would like to know if you know what a plethora is. I would not like to think that a person would tell someone he has a plethora and find out that that person has no idea what it means to have a plethora. Forgive me, Guapo. I know that I, Jefe, do not have your superior intellect and education. But could it be that once again you are angry at something else and are looking to take it out on me? Like what, Jefe? Could it be because you are turning 40 today? No. Could it be because Carmen chooses to sleep in her cell instead of with you?
So according to these beliefs, the Earth has a diameter of about 8,000 miles and is a sphere housed in outer space which spins and orbits, etc. The spin alone amounts to some 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and, well, half the speed is the hour hand on a 12-hour clock at the pole. There is no direct evidence of this disparity in edge velocity on the spinning ball Earth, yet it is assumed as a fact. Another assumption is that light always travels in straight lines when convenient to the argument, yet light bends sometimes, but only when it's convenient to your argument. You believe that the Earth is moving up towards your feet in the morning at 6,600 miles per hour, and that the Earth is moving down away from your feet in the evening at 6,600 miles an hour. A total acceleration of over 132,000 miles per hour, which we should experience constantly throughout every second of every day. You believe that the universe was created from nothing by chance, and that our oldest ancestor is ultimately a rock, or some primordial ooze of natural amino acids, water, and carbon, molecules which randomly organize themselves into complex, intelligently written code, which allows for relatively simple materials to organize themselves out of their own volition into multi-organ systemed life forms, which have awareness, intelligence, and also self-replicate, by chance. The world has thus organized itself around the premise that the omnipotent men of science have concluded by some experiment that our genesis and the genesis of all the hypothetical worlds in space, zipping around far larger and more remarkable suns than ours, is due to chance and gravity and chaos. Society somehow deems those who read science in a book and repeat science are somehow more scientific or even intelligent than those of us who question what was written in the books, especially should we find a discrepancy between said dogma and reality. And finally, the social media giants, such as the very platform upon which you're probably watching this now, have decided that it is not only foolish and ignorant to question the very nature of the world within which we all exist, they have deemed it dangerous to the degree that they must step in and take action against we foolish flat earthers. I honestly don't believe YouTube could do a greater service to the flat earth movement than to disown it, as they will inevitably force the hand of flat earthers to abandon the quagmire of common social media platforms and migrate over to either smaller sites, which will become future juggernauts, forcing said common platforms towards the way of Napster and MySpace. The globe Earth theory entails one single piece of observable evidence to base its entire foundation, and that is to say that the heavens apparently rotate around Polaris in the north and some indiscernible point in the south. The entire latitude-longitude system is built around observations of the heavens, observations which can be mapped into a celestial sphere, comprising the heavens and setting the foundational basis for the globe Earth theory, where the celestial lights are effectively infinitely distant, or they can be mapped to a celestial plane, where the celestial lights are comparably local. Each assumption requires one caveat statement, that is to say, for the former, that light from the celestial objects must, for all intents and purposes, travel in absolute straight-line paths from the celestial object to the eye of the beholder, or conversely, in the latter, that light will certainly bend when propagating through variable temperature or density media, as shown by multiple experiments. The entirety of the ball Earth argument is founded upon the erroneous and outdated assumption that light must always travel in a straight line path. Globetards love to harken back to ancient philosophers such as Eratosthenes up to Galileo, who would have both been born in an era prior to the scientific acknowledgement of refraction of light, which is a direct factor in fashioning the illusion of curvature, as well as fashioning scores of generations of people devoid of any real understanding of the natural world and the unattainable universe beyond. Anyone who takes the position, the shape of the world doesn't directly affect me or my day-to-day life, so it's not worth looking into, really needs to reconsider their position. To say that it, quote, makes no difference that practically the entire world has a fundamental misunderstanding of the very nature of the world, and thus extended philosophy in many areas, should take a crash course in world politics. America has seen a drastic spike in domestic jobs being outsourced to developing countries, not just because it's way cheaper to pay slave wages to dictators, but also in large part due to the overhead of waste disposal. It may not seem like that big of a deal, but EPA standards for waste disposal are extremely costly for large corporations. Anecdotally, when I worked for a small print shop, hands down the largest single expense the owner had to pay for was waste disposal. Old Mr. Shooter used to get ill when it came time to foot the bill for the waste from the old Heidenbergs to go out. I can't tell you exactly what it was per drum, but I remember the bill one time running pert near 10 grand for a single trip, with several 50-gallon drums being hauled off to probably be processed down into some tradable commodity or the other, or perhaps buried deep in some hole in the desert. Who really knows? And let's not forget the creation of the American Dental Association in order to allow aluminum manufacturers to dump their toxic waste into our toothpaste and drinking water forevermore in the form of sodium fluoride. The point is, our entire world economy and geopolitical structures are founded upon the underlying assumption that life is a freak accident of nature, the Earth is just a speck of dust in infinity, and science somehow has it all figured out. It is the underlying consensus that the layman need not worry himself with the affairs of learned men of theory, the pinnacle of whom is undoubtedly Albert Einstein, who never bothered to correlate his thought experiments to real-world experiences, yet his musings are regarded as scientific fact forevermore. For example, the infamous equation
The infamous? Infamous?
E equals mc squared belongs strictly in the realm of pseudoscience, or even under the banner of a fairy tale, as it inherently asserts that which cannot be demonstrated by its very nature. Never will human technology accomplish the acceleration of some bit of matter at the speed of light squared. It is mere conjecture which purports that an object accelerated near the speed of light will experience time differently than an object relatively at rest, nor is there any experimental evidence to suggest that such an object, when, if accelerated to the speed of light squared, would simply become pure energy. In the infinite void of space-time theory, there is absolutely nothing which stands absolutely still, as all matter was birthed from the hypothetical Big Bang, meaning everything is constantly in mind-boggling motion. And of course, the Big Bang is the theory from whence nothing randomly decided to manifest everything in the universe into an area the size of a pinhead, which then exploded and randomly organized itself into diffuse nebula clouds, which by nature cannot exist in a vacuum, then randomly organized itself into stars and planets, and finally self-replicating life forms, which only have the illusion of purpose and uniqueness, but are really just the result of chance, chaos, and some freak accident of natural chemistry. And a bit of luck, of course. For a so-called lifeless planet to have been created by chaos and happenstance is one thing, but to create life on such a place is another. The hypothetical planet Earth is indeed very lucky when you think about it, though. We're just close enough to the sun that our water doesn't remain in a frozen state, just far enough away that it doesn't boil off into gases. Not to mention just the right size for that distance to allow for temperate climates and convenient-to-life liquid waters. Remember, if you adjust the size of a theoretical planet Earth, then the gravitational constant would throw our temperate barometric pressure of 14.9 pounds per square inch out of whack, and then you would have to have a different distance to the sun in order to make that work in our temperate little Goldilocks zone, as they say. Very lucky indeed. And the peculiar fact that the sun and the moon appear to be identical in angular size to the lay observer, yet we cannot trust our senses in a globe land, for the sun and moon are precisely 400 times different in size, but also precisely 400 times different in distance. Thus, we are presented with the illusion that the sun and moon might somehow be the same or similar or somehow connected, when in fact they are nothing alike whatsoever, and even entertaining such a thought somehow makes one stupider than he was before. Random chance and chaos have, of course, placed the sun and the moon at such unlikely sizes and distances, tantamount to winning some sort of cosmic lottery. But of course, this illusory effect probably happens an infinite number of times in the hypothetically infinite universe theory, so it isn't that big of a deal. But of course, that's not the only amazing coincidence you must swallow in order to humor the globe Earth theory. We are only ever presented, remember, with one single face of the moon at all times throughout all of recorded history. It is proclaimed by globetards that this is due to the fact that the moon orbits the Earth in exactly 27.32 days, but the moon also spins once upon its axis in exactly 27.32 days. This would be way too much of a coincidence when coupled with all the other coincidences we just mentioned we're expected to subscribe to, so the theory of tidal locking was invented to conveniently apologize for this amazing coincidence, which is to essentially assert that the waters sloshing around on planet Earth somehow have the peculiar and unique ability to affect the directional orientation of the surface of the moon some 250,000 miles away, according to them, via the undetectable, unmeasurable pull of gravity. Whenever the theory of gravity is questioned or refuted, invariably the globetards will bring up the astute observation that, were I to jump off a building, I would certainly plummet to my death, thanks to the theory of gravity. Of course, the fact that high-density objects will indeed fall, while relatively lower-density objects will rise above them, are not contested in the slightest by any flat-earther. The notion that gravity around a spinning ball is the cause of this natural phenomenon is indeed refuted. The fact is, what goes up must come down is a valid, cogent, and astute observation, which always occurs in nature under normal circumstances, and thus can indeed be considered to be an immutable law of nature. Flat earthers are not in the business of disagreeing with such laws. Well, quite the opposite, really. What is, however, contested is the notion that objects fall due to the theory of gravity, which fundamentally hinges upon the assumption that the world is a ball, where all nearby matter is attracted towards its center. For some reason, ball-tards contend that the fact that higher density objects find their natural place of equilibrium relatively lower to the ground than relatively lower density gases or objects is somehow exclusive to a spherical Earth. In contrast, reality dictates that were the world a spinning ball, it would thus be a centrifuge, and the last thing one would expect would be to see this sort of organization of matter. Were you to house varying density liquids in a centrifuge, higher density liquids would find their place of equilibrium further from the center than the lower density liquids. Yet, we're expected to believe that gravity, the weakest of all natural forces, as they say, is somehow strong enough, and let's not forget smart enough, and also undetectable enough to force the opposite arrangement upon the centrifuge Earth in theory. And pray tell, at what point exactly does gravity cause mass to become attracted to other mass spontaneously without any sort of magnetic field involved? Why do we not see gravity with, say, small particles of flour or salt around larger objects all the time, such as bowling balls? And since we do not see such evidence of gravity on the micro level here in reality, how then can science claim that gravity formed the stars and the planets out of diffuse nebulous clouds? There is a conundrum here, and there is always a conundrum when it comes to globe-Earth alliance. And of course, these conundrums cannot and will never be answered by the religion of scientism, so the question is simply avoided, and the dogma of random creation from nothingness is espoused and defended by Team Glotard ad nauseum. And again, we must subscribe to all of these things as being coincidental, with the largest coincidence being the planet Earth, in theory, has life upon it, which is claimed to happen once every, many hundreds of millions of planets, so aren't we lucky indeed to have life? But couple that with all these other assumptions that we must swallow in order to believe in the ball Earth theory, and it really becomes quite unlikely and in fact ridiculous. Finally, we are all walking, talking proof of an intelligent designer, a creator if you will. The notion that our DNA randomly manifest by chance coincidence is patently absurd. Equally absurd is the notion that we are all riding upon the side of a spinning sphere in the infinite theory of space-time in 4 or 5 different directions at once along great curves of hypothetical orbit. The Earth, our home, is, as far as we can tell, the only physical plane of its sort in all of the universe. The entire concept of an infinite universe is not backed by anything but fantasy and theory, and the heavens are, as far as we can tell, definitely not infinitely distant suns housing many potential planets and many potential worlds, but are instead merely local lights, a mere feature of the world itself, local lights above us which circle around a common center, not the Earth spinning around in infinite space. So Globetards, please consider and respond to some of the following facts before continuing with your incessant attacks against our intelligence, sanity, and integrity. Not only is the world perceivably flat and motionless, but every point made supposedly in favor of the ball Earth theory has either been completely refuted as fallacious, or at best can be shown to work under the assumption that the Earth is a motionless plane as well. So for a simplex example, we see the northern stars apparently circle around Polaris once every 24 hours. It can be assumed that we are spinning with our central axis point ever aligned to Polaris, in spite of axial precession somehow, or it can be assumed that we are stationary while the stars apparently spin around the central point of Polaris. Either notion can be humored with varying supporting evidence, but it is only Team Globetard who claims such points as exclusive to their theory. Such pseudoscience and unfair playing is inimical to the sacred process that is the scientific method of discernment, or better still, the zetetic process of reasoning, and is also a disservice to humankind for the remainder of history, until and unless such blatant blemishes in the scientific record are corrected or really stricken altogether. It is also the ballers who claim that ships appearing to go over the horizon somehow proves a ball Earth, when the originators of such evidences were completely ignorant of light's refractive nature, rendering any and all assumptions about distant ships null and void. The flat earthers are held to impossibly high standards, and we're expected to explain every portion of the hypothetical universe theory, which is held in dogmatic fairy tale status by the globetards.
So you're saying the sun is not 93 million miles away? If that were true, it would take up the entire sky, because it's almost 1 million miles in diameter, you silly flat tard.
Well, but we're not saying the sun is that large. Actually, you're the one saying that.
Okay, well, prove to me the sun isn't a ball some million miles in diameter made up of the lightest gases known to humankind, which are undergoing hot atomic fusion, some 93 million miles away from us.
Well, could you prove to me that the sun is all that?
Well, science says that it is.
And this is the sort of logical fallacy we must deal with when arguing against globe earthers, who often do not even understand exactly what it is they believe. Has anyone traveled to the sun, let alone the practically infinitely distant stars, to verify their distances and to take a sample? No. So how can you tell me that you know the size and the distance, and yes, the weight of stars, which you cannot even verify the very distance or the density of, without just a buttload of assumption and conjecture?
Well, because science tells me that it's true.
Do you understand that science is not supposed to reinforce non-verifiable, non-falsifiable whims of ancients, but is instead supposed to be a process to discern the truth, really based on process of elimination and upon what we can tangibly verify? At the end of the day, it is exactly the opposite of consensus which happens to be the truth of this matter. Those who question what is asserted by the pillars of science are the skeptics, and indeed the intelligent of this conversation, while those who read the science books and repeat what they've read and indeed teach their contents are the definition of ignorant and the polar opposite of skeptical. Our so-called educational system is designed to create a non-thinking, subservient class who do not question authority. If you do not fit into this system, you simply cannot make it in the reality which the ruling class have rigged for us. You may be able to squeak by for a while, but in order to toe the modern line, one must conform to the status quo, keep your head down, work like a slave, and refrain from rocking the boat. On the other hand, should you desire to fundamentally change the world by showing really one person at a time that the world that they've been brought up to believe in is a total lie, which fundamentally affects the way we view ourselves and thus view one another. If a man sees himself as an insignificant accident of chaos, or sees the world itself as the same, it is not really possible for him to see the unique importance of his neighbor, let alone his enemy. The stark fact that our realm is one of paramount importance in the grand scheme of things is equally comforting to the truther as it is frightening to the oligarchy. This is why we see the current redoubling of efforts by social media giants to put the cats back into the bag, as it were, when it comes to certain topics like 9/11 truth and the resurgence in flat earth research and scientific progress in that realm. Let's see just how far YouTube in particular will go to quell the burgeoning topics of fake space and globe earth skepticism. Rest assured, the larger the action taken by YouTube, the larger the reaction by truthers, which will ripple through reality in response. Okay guys, thanks so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you'd like to help me continue making flat earth content, please consider making a one-time contribution through PayPal to www.paypal.me/themorgile, or a recurring monthly contribution through Patreon at www.patreon.com/themorgile. God bless you guys. Thanks again for watching, and as always, spread the word, spread the world, and peace out, everybody.
used to think the scientists or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it, and I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions, and that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions.
Right. I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just But they'll
Yeah,
still
but
say
you,
it moves.
you gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 4 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they concede. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
Yeah, wait
Yeah, but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
Yeah. I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, "Why does stuff shrink at a distance?" Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, our house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm 3 feet above the, I'm like 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4 foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I can see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given, because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure, like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like, I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy, or family, or atheist, or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's.
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. so everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like my uncle was a professional photographer, and you know, when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from, you know, across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. You know, he was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff. And he was kind of like, you know, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, "Oh, what am I looking at?" He said, "Well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake." And at that time, you know, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, you know, I said, oh, well, you know, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then. You know,
hello?
Would you find out, you know, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, you know, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it was a piece of art that he made back then in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, you know, Joshua Nowicki photograph of the Chicago skyline. That was already in the circles of the photographers. But they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, "The CGI is fake." It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, "No, you can actually see it." And every photographer, like, if you know, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, you know, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those, you know. Yeah,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, you know, never mind, you know. And I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, you know, it's family, and you don't want to, you know, jerk family members all around to get a point across. You know, I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she, you know, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the Mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the Mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when Red Flag is there. You will see a few French mirages. But besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings. And looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like, in generality, all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating like this journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
Oh,
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because like usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at them like he's retarded or something.
and then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No. Like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within the Earth.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they like earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're gonna be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can, put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, I wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm sorry. I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any.
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's not it's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever modes or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said and at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be, because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably
some
is not an answer to the question. Becca, continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not.
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So that I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct...
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation, I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't doesn't
So
compute.
you already, then by default, you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this real quick?
Please, one at a time.
I know,
hear
please,
like a
one at a
massive
time.
mix of
Right,
words.
one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, like I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. Like you guys assumed as to where I'm taking it, and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to this
We don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained
we
to you
don't
something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's
so
based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of plains on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was?
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you
Claim
believe
it.
in something. You believe in something.
I'm not
that has
claiming.
the weapons,
I've
that
asked
has the
I've asked a question and I've received like your claim is wrong. Like you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat earth like everyone
Do you have a
trusts theirs.
citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him
Measured it.
respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay, line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're not talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta
What's
admit
up?
that's kind of weird, bro.
Well, with the,
What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's,
Iron Dan.
is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan, that your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest?
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Don't you find it
it's
interesting that you were
so
never
crazy.
taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine
just-
flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? People want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction, and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel, because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere. But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, look, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, oh, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? You said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
You want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is
right.
kind of ironic.
I want you to know, though, like they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality. And if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You can try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote-unquote heliocentric model. And when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember.
All on a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%. Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. Okay. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off,
that's kind of a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to, at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either
okay.
globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense.
Like for instance, if I spin a yo-yo,
mm-hmm.
the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path.
Mm-hmm.
So
And without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
Then why?
drag.
Then why? That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft? They're not doing any of what you're saying. Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense,
do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of they in 1988, like it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing to explain ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to account for?
I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Like I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah,
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I just feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have. "Quote unquote" flight.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly
did
made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where like
where that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it, so we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's incorrect,
how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest where he's speculating answers and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
Oh my God! I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So
it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that. Mm-hmm. When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way:
yes.
think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do, as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
how long
follow?
it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not going to fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
you would be gaining elevation.
You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't
and a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
it doesn't really depend because you can use the example of just say zero altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using zero altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Because somebody
it's good enough for me.
It's a good story that you may be true.
Well, look, at some point we could probably agree that Moscow burned, and there's probably a reason why, and it might have something to do with a guy called Napoleon.
I have a question for the flat earthers. Can I ask
Okay,
my question?
make it a good one though. Yeah. Don't say
Okay.
where's the edge.
So, no, it's okay. So okay, we're gonna go by the basics. We know that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We know that the Earth.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, so the second question is the sun and the moon. Okay, what are they? Are they like also? This is a
They're
serious
not-
question, by the way.
They're
Are they
not the
also
Earth.
So they're round, right? They're both round. Yeah.
They're not the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're not. But I'm asking, are they round? The sun and the
I have
moon.
no
Okay.
idea. They look
Now my
round. You mean spherical though?
Oh, okay. You have okay. You have no idea. Okay. Yeah, are they spherical? Yeah.
I don't know. They look round.
Okay, they look round. Amazing. So, are there any other planets in the entire solar in the entire universe that are flat besides the Earth?
Yeah. Can I just address this quickly, just very quickly? You're looking at it all wrong because you've taken a globe cosmology and you've then tried to apply it to the flat Earth cosmology, and then said it doesn't make sense. Which of course it wouldn't make sense because you're not actually looking at the cosmology as it is. So when you're looking in the sky, you're looking at everything that isn't what you're on. And so there's no reason to draw an equivalence between the thing that you're on and the things that you see in the sky. So an example of that would be this. If you drive into a Porsche garage and all you see is Porsches all around you, does that mean that you are in a Porsche?
Wait, you have to explain it again. That didn't make sense.
Okay,
Can I do it my way?
It makes sense.
Your
Okay, I
argument,
go to Africa.
And don't say Porsche.
your argument is I'm on a thing, I look out and I see
Sorry.
tons of things. They all have a common characteristic. Therefore, the thing that I'm on also has that same characteristic, right? So, I drive into a Porsche garage. They all have the common characteristic of being a Porsche car. Does that mean that I drove in to the garage in a Porsche?
No, that's not my point.
No,
my
but
point
my
being,
analogy.
if okay,
Answering.
no.
Can you answer my question?
No. Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, so
How about
why aren't there any different?
Why
aren't there any different type of
just
cars though?
let me talk, man. Come on. If you want to understand this stuff, you have to have some patience. Actually listen to what's being said.
Go ahead.
Please. Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to show you that just because the things in the sky have what you believe to be a common characteristic that unites them, there is no logical reason to believe that that applies to the Earth. There is no reason.
It doesn't. But why isn't any other planet also flat? Why is it only the Earth?
Aren't in the same category. That's what I'm saying to you.
What do you mean?
They're in the same category as each other, but they're not in the same category as the Earth.
Assuming Earth is a planet.
Yeah.
Crypto, can I give you my analogy? So I was told. So if I take a telescope and I look at the other planets, I see spheres. Then Earth must be a sphere, right? But if I take a telescope and I go if I go to Africa,
It isn't. Okay, awesome. Go to Africa.
if I go to Africa and I'm using my telescope and I'm seeing a lot of black people and I can't see myself, I'm assuming I'm black as well. It's like that kind of like borderline way of seeing it. I don't know where you're.
that.
It's also the case.
Why is the
that-
Earth the only flat?
It's a, hang
Why,
on.
why is
It's-
Earth the
it's
only
also
flat
the
planet? Why
case-
isn't there any other flat planets?
It's also the case that none of those things up in the sky have any similarities to the surface that we live on. No
What do you mean
similarity.
the surface?
They don't even have similarities with each other, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, they say the moon is made out of the Earth, but the moon represents nothing we can see on Earth. Literally nothing. There's like not even a desert that looks equally to the moon, but they say it's made out of the Earth. So now listen, no, you don't know that they're spherical. You always see one side, and the rest is just CGI composers that you have seen. You can't see stars spherical through a telescope.
That's impossible.
Yeah, you're pretty.
Honestly, guys, if I can say something real quick, I think I think I gave you the the hardest argument you ever heard, to be honest, because there's no way every fucking planet on Earth.
So
there's no way every other planet
exists. Okay, dude, listen to this. All right, the surface.
Go ahead.
Dude, listen. The surface of the Earth measures flat. So how can it be spherical?
Leave the measures out of this. Use your brain for a bit. Why is there no other flat?
The measurement is the most important thing. The measurement is the most important thing.
It's your eyes. Those are the most important things. There's no other flat planet to ever exist besides Earth.
It's not a planet.
It's
not a
the Earth
planet.
isn't even a planet. The Earth isn't a planet.
It's not. It's not a planet.
He's stuck on this.
What the hell?
Listen to your own logic for a second, my guy, because you're just laughing when he says that the Earth isn't a planet. But that's the thing in contention. So you can't just come in and say, my thing is true, and you just have to accept it or I'm going to laugh at you.
I didn't. I'm using logic.
No, but but you're not using logic. I'm actually pointing at not only
I am.
Not only does the surface of the Earth not share anything with anything in the sky, but a lot of the things in the sky don't even have commonalities with each other, right? So what similarity would you say? Dude, why are you talking over me? You've got to be listening. Otherwise, there's no point having a conversation. Can you answer
He's going to get
question?
muted.
He just needs to listen. It's simple, man. If you want to have a conversation, you need to listen to what I'm actually saying and then respond to it. Otherwise, why be here? Okay. So, you see the sun in the sky, you see the surface of the Earth. What similarities do the sun and the Earth have that you can see?
Okay, so if you look into the sun and look into every other planet that exists, they're all spherical besides the Earth.
Didn't ask that. What similarities does the sun and the Earth share?
Okay, so if you think about it, every other planet is spherical except the Earth.
Dude, if you're going to just answer something I didn't ask, put yourself on mute. If you're going to answer what I actually asked, go ahead and do that. So what similarities do the sun and the Earth share?
Yeah, I gave you guys the toughest question.
You're not answering.
I'm sorry.
Just answer the question, my
dude. Record, dude. He's broken record, man. He's spiraling and
why
spiraling.
Why do you think it is that you can't answer a really simple question like that, and then you just chant victory afterwards?
Because you guys are just laughing at me, and you're
I'm
insulting.
not laughing at you. I'm trying to get you to understand logically your own position.
You're the only one that laughed.
It's going to be the fourth time I've asked you this question, and you're going to dodge it again because you don't like the consequences of the answer. The question is this: what similarities do the Earth and the Sun share?
If they share no similarities, why does every other planet have similarities?
Fantastic.
Doesn't make sense.
What similarities do the Earth and the Moon share?
They're both the moon and the Earth.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we talk about the sun and the moon and any other planet?
From what you can see,
is the sun a planet now? Is it?
Guys, honestly, if I'm being honest, right?
You're not answering.
Every other planet is spherical.
Bro, just answer the question. Instead of like giving ego and rhetoric and bravado, just have a conversation, my guy. What does the Earth and the Moon actually share, from what you can see?
Okay, so what does the Earth and the Moon share?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be both spherical because every other planet is spherical. But I don't think
that's the thing that we're in contention of. From what you can see, right? You're looking out over the surface of the Earth, then you look at the Moon. Where are the similarities?
No. And your flat, when you weird flat Earth way, right? Every other,
The answer is they don't have
yeah, I
any.
do. And
Right? Just be honest with me and with yourself. The answer is I don't have any. You see a light in the sky, and then you can compare the sun and the moon, and the only similarity that they have is that they both look like sun. Right? So the Earth doesn't share the only similarity that the sun and the moon has, which is the only reason you think Earth is a sphere. There's no logic behind your position.
No, it isn't. Every other planet in the universe is round, except the Earth. For
It's
some
replace
reason.
the word other. Replace the word other and separate you from everything else.
Asserting your own position again and again, and it's really, really stupid.
Yeah. Can I ask him? I'm just going to ask him a simple question. Yeah. So, how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
Okay, so using my basic logic, right? I used a telescope. I looked into every other planet on the universe, and they
I'm
were
talking
all
about the Earth,
spherical.
dude. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Earth.
I
How do you
know.
know the Earth?
I'm getting.
Yeah. How do you know the
Right.
Earth is a sphere?
Answer
Why do you
Timbo's
think I
question,
brought
but
up
I
the
just want to add.
Africa thing and he brought up the Porsche thing? This is what we're getting at, man.
Yeah, I know. I just want to add. He's already decided. He's already decided that Earth is one of the things that he sees in the sky.
Yeah. He said you
and
get
this is
out
what
a
Peter's been.
telescope and you look at the Earth.
Peter's
Yeah.
way cooler, friend. Crypto has been trying to point out, and he's just not seeing it. He's just not getting it.
He's repeated his
I'll
thing,
unmute and continue.
statement 7 times. Yeah.
What,
See if
why
he
is
answers.
what,
If he doesn't answer, he might as well go away. But how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
So my logic takes a bit of time. So if you guys let me explain, I used a telescope. Amazing.
Okay.
To see
See you later,
every
man.
planet. Oh, I'm sorry. See you guys. It was a nice conversation.
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth, not things in the sky. Because for your things in the sky to work, the Earth has to be a sphere. So you need to prove that the Earth is a sphere before you can relate anything to the things in the sky. So
Hold
start
your
with that.
breath.
You already did.
Hold your breath.
Okay.
Like
It was in yesterday.
A broken record, man. This is all the globe has, man.
Oh, Claire,
How do you know the
you got
Earth
a mic,
is
dude.
a sphere? I get out my
What?
telescope and I
Your
look
mic's
at
crackling,
other
dude.
things.
You have a crackle on your mic.
100% circular reasoning.
Thank you.
How do they not see this? Like, how, say it. Even when they say it, they should realise, oh, that doesn't make sense.
Not only that, he said that he using telescope and everything is spherical. That's not true.
Yeah, it can't be.
He's checked
I
every
think
planet in the universe
it's logical to think the Earth's a sphere, though. Surely
Why? Why would you say that?
Not that
hold
way,
on.
Ed.
Can I
everything
just
is
make?
being presented.
Well, can I just make the point that his argument was illogical, and we've pointed that out multiple times. To assume that the stuff you see is what you are or what you are on is fundamentally illogical. And this has been pointed out through the Porsche garage analogy, through the African analogy, through many other analogies. I mean, for instance, you could make the argument that I whip out my binoculars, I look in the sky and I see birds, therefore the Earth is a seagull. That doesn't make any sense. And it obviously doesn't make any sense. But it's the same logic that he's employing that everyone thinks is logical.
No, I'm not saying his argument's logical. I'm just saying.
So why is it logical to assume that the Earth is a sphere? Go ahead.
From what most scientists believe it's a.
No, that's
globe.
not logical.
That's not logical.
Yes, it is.
That's a logical fallacy. I mean, I guess it enters logic via being a fallacy, I guess. But it's not actually logical.
How I don't think I just couldn't get my head around how a map would work if it was on a plane, on like how flight paths would work on a
you
plane.
just said you need to keep going with why is it logical that the Earth is a sphere? Go on, keep going.
Because flight paths work on a sphere model, but not on a flat model.
That's
Argument from
retarded.
incredulity.
No, it's not.
And a false equivalence.
It's just an
planes
cannot
work on a sphere. Yeah.
You cannot fly over a flat surface. You're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying flight path.
Flight path.
Let's take flying over a plane.
Let's put it like this: if you're flying over Bolivia, what then?
What?
There is Bolivia. There is flat surface. What if you're flying over that flat surface?
What's your argument? I'm saying flight paths, like Australia to South America.
If you take an airplane in Bolivia, there is a flat South Plate Lake, and if you fly above that lake, what will happen?
You're gonna fly over it.
And that is flat surface now.
Yes, that's not my argument. Or not an argument.
It's A to B, man.
I'm just saying that if you're taking a flight path from Australia to South America on a flat model, it wouldn't make sense.
There it is. So you're using the AE map as a straw man in your baseless assertion. Your baseless assertion is...
No, I'm not making a point.
Excuse me, I was speaking. I let you finish your point. You're going to let me finish mine. So, you made a baseless assertion that it won't work over a flat plane. And then you brought in later the AE map or a flat map, which nobody here has presented you with. So you straw-manned us. Before that, it was a baseless assertion. So, did you model? So, what is the model that you're using?
A plane, just a plane. It doesn't matter because you're saying a flat.
Flats don't go over flat. What?
Well, how are you going to get back to where you are?
Fly back.
What in the heck are you talking about, bro?
In one direction. In one direction. How are you going to get back to where you are?
Flying back.
Fly back.
So you've got position A and position B. You go from A then to B, and then from B to A.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So why Australia to South America you can have a shorter flight path than what would be stated on a plane?
You're assuming the position.
Is there two South Americas?
You're assuming it doesn't fly the opposite way.
No. What he's saying is that on a globe, right? So you've got the South, and you've got you got Australia, you got South America, and you got South Africa. And he's assuming / asserting that you can have a direct flight between these three locations. That will be about 12 hours or whatever. This is the argument. But of course, they never actually present any of the data. They just say that it happened.
It's not an argument. It's not like a proof. It's just what's logical.
It's logical.
Okay. It's logical.
But in order to, so you have to have a phenomena to then say how does this phenomena? It has to be an established phenomenon. So in this case, a 12-hour flight from Chile to Cape Town, right? Do you know that happens, or are you just asserting that happens?
I know some flights go over ocean from South America to Australia.
Right, so you don't actually know that, you're just asserting that.
No,
so
I do know that, because you can Google it on the map and there'll be flights available.
Done it yourself?
I have Googled it before, yeah.
No, have you been on the flights?
Yeah. So they're lying about flights now, are they?
Yeah, but that's not that's a red herring from your original argument. We're trying to.
I'm just saying what's logical. Is it logical for them to lie about flights? No.
I can talk over you as well, dude. If you want to talk over me, I can talk over you too. But if you want to have a proper conversation, you need to let me finish. Now, we're trying to establish whether what you've asserted to be true actually is true. Motivation about lying is a different conversation.
So you're saying I'm lying now? Whoa.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking clown.
That's not what I said, bro. Do you remember what I actually said?
What? So you're telling me I should get on the flight, otherwise it's not valid?
Well, I'm saying if you want to assert it as true, you should have some experience of it. Is that
That's the dumbest thing I've heard, yeah. That is unreasonable, yeah.
Oh, so I can just assert things I've never experienced, and that you have to accept them, right?
So but you're basically saying there's a possibility that.
True, that's
I'm talking about what's logical here. Is there a big possibility that they're making fake flights from South America to Australia just so people think that it's possible? I don't think that's very logical. If you ask me.
It doesn't matter. The reason that I'm talking about this is that you are making unfair standards, right? You're saying that you get to assert yes, you are. You're saying that you get to assert something that you've never experienced, and I just have to accept it, but I can't do that. So that means that we're arguing on your terms and not on my terms. That's not fair, is it?
I think it's very logical to think the Earth's a globe just because of that.
How is that not fair? Right. How is that not fair? They've been on that.
Because we've got different standards.
Logical. Put it into a syllogism for us.
What'd you say?
If it's logical, you put it in a syllogism.
A syllogism?
Let's make a formal logical argument then.
Is it possible that you put it in a man's ass?
If I put now type what is the proof for the Earth is a globe, it will be the most important proof for Earth is a globe. It's a flight Chile, Australia.
No, I never said it was a proof. I said it was a logical way to think.
Oh, logical way to think. What is logical way to think there is a sphere in reality?
Yeah, there is a very
What is the logical thing if something spherical in reality? What is logical to think if something is spherical? That must curve. Is that logical?
Yeah.
Why is not curving?
There is curve. You just
where?
Around the Earth.
Where?
Yeah, exactly. No. Would we be able to see the curve?
Where? In the room or outside?
What?
Because if you have a globe in the room, I can say, okay, it's curving.
Yeah? Yeah, you can. That's fine.
Not that globe, that outside, that reality thing.
What? I can't hear you. Your mic's so quiet.
In UK, in Africa, in...
There's curve. There's curvature, yes.
Where? Can you show it?
No, on a globe there would be curvature, yeah.
Where? In the room or outside?
Everywhere.
Everywhere where?
I'm saying on a globe, if the Earth was a globe, there would be curve everywhere.
Where? In the room, that globe, or globe like in reality, when you go outside, let's say...
In reality, what do you mean?
Which location?
On the globe model, I mean, it would be pretty much everywhere. There might be rough... Because the Earth is a perfect sphere, obviously, so you can't really say that.
Okay.
So essentially, at some point, you'd have the Earth in your way of it. Like if you're trying to view an object, there'd be the Earth in between at some point, wouldn't there? Like over a certain distance.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, well, there's a certain measurement for that, and there's like a distance. Yeah, an
average.
Yeah. In any direction.
Yeah. But then we have atmospheric refraction, so obviously you can see a bit further sometimes.
A bit meaning like you can see maybe 7, 8, 9 times, 10 times as much as you're supposed to, dude.
Well, I don't know the numbers.
No, but if you can see like twice as much, so you're saying refraction is causing like a whole whole.
It could be, yeah.
Extra.
It's possible.
And why is refraction is doing that? I see what I see.
What'd you say?
Why refraction is doing that? I see really what I see. What is when it's normal day? I see the water, for example, on 10 miles.
I don't understand the thing you're saying.
You said there is a refraction, and then we can see more. But I say I see without.
I'm saying on a globe model there would be, yeah. You could see. Sometimes you could see further.
I don't know globe model. I'm not living on the model. I'm speaking about reality.
Yeah, in reality, you can sometimes. Well, you can see what you see in reality, but if the Earth was a globe, then there would be an explanation for seeing further.
Okay, how you call that when you see something? What you see? How you call that?
Something you can see.
And can you say, okay, I see that is real and that is there?
Well, you can't tell the difference. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Oh, okay. That means in Second World War, if they saw the ship they didn't know if that ship is real or maybe it is not.
What? No. It's light. Of course, there's something there. Sure.
Yeah, and they knew it. It's on 10 miles, or some guy said, no, don't shoot. Maybe it's on 20 miles.
I mean, it'd be tiny. So you're basing distance off of how they see it. How's that even possible? What if it was a mini boat? What if it was like not even a real boat? It could have been like a figurine.
How they even fight on the sea with that refraction?
What did you say?
How they even fight on the sea with that refraction?
Because it would be What? I don't get what you're even arguing at this point. It's the dumbest thing ever.
I'm asking you, how was it during the Second World War? It was without refraction or with refraction battles?
There's refraction battles. What, do they see who can bend the most light?
That means that for the guys saying, like, I see the ship on 10 miles. Other guy say, you didn't encounter refraction, man. That ship is not on 10 miles. That ship was on 1 mile.
No, because the ship would still appear smaller no matter what. With refraction, it would still appear smaller. So you could still be able to tell the difference at distance.
Did you ever see any observation of these flat earthers?
Have I seen an observation from a flat earther?
Yeah.
Probably.
So I'll post Alex. I'll put a video in the side. It's on. Just put it on 2x speed and just watch the perspective of like what refraction does, and just get an idea. Like,
I know what refraction does.
Yeah, but you're believing that you'd be able to see like another 30 miles on top of what we were supposed to see, or something. You know.
There's a possibility, though. Surely. Surely you agree with that? There's a possibility.
But where is curvature?
It's highly probable, to be honest. Yeah, it's highly probable.
That with refraction, you'd be able to see that distance, extra distance. There's still a chance, right?
Be able to measure curvature.
I'm just saying there's two possibilities, right? It's a globe or it's flat. But there's no evidence either way that either.
When its refraction is happening, does horizon change, that there is something curving, or it's everything flat?
There's 8 inches every mile, but it's squared. So like you go like 10 miles, it's like 66-foot drop. You know, like it's exponential, right?
Okay.
So if you're able to see something like 5 miles away, and it's all about height as well.
Alex
right?
is a troll, mate.
I'm not a troll.
He knows.
You're a troll because you think you have flat Earth evidence.
Argument.
You think
Do you have any
you
globe
think
evidence?
Do you have any flat Earth evidence? Yeah, good one.
We do. They just show.
You don't. You don't.
All the evidence showing points to flat Earth on the small scale, right? You can understand that, right? Physics.
All the evidence points to. If it was evidence, it would be undeniable.
Like, the rule is if you fill up like a container with water, like what's going to happen, right?
Well, there's no conclusion you can make from that. You can make a conclusion that it looks horizontal because you haven't measured it or tested it properly. Because there could be a tiny bit of curvature, right? If you saw that water, but we wouldn't be able to tell, would we?
No, because freaks like you would have found that for sure by now. So definitely.
Oh, so evidence of absent. What?
Yeah, get
You're
your
using it,
boy. Yeah,
You're using absence as evidence. There you go. Not a thing. No such thing. Oh, they haven't proved it.
Yeah, you have an absence of evidence. Totally. You definitely would have found that evidence by now if it existed. Somebody as crazy as you, as devoted to the globe religion as you, someone who wants as desperately as you to believe that water curves. Yeah,
you are delusional.
Yeah, right. You're denying all your experience, and I'm the delusional one. Totally.
No, you're basing your evidence off of the fact that other people haven't found evidence on the contrary.
Projection.
No, we have found evidence. We found evidence to the contrary of what you said we didn't find evidence for. It's pretty conclusive to everyone but crazy, retarded zealots with a religious belief that they
You're
live on a
literally lying to yourself. It's actually funny.
It is.
Hey, Alex, how come it's you who says, well, whatever it needs to be, whatever distance it needs to be, guys? Yeah, that sounds like someone who's lying to themselves.
No, I'm not lying to myself because I never said I know the Earth's flat, a globe.
Yeah, but you were giving all these whopper-jawed possibilities.
Yeah, because there couldn't be possibilities if there was undeniable evidence, right? So,
well, what's the undeniable evidence?
Exactly. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, where's your... Yeah, well, it's on you, sir.
No, because I'm asking for undeniable flat Earth evidence, and no one has it. There you go.
In order to be to be in a position to asking that, would be first provide the foundation that it's something else but a topographical plane. So when I go outside in reality, I look at the horizon, it's horizontal. When I look at water, it's always level. No matter which matter or size I look at when it comes to water. When I measure the surface measures as a topographical plane and not as a curved surface with roughly 4,000 miles in radius and curving 360 degrees in every direction. So the question is still, do you really think you're sitting in the throne of authority to ask the question, give me flat earth proof, when you are the one with the burden of proof to first provide foundational evidence that the earth is a ball to begin with?
What? No, because I'm saying
it's nothing else. Listen, if
you don't know it's flat because you can't provide evidence that you know it's flat.
If you can't provide that, you can't ask the question, give me evidence for flat earth, because so far we have just established the fact that the earth is nothing else but a topographical plane as it represents itself to be. So if you come from the standpoint and sitting in the seat of saying, I want to have flat earth proof, which means you're currently living in the delusion of thinking that there's a spinning, wobbling, tilted space wall flying through an ever-expanding wall of darkness, which means the burden is automatically at you to prove that it is a ball in the first place. Then you can ask a flat earther, when you have proven that, what is your best flat earth proof? But as long as that hasn't been fundamental... No, that is exactly what it is.
No. You're assuming it's flat because there's no other proof that it isn't. That you like.
No, I'm assuming that the Earth is what it represents itself to be. I don't even need to give
so you don't know it is. You're assuming. You said yourself. You're assuming.
We're just talking about what's axiomatic and self-evident. Doesn't require justification or any arguing. It's just
you just said you assumed it. So you don't know it.
No, it's called an axiom, kid. Go look.
No, you said you assumed it.
Go look at what that is.
You said you assumed it.
The thing is, right? I don't even have to make a claim. I can just go out into reality and just live and not make any particular, conclusion about it. I'm just living and observing and experiencing.
Yeah, it's fun.
And someone comes along and says, "Do you know that you live on a giant spinning ball?" And I look out and I go, "Doesn't seem very obvious."
Okay.
What's your evidence? What's your proof?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I see a problem with that.
Yeah,
but you have no evidence that it's flat. You don't know it's flat. Either. You don't know what it is.
Well, it's not. It's topographical. It's a horizontal plane of reference, though, by all accounts.
It is what it is when it's being observed. So if I observe an apple, I can describe the shape of the apple. You will observe the same thing. So if I go outside in reality and I look at the horizon at sea level, I see sea level. Okay, it's a topographical plane, which means the burden is on you. If you live currently in the fantasy of thinking you live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space rock flying from every expanding void of darkness, then the burden is on your shoulders to first establish this fundamental foundation of showing us the radius of roughly 4,000 miles that you heliocentric...
If it was a proof, then I wouldn't be able to make it of a possibility, because you'd be able to prove that possibility wrong.
What?
If it was a proof, if you had a proof it was flat, then I wouldn't be able to make another scenario where it would work. right?
You don't have another scenario where it works. It's always measured flat, built on flat, navigated flat. What are you talking about?
A massive sphere.
Yeah, that's your imagination.
So go ahead and just prove that.
Well,
yeah, your imagination.
I didn't need to prove it because I just mentioned something that works, and
where does it work? Show it to me. You don't just make a claim and not back it up.
Yeah, an effectively flat sphere. I think you need to just take your meds, Alex.
Okay, where does flat work?
No, you made a claim. I want to see it.
Yeah, where does flat work? If it's flat, where does flat work?
Don't reverse the burden. You made a claim. It only works on round. I want you to show me spherical working. Go ahead.
Well, if it was a massive sphere, we wouldn't be able to measure curvature.
No, I don't. What in the heck does that mean? I want you to go ahead and show it to me. Don't just make a claim. Claim stack.
So it could be that. There's two possibilities. If you're going off of water not curving, well, you can't see water curving, then it could be either a massive sphere or a plane. There's two.
Alex, what are you babbling about? You need to show me the proof that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, you need to show me the proof that the Earth's flat.
You just offered a false dichotomy, Alex. Okay, you are full of illogical reasoning.
No.
Shut up.
Yeah, you are.
You know you're wrong.
It's okay, buddy.
So by all
accounts,
it's a horizontal plane of reference. It's practically used that way. It's observed that way. On and on and on. You say it could be a pine cone under the sea that's too big to tell that that's what it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that means I can't make an assumption.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a sponge. It could be a giant beer bottle.
Yeah,
with your
it
logic,
could be,
it
right,
could be a
right.
giant pretzel.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's all right. Well, that's the logic that he's offering, guys.
Yeah, based off of water appearing flat.
No, Alex.
Yeah, you can take that and twist it into anything else. If
So
that
that means it's
it
not
can be
a proof.
literally anything else.
So that makes it not a proof. Surely you see this. If there's multiple possibilities, there's not proof for one of them.
There's no evidence for any possibility but water being flat at rest. That's where all the evidence goes.
There's no evidence of that.
Yes, there is.
If you're taking eyesight as evidence, then you're just
horizontal
wrong.
at rest. Dude, you can't deny all human experience and say that constitutes no evidence. That's retarded.
So you're basing your evidence off of your eyesight.
All the evidence shows water being flat at rest. If you have anything that shows otherwise, I'll take it.
How's the evidence of it being flat? Are you looking?
What a witness is? Are you fucking stupid?
What?
So the
Throw out every fucking criminal conviction ever took place in a courtroom based on witness testimony. Using your eyes? Yes, that is fucking evidence. Are you dumb?
What? Measurement off of your eyes?
Head buried in the sand.
That's so smart.
Yeah, Alex has his head buried in the sand, so he doesn't get using your eyes.
Taking a measurement off of your eyesight is so smart.
Did he say that? Or did you just twist what he said into that?
Well, you what?
What?
He's saying there's no curvature of water because it looks flat through his eyes.
It looks flat.
That's evidence, right? You're saying that's evidence.
It's practically utilized as flat. Everybody already knows it's flat. It's an axiom.
And all of those would be supported by a massive globe.
Yeah,
No.
Alex, listen to this, right? 1 second. So we've got a geometric size of the Earth. We know the size of it. We know how big it is. We know the circumference. All this, right? We know the
You
geometry.
don't need
of
to
it, right?
know that for my
No, but we
argument.
do know it, right? We've been told it, so we're going with it, right? So then, to disprove that would be, I know from here to over there is X amount of distance, right? And I know the geometry shows me there should be an obstruction, right? And you're saying refraction is going to show me every bit of the curve or in the curve because it's.
What? So you're
it's
telling me you
small.
have a model of the Earth? Because I don't think you do.
No, I'm saying. No, I'm
So how
saying.
can you work
from
out
A
a
to
distance
B,
then?
if I know the distance from A to B, and there's supposed to be an object in the way, i.e., the crest of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Or tangent of the Earth, Sagitta, whatever you want to call it. That's it. That's the observation by eye. I see that with my eye, and it's 30 miles away. I take that measurement to the globe, and I'm like, oh, the horizon should be 6 miles away.
But it can
What's
be
going on?
explained through atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, for like 26-mile refraction.
Possible.
That's an explain
Please
away. Do you have a
don't tell
demonstration? Because anybody can do the old wait, I can explain.
Yeah, it's possible though. We see refraction.
Okay.
Refraction
All
can
right.
happen
Well, hey,
through
Alex.
different mediums.
Hey, Alex. We've already heard your explanations and your excuses. Do you have any evidence to support them?
Yeah. Do you have any evidence to support this?
Okay, so you're doing a burden reversal right away. So is that going to be a no? Because I'm kind of done listening to it. If not,
I never said I had evidence.
I know, but I'm gonna just tell you to take a seat if you don't, because it's a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, and
Yeah. Twonger had some evidence that he wanted to share. Twonger found out about water droplets today, and so I guess maybe he thinks that makes some kind of case for the world being a giant ball. I don't know. Let's hear it from him.
Go ahead.
Excited.
You said water was flat, so there you go.
Yeah, bodies of water. I mean, did you not understand the context we were speaking within here?
That's not what you said.
Yeah, well, I was just using as few words as needed. I think most people understand the context that we're speaking within here.
Yeah, bodies of water adhering to its containment.
So you don't think this actually makes a case for the globe at all, do you, Twonger? You're just being pedantic and silly, and you're just addressing something that obviously we weren't talking about. That's it. Is that really all you can do for your globe? Because if water droplets do not equal curving oceans, I don't know why you posted them, because clearly those are what we'd be looking for to establish whether this thing's a ball, right?
Why didn't those water droplets flatten out?
So, Twonger, I'll go back to my question because you totally didn't answer it. Is this evidence for a sphere, or are you just being a goofball?
Why didn't they flatten out, bro?
Okay, I guess he's bricked. He doesn't know the answer.
It's called surface tension, man. Just Google
if I'm on the beach, and I know that's 0, right? It's 0 sea level. It's 0 feet altitude above sea level. 0. It's sea level, right? And somebody in America is at the ocean at sea level, right? You're assuming there's like a big arc of like 45 degrees between us or something, right? And we're assuming it's a horizontal plane. There you go. And 0 means 0.
I want to see a surface tension that is the equivalent to the amount that you can put into a glass bottle or a bathtub. Make that a round ball. Stay on that leaf. Can't wait to see that.
Well, it's worse than that. What Twonger is saying is that the Earth is a giant water droplet. I don't
think he knows what he's saying, because I asked him what the relevance of the post was, and he just wanted to ask me more questions.
A giant water droplet where you have lands between the surface tension. Interesting, and waves going equal, just opposite directions. Nice, and different water layers, salt water and fresh water. If that's really that shows you how much they're within the delusion of their fantasy. If they use a water droplet to explain to you why water curves, it shows that these people can't think clearly, man.
I mean, maybe it's the old globnesia kicking in again. Maybe he forgot why he went to this VC. Maybe he doesn't know what we're talking about. Completely lost the context. Maybe that's what happened. I could give him the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't know where he is. Early onset dementia for this 16-year-old. Yeah,
I think
bodies of water. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the only proof for Alex would be if I could see America from England or something, and that'd counter the refraction argument for him. Otherwise, I don't think I can get to him with distance observations or geometry.
Yeah, show me seeing America from.
Why would we do that? Have you ever checked a weather report before, Alex?
No, I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying because this is pertinent to what you said. Have you ever checked a weather report before?
I'm just saying that would
Alex,
move me over.
I guess you haven't, and you're embarrassed to admit it.
No, I have.
Well,
I know.
When
Obviously,
you finally get around to checking a weather report, check this thing that says weather visibility.
Obviously, I know that, but I'm just saying if
see if it says 7,000 miles from here. Alex, real quick, I'll just wrap this up. See if it says 7,000 miles ever.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if I did see that, I'd think the Earth's flat. If I did see America.
Oh, if you could see through 7,000 miles of air, if you had 7,000 mile weather visibility, you'd think that the Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah, would you not?
Non sequitur.
Would you not?
How deep when you
If you could see 7,000 miles when they're claiming it as a curve, would you not believe that it's flat?
The weather will stop you from ever doing that.
What if there's no weather?
Then I won't be breathing.
Just saying, if I could
water
see
would
it.
start to boil, man.
Is what it is.
There's no weather in there. Yeah, water would start to boil.
I'm just saying, if I saw it, then I would think it's flat.
Hey, Alex, if you saw New York from wherever you are, you would say, why can't I see California?
Yeah, you just moved the goalpost.
No, I would not. Well, actually, I would, to be honest. But
yeah, we know. You're already moving the goalposts because we've already seen further than the geometry of the globe would let us, and you've already moved the goalposts past that. No, we got to see even further now. We've already seen further than the geometric horizon, but you want further. You want thousands of miles when we only need 10.
You know, I'm just saying possibilities because if you've got evidence, then those possibilities would be like, not possible.
Hey Alex, but thanks for the confirmation of my underlying, speculation about Twonga and his surface tension argument. It just shows both of you are just living in a fantasy world.
No, because
to look at reality for what it is. Like, I don't know what is going on in your brain, but it's definitely very confusing to you.
Okay, you can think what you want.
Do you think it's not a bit embarrassing to think that you be able to see, Paris from New York or something like that? I already forgot what you said.
I never said that. I'm just someone came out. Someone just said that the only proof I could prove to Alex that the Earth was flat was showing him like seeing America from somewhere I can't remember, but. I just agreed with that, and now you're saying that I should be able to see that on a flat Earth. I never said that.
No, don't twist it, man.
No, I'm not twisting it. That's
keep
exactly
it relevant,
what happened.
Alex. Do you know, like Calais, right, and Dover? You can kind of see Calais from Dover, right, across the channel, right, English Channel.
Okay.
Most days, generally, unless it's like today where it's snowing or such, and you got fog and this and that, right? Just take the measurement. You're both on sea level. You may be able to see someone's phone torch on the other beach, and that just proves there's no obstruction with a ball in between.
Yeah, but atmospheric fraction explains it.
Yeah, hey Alex, when did you learn to think that everything?
I'm just saying, there's possibilities.
Where did you get that idea?
Possibilities.
So you think everything you see in the distance isn't actually there?
No, I think there's a possibility. Well, yeah.
So you just have like an invincible defense against reality.
Yep.
Okay.
But wait, I can explain.
That's possibility. This is all a simulation, right?
Right.
Nothing against that.
I'm done.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it could be literally anything other than what it presents itself as.
Oh, if you like simulations, what are most
I'm just saying possibility. It's not what it means. I think.
So, I mean, you unironically then argue it could be a donut. I mean, most of the ones who come in here and say that are joking, but you're serious.
It can't be a donut because you can't see the other side of a donut.
Well,
because
it's a really, really big donut, and we'll never get to the other side.
It's a big donut, right?
I mean, you got to stay consistent, don't you?
It'd be refraction.
Might be a donut then.
Yeah, see,
I haven't had anything.
Most of them come in arguing that as a troll, but you unironically believe it.
No, I don't believe that. It's a possibility.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Believe that it could be.
Possibility, yeah.
Ali. It's literally like a running gig,
Why isn't it a donut? Why isn't it a donut to you? Tell me why.
See, now he's doing it.
Yeah, tell me why it's not a donut.
Now he's reversing the burden on
How do you know it's not a donut?
A minute ago you're saying, no, that's stupid. Couldn't be that. Now he's taking that.
How do you know it's not a donut?
Because there's not many flights from the North Pole to the South Pole. Have a look.
I'm not even going to engage with that stupidity. I'm just going to let you.
Okay, there you go. Then you know it's not a donut. There you go. That's how we know it's not a donut.
Yeah, then I just said that a north and south thing. Well, check the flights of the globe.
Okay, now there's no possibility of it being a donut.
Yeah, we also figured out there's no possibility of it being a donut.
Okay, so yeah, it's not a donut.
Or a globe, he was going to say, but he cut off.
Or a donut hole. You know what a donut hole is, right?
Just,
Oh, yeah,
just
what-
tell yourself when you go to sleep today.
Yeah, that's
as long as even
He's gonna dream about
Earth
donuts
is
in
no
his.
ball, it's probably a simulation, you know. Everything but a topographical plane it must be simulation then.
It could be a flat
Or
simulation, dude. Like
Yeah, it
most
could be.
video
Yeah.
games, dude. Every video game, every Unity engine, Blender, all these engines, flat, plane, this, that, same thing.
This is just all a simulation.
Could be.
100%.
Yeah, calling it a simulation pretty much is just saying, yeah, it's flat and it's created. Unless you're saying it's a simulated globe that just measures and looks flat all the time, which is just as retarded as the globe.
Yeah, that's most retarded shit.
I'm just saying there's possibilities.
Alex,
Yeah,
we're
it looks so
stop
flat, it's
chatting
curved.
shit.
Yeah.
You already know.
Yeah.
You already know.
That's
If you
logical.
didn't already know that it's not a globe, you wouldn't have been here for like the last full week listening non-stop.
I
Like,
didn't.
you
I never
already
said
know.
I knew it was a globe. I said I believe it's a globe.
No, I'm saying you know it's
Keep
flat.
coming.
You don't believe it's a globe.
Well,
I didn't know it's flat.
need to keep coming
Yeah, you
back
do.
because they have.
I
This is
don't.
why you're here.
They keep.
This is why you're here, Alex. You're protesting.
I'm here
You heard that
to
phrase?
tell you that you
The
don't know
lady
it's flat.
protest too much. You heard that phrase? The lady doth protest too much.
I'm here to prove to you that you're wrong.
Oh,
Stop protesting, lady.
He's a projector.
Alex,
He's trying to convince himself.
Yeah, he's
Shakespeare
desperate
right
to
there.
convince himself at this point. That's why he's like, it's atmospheric refraction. I heard
No, I'm
that
saying
term
it could
4
be
days ago.
atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, I know. You're like, oh, please be atmospheric refraction. What's atmospheric refraction? Well, I don't know, but the other guys are all
I
saying
do
it.
know what atmospheric refraction is. It's just like refracting through the atmosphere.
At what
Well,
rate?
he keeps.
What do you mean? At what rate?
Light refracting or through the atmosphere, would that assume a curve?
No.
Okay, well then how
Well,
would
yeah.
that help you get a curve?
You'd see
What, it
further
does or it doesn't?
you'd see further if
you assume a curve that you
if
can
there
see
was a
around.
curve, if you assume a curve.
So you are
Sorry.
assuming a curve.
Yeah.
Why would you be assuming a curve?
Because we're looking at the possibility that the Earth's a globe. And an explanation
but
why we
you're
can
just
see
looking at the
further.
Earth. No, you're just looking at the Earth.
If
Why
you're
would
trying
you
to find
assume
a
a curve?
contradiction in the Earth being a globe, you need to find
Assume a
something that's
globe.
unexplainable. But
No, what are you
everything
talking
You
that's
don't have
explained.
first-hand
You said-
evidence
you
of that.
said-
That's the problem.
Atmospheric refraction. So you're talking about light doing things in the air through the atmosphere. Why are you assuming a curve of the surface?
Because I'm looking for a contradiction in the Earth being a globe.
No. Why are you assuming the light is traveling over a curved surface?
What do you mean? It's bending. It's not.
You don't know. You don't know. The only reason you're
Because
assuming
we know light travels in
is traveling
rays.
over a curved surface is because the assumption is built into the term that you're trying to use, but you don't actually know why you would be assuming the light would be curving over a curved surface.
Because
It's
light
silly,
does
Alex.
bend, and it's going through different mediums.
It bends over what?
What do you mean? Light just does bend through mediums. As in,
Right.
changes angle.
Okay, but why are you assuming that the surface is curved?
Because I'm trying to find a contradiction in my globe
That
model.
doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
If the Earth was a globe, I'm looking for something that's unexplainable, so I can rule it out. But I can't find anything to rule it out for.
So why would you be assuming a globe? You're
Because
inserting
we're going off of the water thing. Still,
yeah, which you observe to be flat. So why are you
No.
assuming?
There's two possibilities from what I observe. It's a giant globe, or it is a plane.
Why is your assumption that the light is traveling over a curved surface, but it's just optically flattening out? Where is your assumption of a curved surface coming from?
Because it could be a giant globe.
No, you see, I've got him now. He said he's on the fence. So you
No,
agree
yeah,
it could be
he
both.
knows it's not a
It could
globe.
be both. It's just depending on this refraction thing. It could be both, right? It could be one or the other. Right.
No, he already knows it's not a globe. He's just like he's
So
in the
why are you here?
cockpit, clearly.
No, I do know it is. No, I don't know it is. I believe it is.
Yeah.
The difference,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
just
Nah,
like
you're not
arguing
convincing
in the
anyone,
middle
Alex.
because
We
there's
know,
nothing you
we
can
know you
do.
don't believe it.
You know, there's nothing you can argue against me.
It would be like if you thought we were in here arguing that grass is purple and not green, you wouldn't be like, well, I'm going to hang out in this chat where they're talking about the grass being purple all week because it's such nonsense. The only reason you're still here is because you understand that we're making good arguments and you can't rebut any of them. Unless you're a crazy person who would listen.
Your arguments aren't proof.
The grass is purple.
Your
You already
arguments
know,
aren't
Alex.
proof.
You already know.
No, I don't.
You do.
Give me proof.
Because you realize that your entire thing is belief and assumption, and you don't even know why you assume it, other than you believe it.
Your argument is just belief.
No, it's not. We're not assuming a curved surface. We have no evidence for that. You're assuming a curved surface. For what reason?
You're assuming that it's a flat surface.
No, we observe a flat surface.
Yeah, so
right?
you're assuming off of what your observation
the
was.
opposite of what's observed?
Well, what do you
Because
assume it is?
we're hearing that people have gone to space and seen the curve. So I believe in that because I think that's
So you
quite
believe
reputable.
you believe others. You just believe stories from anyone, but not what you've experienced all your life.
Yeah, I do.
TV trumps your,
especially from
TV
NASA. I
trumps your
think NASA are
personal
quite
experience.
reliable.
Yeah, TV is better than reality. Yeah,
I think NASA is quite reliable. Yeah,
more so than reality. Yeah.
No, because like reality can like deceive you, right?
Yes, reality is deceiving you, not the TV.
TV can't.
TV
can't.
It's outside.
I'm not saying it can, but I believe it. I think NASA's reputable.
Yes,
okay, can I really quick chime in here? I just want to ask him this really quick about NASA. If NASA is so reliable when it comes to information, what would you say if a CIA agent himself would say and say that NASA within the CIA is called not a space agency and that it's also a part wing of CIA itself?
Yeah, I believe that.
And he also, and one second, the CIA agent also says this is where the bulk of the mind control has been done. What would you say after that? You would still say it's a reliable source of a government agency?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so you don't even want to listen probably to the CIA agent, right?
No, I think he's a fake CIA agent.
See, before even
planted by North
this
Korea.
is the problem, right? This is the problem with intellectually dishonest people. They even before seeing the information, they already made their conclusion about it. But I'm gonna post it anyways because I know he is a true agent.
Yeah, flat Earth's your church. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, died in a hospital in 2021. Who would have expected that? Especially because he was going after child trafficking stuff and so forth. That's why most of these people die suddenly. Anyways, I'm gonna post it just to prove you wrong, and this guy is actually not a fraud. And yeah, and also give you the burden because
you've told me no proof that NASA's corrupt.
No, it's not me saying that. It's someone who was part of the CIA saying that NASA is not a space agency and it's a part wing of the CIA. And he also says that there is where the bulge of the mind control has been done. This is not my words. This is a word of an ex-CIA agent.
Well, how do I know he's not waffling?
If you want to discredit this person who probably has a way
I'm not discrediting him. I'm just saying he might be waffling.
He might be what? Waffling.
Waffling, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna pause it. It's up to your moral compass to pay it attention. You can do so, or you can not, or stay ignorant. It's your problem, actually. You know, I'm just here to help you. But if you want to,
how do I know this guy's even a CIA agent? He might just be a flat earther.
Bro, why?
Maybe you should look it up. You gonna look it up, Alex, or is this a perverted position? This is your bias, right? This is what you want to believe, right?
See, he's scared, man. He doesn't even want to watch.
Just in case that you give me a proof that it's true. You know, oh well.
So you're not
change my
you don't want to know the truth, right? You want to stay in a delusion.
You don't have a proof.
I already.
No, it's okay.
Posted the video, dude.
The video is not a proof.
Alex,
what?
Alex, you just want to believe that the Earth's a ball. That's okay. We'll let you believe that. It's fine.
Thank you. But
you're welcome.
Go about your day.
Yeah. And go about your day believing it's flat because you don't have a proof, so you don't know it's flat.
You can have a nice.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, bro. It's fine.
No, it's a fact. You don't have a proof it's flat.
It's okay, Alex. Are you here for like support? Like, because we'll allow you to do this. You can believe whatever you want, and it's fine, bro.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want as well.
There you go. Get it out.
Thanks.
Let it all out.
Alex, thanks for exposing yourself to show that you actually on a hunt for truth, that you actually want to stay in your delusions.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing that. But, you know, it's okay. Some people are scared of truth, you know. They're scared of uncomfortableness, getting out of their comfort zone. Maybe
yeah, you'd only ever do that if there was a proof for the other side, but there wasn't a proof for the other side, so...
You haven't
you can hear his voice, Clay. He's got that nervous laughter, you know?
Yeah, he said in his own words he doesn't want to watch it because it could be true.
I was joking. I was clearly joking.
Yeah, joking, sure.
Yeah. See, the nervous laughter, like he almost can't contain himself. He's bordering on a little bit of insanity. Maybe take a break, Alex, because I can hear that you're having trouble with this today.
This is very ironic. Okay.
So maybe you want to listen to Robert David Steele, who was an ex-CIA agent, and what he has to say about NASA, or you don't. That's your problem.
I think he was planted by the flat earthers.
Oh,
see, there you go.
Sure.
Whatever it has to be, right, to keep the preferred position. You're good, bro.
Anyways, it says on the memoriam, we announced that Robert David Steele, former long-time International Tribunal for Natural Justice, College on board as Chief Counsel for the International Tribunal for Natural Justice Commission of Inquiry into Human Trafficking and Child Sex Abuse, has passed away. Steele, an American patriot, was well known as a former CIA spy, clandestine officer. He joined the ETNG's commission in 2017. Deftly guiding as proceedings during a 3-day sitting held at Westminster Hall, London.
Did he show any evidence of mind control?
No. Have you watched the video yet?
No, but did he show any evidence that it was mind control? I'm just asking you.
Have you watched the video yet?
Not going to.
If you're interested in mind control, you can look at the declassified files by the CIA, which is about MK Ultra. They are, you know, thanks for the... What is this called in the US? This Public Information Act? I forgot. Anyways, they're declassified files about MK Ultra, but this is not the point I was trying to make, right? We want to talk about you saying that NASA is credible, and I just posted a video where an ex-CIA agent tells you that they call it within the realms of the CIA that it's not a space agency.
Where's his proof?
Looked at it yet.
Where's his proof?
See,
well,
Clay, he's just gonna Clay. He's just gonna stick his fingers in his ears and cover his eyes. This is what he wants to do. This is his life. Let him have it.
This guy's random. Where's this random guy's proof that it's?
Alex, it's okay, bro. It's okay. It's fine.
What
Relax.
do you think you should be able to just discredit someone because some random guy came out and said?
Random guy. There you go.
No, someone didn't get discredited. Someone didn't get discredited. What are you talking about?
Well, he's trying to discredit NASA.
You don't need to discredit them. They discredit themselves.
Yeah.
NASA demonstrated they took photos of Iraq in 2002, every square centimeter, and they said there's weapons of mass destruction. Nuclear missiles, mind you. Nuclear missiles with a 45-minute launch window aimed at Israel and Europe. They also have a roving chemical manufacturing plant. These are all lies. They were discredited.
But is that information that they come out with discredited about space?
Yeah, that too.
How?
I posted the thing about NASA spokesperson William Shatner talking about how it's all science fiction. But the problem is you don't watch
someone
videos.
else is saying that.
Yeah, spokesman.
But have they got evidence?
A NASA spokesperson
Yeah, the NASA
William
spokesperson got
William
evidence.
Shatner, when they are asked, "Hey, what does NASA do?" He says they do science fiction.
Oh, so that's enough to just say that to discredit the whole of NASA, right?
You don't need that. You just need an understanding of history. Just a basic understanding of history demonstrates the executive branch of the U.S. federal government is completely discredited. Just look at the news today. I'm not going to bring up the topic because we're live on YouTube. Just look at what got dropped today. Just today, there's some news that got dropped that demonstrated the lack of credibility inside the executive branch of the federal government. Just open up the news.
What, the NASA's fake?
Okay, you're not listening. If you don't listen, you don't talk. It's that simple. You guys should check this out. Like all the people look it up. This is some breaking news that we won't talk about on live stream.
Why all the suspicion and skepticism for the real world that he actually experiences, but not so much for NASA?
Yeah, he exposed that yesterday, that his whole shtick is to use flat Earth logic to debunk flat Earth talking points. So he's LARPing. He's just basically LARPing as a flat earther who's a globe earther, but not a flat earther.
Yeah, I started to figure as much because he was getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he's pretending to be a flat earther is what he thinks he's doing.
Well, not a bad troll. I'm going to give you troll points, Alex. Because most of the time the trolls are just blatant and stupid and boring. But you had people going, so.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Clay, shit.
Okay, yeah. Since Alex doesn't want to watch the video, I'm just gonna do him a quick favor, and you know, he's going to hear it anyways. I would say, you know.
The obvious question is, okay, you've been a senior CIA officer, and do you believe this? Yes, I believe this. However, let me clarify that 90% of the people in CIA are good people trapped in a bad system. The obvious question is, there are at least 7 CIAs, okay? So CIA is not a monolithic organization. Also, when we, against the orders of President Truman, when Allen Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done. So just to mention the 7 CIAs as a partial and very brief answer to your question. When Allen Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy
Man, this must hurt, right? Not a space agency.
How are you holding up, Alex? I'm weeping.
There's people inside the federal government know they're not fooling anybody. They're just trying to keep the act going as long as they can. So people just get distracted by the next thing.
It's literally what the Globers do themselves, right? They have this major, you know, what's it called again? They have this major Oh, I forgot what the term is called.
Act.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger effect.
I don't know.
Wait, what do you think about this? If a CIA agent that suddenly, unfortunately, died 2021, what do you think about a CIA agent saying such things? You know, with the Nazi scientists and that NASA was part of the CIA and that's where the mind control has been done, and that it's actually not a space agency within their terms.
Yeah, it took a long time for Operation Paperclip to really get exposed. It's like one of the biggest conspiracy theories that really ever came out. For years and years, the federal government said, nope, no one helped Nazi criminals escape justice. Now, that did not happen. There's no way. It's directly antithetical to the values of American, exceptionalism. There's nothing like that would remotely happen. It's a conspiracy theory. It's harmful to say that type of things. It's neo-Nazi propaganda. It's harmful. It's disinformation. It's causing people to lose trust in government. Oh yeah, we did it.
You know what the funny thing is, and why you see how Robert was not lying is when you look at what they say about Robert David Steele on his Wikipedia. And let me just read it right here. Robert Steele was an American case officer for Central Agency, co-founder of the United States Marine Corps Intelligence Activity and conspiracy theorist. Like, you get his credentials and then you end at the end, and a conspiracy theorist. This just shows you, like, they don't even try, you know? They just know there's gonna be people like Peter, for example, that's just gonna read us on Wikipedia and be like, yeah, conspiracy theorists. I just can dismiss anything that this guy says. I don't care about his credits anymore. They call him a conspiracy theorist now. And they know this works just by using one word. They can literally say whatever they want, have people expose whatever they want, as long as later on these people are classified as conspiracy theorists. Nothing
Fabian.
matters anymore, even when they were the previous president.
Fabian, I am mildly
Peter.
insulted that you're suggesting that I take my information from Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Why is there no any comment on this?
You should know me better than that, okay? I source my information from random people I've never met on Discord, not from Wikipedia.
Okay. So what do you think about...
I'm not a sheep, man. I'm not a sheep.
Okay, what do you think about what Robert said? What do you think about that? What the CIA agent said?
I wasn't listening that much, but summarize it for me.
Okay, I'm gonna take a show up.
Just don't play it. Just give me the key points. What did he say?
He said NASA's
no,
propaganda
sorry, bro.
used to bring Nazi war criminals into America to do weapons testing.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
true.
and
Everybody
NASA
knows
is
that.
not and they call NASA within CIA not a space agency. That's the most important part, I would say.
Yeah, he's a nut job about that. But about the German scientists and engineers, that's true. Like my dad actually met one recently in the US in a museum.
Oh wow! So it's just partially what you want to pick as being true, right?
Well, no, that thing is true. Everybody knows it. Many German
So
engineers.
how would you, if you're not a part of the CIA, but someone who was a part of the CIA, actually also not very low ranked or anything like that, tells you that they don't call it, that they call it not a space agency, why would you automatically dismiss it?
Because it contradicts what I think is true too much.
Okay. I think it lines up with...
For example, let me give you an example. If that guy said that NASA was founded by stealing engineers and scientists from Poland, I wouldn't believe it. Do you know why? because it would make no sense. It would make no sense. It would not jive with other things that I know to be true. For example, that Poland had zero expertise in rocket propulsion or, ballistic missiles. If he told me that the engineers that founded NASA were from Thailand, I would be like, that's bullshit. The guy's probably smoking something. But when he says they were German engineers captured after World War II, I'm like, of course, Germany was the leading nation in rocket technology. Everybody knows it. I know it. So it makes perfect sense.
Okay, so you believe the part where he talks about the 1,600 German scientists being imported, but you disbelieve the part where he says that within the realms of CIA, they don't call NASA, they just call it not a space agency. And you probably also disbelieve the part where they say that NASA was also founded by an arm or branch of the CIA itself.
Well, I'm not saying I don't believe it, not a space agency. I just don't know if I believe the interpretation. No, wait. No, dude. It could be a joke. It could be a cynical thing to say. You seem to read into it that NASA doesn't go to space. Well, I don't believe that 100%. Part. Okay, I know.
Says that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done, right? So if there has been mind control done, and we have one second. He talks about mind control, and we have the declassified papers of MK Ultra, right? Well, so if he talks about that NASA was like the peak of their mind control game within the CIA, and it's not a secret, right? You need to admit that MK Ultra exists and it was a part of the CIA program. And he says the peak was within the establishment of NASA, and that's where the mind control has been done. Isn't that kind of like lining up with everything else, or am I really just pulling something out of my hairs here?
Well, let me explain real quick, and then I gotta go. Okay, so it's one thing to agree on some facts. You and I can agree on a lot of facts. It's another thing to agree on the interpretation of those facts. Okay, and you and I, it doesn't come together. Like, we can recognize certain facts, but have a very different interpretation of them. Okay, I'm going to give you an example so you understand the way I see your interpretation. Okay, remember some time ago when we talked about some people who believe that airplanes do not use fuel when they fly? We talked about that like maybe a month ago. And you're not one of those people, right? Because you play Flight Simulator and you think that planes in reality do use jet fuel to fly, right?
Let me correct you real quick. Not because I'm playing a simulated version of an aircraft. It's because I've actually looked into the maintenance,
exactly. You're an enthusiast,
the structure
right.
build, and the way engines work and so forth. That's
right.
why
you know a lot about aviation, and we share this passion. You probably more than I, but like, I'm with you, right? So you know enough about airplanes that when you see people on the internet saying, hey, airplanes don't use fuel, you laugh at them, right? You laugh at the memes. They show memes like, how could all these fuel trucks fit in a Boeing 747? Because you know about that thing, aviation, your interpretation of those memes is different, right? You go like, those guys are dummies. Nut jobs, right? You with me, Fabian?
Have not looked at it
exactly.
That's a problem.
Exactly. This is how I think when you say that NASA doesn't go to space. Okay, so let's just agree to disagree, but you understand, you can at least empathize with me that maybe I have looked into certain things more than you, the same way you have looked more into aviation than some of the people on the internet. And that's all I want to say. I don't want to argue with you.
I'm just explaining to you my position. I would never actually claim that anybody is going anywhere because there is no space to go in the first place.
I understand. Right? And the way I hear you.
When they say NASA's not a space agency, that just aligns with the fact that we can prove that there is no place to go.
Perfect. And you're making my point for me.
Space to go, you need to prove it first. So far, I haven't seen anything that proves that. I can give you a lot of proofs why airplanes use fuel. It's very simple. I can just say, look up a video of modern aircraft starting, and you can see a black smoke trail, which is literally
And did you ever
all new
try?
stuff is being burned.
Did you ever try to
And
explain
it's just a
this
simple
to
observation.
Fabian? Did you ever try to explain this to an actual person that believes they don't use fuel? Because I have.
Yes.
And how did
I
that
have,
work?
and there's a lot of people who are, but you will find them everywhere. Not even within this paradigm. There's just people who just want to live in a fantasy world.
I am not. It's an analogy. So I just need you
I
to
think
understand, Fabian.
you're straw manning the whole thing about the.
You like to
fuel,
use the straw manning
Yeah.
word every time you
Yeah,
get a
you-
chance.
are straw manning a little bit because they don't.
Can I
claim
finish?
That they
I'm gonna
don't
disappear
use
now.
any fuel.
Okay, very little fuel. Very little fuel. Fabian knows what I'm talking about. That's what matters here. Fabian, I feel the same way when I talk to you about space being real. Just that's it.
Yeah, but
So why do you expect me to?
when we no, you have a misconception, bro. If we would talk about aviation, aircrafts, and few things, the way fuel calculation works and so forth, there's a very big basis of evidence I can show you from aircraft maintenance and so forth, like even like pictures and so forth, right? But when it comes to the discussion about this topic that you're actually talking about, there hasn't been anything sufficient provided by you that I haven't already heard that would give me like, oh wow, this is like completely new concept.
It's
or
an
view of it.
analogy. These are different problems. I'm not comparing them one to one. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just to agree, let's agree on this. You've looked into certain things more than your average internet person. That's why you know that some internet people are wrong about jet fuel. I have looked into other things, like physics. That's why I know that you're wrong about space. Now, am I able to convince you? No, I'm not able to convince you. I just know that you're wrong, and this is why when I look at certain facts that you share, I interpret them differently than you. And you cannot demand that I always draw the same interpretation as you do, because that would mean that I don't have my own opinions about things, and I do.
It sounds like you're an expert at rationalizing these creative acronyms these people have come up with.
I don't know what that means, but I'm going to drop off now because I got to go somewhere.
Not a
All right.
space
See you guys
agency.
later.
You were able to rationalize that away.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Oh golly.
Needs a stupefied audience.
See, the thing is, if I can easily point out why people get confused about how much fuel is being used or if there's any fuel being used, right? It's easy for me to point out. I can clarify it in very short steps, right? And if someone is just a little bit interested enough to go back and just revisit it, he will understand that what I'm pointing out is true. But what Peter can't do, he can't easily point out where we have flaws because he knows what we are saying is lining up with in reality. And people like the CIA agent is just underlining and confirming the bias, right? That NASA is actually not a space agency, and that's actually a mind control facility that has people put into the state of the illusion of sending rockets up to an realm that doesn't exist. So we have literally people in high ranks underlining, we have papers underlining everything that we are thinking about, right? And the same goes for aircrafts. But he thinks that this is logical to just dismiss what this guy is saying. I probably
Hey,
don't
what up,
understand
Clay
what
Under? I just wanted to jump in here and say that NASA is currently launching their fake rocket to space, I believe.
No one says there's
Yeah.
any fake rockets. The rocket
Those are
goes
fake
up and
rockets
comes
that they're
down.
setting up there. Where could they be possibly going?
Yeah. Falsely insert something no one has claimed.
It can't get out.
makes
It
you
cannot
look
get out.
very
It cannot
stupid.
get out of the firmament. So where is that rocket going?
Falsely insert a basis that wasn't claimed in the first place to make a straw man out of it. Good job, man.
So flat earthers don't agree on the same thing. Then they believe all types of things.
No, I don't know anyone in here who says that these rockets are fake. That the
No,
rocket
no.
is
I
fake.
said it can't
They
leave
can
the
build a rocket
firmament.
out
So
of
where
out
is
of a
where is it
bottle, a
going?
plastic
Where is it
bottle.
going if it can't leave the firmament?
It goes up and it levels out into an arc and then it drops into the ocean. That's literally what every rocket does.
So
What?
they don't ever go to space. They're going to. They're
Yeah.
jumping into the ocean. You know it's on video,
Exactly.
right? We can watch it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can
They
watch
don't
it.
go in
Let's see if
space
it falls
ever.
down. Doesn't go to space, huh?
You're starting to freak out, bro. You all right?
I mean, it's a video. I mean, we can see it together, guys.
Matt, are you okay? Are you all right?
Am I okay? I'm fine, dude. I'm happy as
Okay.
hell to see this.
Maybe
You can take over, guys.
take a
I
break.
gotta take a shower. I gotta do some.
You're starting to chant like a fundy. Are you okay?
Does he want to do? Watch Star
I'm
Wars?
just ready to watch NASA send this fake rocket up to space.
What fake
Or
rocket?
up the ocean.
Who said the rocket
Oh, so
was
you agree
fake?
that rockets are real? Rockets are real then?
Well, of course it's a real rocket. What else would it be?
Okay. Can agree on
What's
it.
wrong with you?
Yeah, wait, they have people in this rocket. So wait, hold on.
They
How does this
do?
work? So they're gonna. Yeah.
Matt,
So
I'm asking you a question.
I'm just a little bit.
Do they have people in the rocket?
I'm confused here because wait, then so like
Matt, I'm asking you a
it has
question.
to fall.
Do they
it has
have
to fall
people in
down
the
to the
rocket?
ocean.
Matt,
Wait, it has to fall down
what's
to
the
the
problem?
ocean.
Matt,
It has to
is
fall down to the
everything?
ocean.
You're chanting now. Are you
Way.
gonna,
So wouldn't
Matt?
those people die?
Matt, have you totally lost the plot? Are you gonna be all right, bro?
Yeah.
You're
So
chanting
I'm
now.
just asking you a question here. So if they're
You're
sending these
chanting.
people up to space with obviously them in this thing, then wouldn't they die if they just fell back to the ocean like he proclaimed before?
Can we start at like the beginning? Because you're rambling and you're chanting. You may have to back up a little bit. See, I can hear that you're bothered. Are you going to be all right?
No, I'm not bothered at all.
Well, do you want to have a conversation, or are you just going to chant? Are you going to chant?
No, I'm just showing you this, man. Look, it's sick stuff.
What are you
man. Look at
What are you showing me?
century
What? Okay, Matt, relax, dude. Let's have a conversation. Are you all right?
I'm all right,
You're
man.
not okay.
I'm great.
You're not okay. You sure?
I'm fine.
All right, let's
No,
have a
it's just 'cause, like,
conversation. You ready?
you know, NASA isn't
No,
always
see, no, you
on
don't. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to chant.
What do you mean? I don't have a conversation. I'm just talking, man.
You don't want to have a conversation. I'm asking you questions, and you're going off into something. You keep chanting and kind of getting
I just
freaked
saw
out,
that
laughing a little bit.
NASA's
So,
live. I just saw that NASA's live, and I said, why not join
so
the
right,
24/7
I know, and I'm talking to you about that, but you're not actually engaging. You know what I'm saying? Do you not want to engage? Is it too scary?
Talking at says who, not with says who.
Oh, Matt,
So I just got muted.
you there, buddy?
What's up?
You're not muted.
I'm here.
So
I said I
you said
was
there's
muted.
people in these. Okay, so it's on TV. It's on the internet, right?
Oh yeah.
I heard you
you're
mention
on the
earlier
internet as well,
because
you know
it's
that? You
right. So that's a great question to ask, right? So if it's on the internet, if it's on TV, is it by default real?
Not by default.
Oh,
It
but
depends
you
on what
said
you're
if it's on video, bro.
What you're talking about. It
Don't you
depends on
remember that? You
exactly
said
what
it's
you're
on
talking
video, bro. Okay, well we're talking about NASA today, and they put things on TV for you to watch. Right?
Yeah.
Bro.
Talking about
Are you
coverage.
just going to talk over me, or are you going to have a conversation? It's like one at a time when we have conversations, right? So
Okay, then are
NASA
you
put
speaking
something on TV, and earlier, oh, you're just going to talk over me now. Okay, so proving that globe believers are douchebags. Thank you very much. It's on TV, and NASA put it out, and you said it's on video, so it's real. That's kind of what I heard you say earlier. If you don't mean that, I'll let you take it back. Like just because it's on video doesn't mean it's
I'll
real,
say
right?
this. Yeah. Okay. Let me clarify. So, no, I did not say it's real because it's on video. That's not what I said. I said it depends on the circumstance you're talking about. For example, cartoon on television is not real, right? But certain other videos that you see are real. And you watch videos
Like what?
every day on the internet, so you know exactly what a real video is and what a real video isn't.
No, I
So you
don't.
think these
A lot of times they can be. A lot of things can be faked.
all of these videos are faked. What are we looking at
No,
then,
I
right
didn't
now?
say all of that. See, that's a straw man. I didn't say all of them. Did I say all of them, or did you say that I said that?
So which one's fake then?
Well, we'd have to kind of, be scrutinize a lot of the stuff that we see. Wouldn't you agree? We wouldn't just want to take everything at face value.
I mean, so you want to scrutinize what you think is fake then?
No, I want to scrutinize everything. Got to be consistent, right? Okay. So you've got a rocket that is on a launch pad, right? By NASA, I guess, down in the Cape, probably. Right? You think all this is true?
Yes.
Okay, I would probably agree because I've been down there. I've seen this happen, right? So no one's saying that the rockets are fake or what you see is false. But what happens after they leave the ground and kind of go out of range, that's where we start to ask some questions. You know what I'm saying? So like once it goes out of visible range, what are you going to say about it then? You're going to say, I believe that it went to space, but you couldn't validate it, could you?
I could validate it. I'm pretty sure they have videos.
How would you do that?
There's going to be a video.
So video is proof to you.
It depends on the circumstances. Like you said that you've seen this stuff, right? And you say you've seen that it's real. The rockets do go somewhere. So
yeah, they go somewhere.
Take the information and you analyze the data and you figure out whether or not you think it's fake. That's how stuff works. You can't just say, "Oh, it's a video, it's fake." There's fake videos and there's real videos. So you analyze. That's what humans do.
Right. So in the case where they go out of range and then all of a sudden you're relying on the video feed, you choose to believe the video feed. Is that correct? Well, I watched it go out of range. I couldn't see after a while. So yes, it actually did go out of range.
Yeah, but why do you think that is? You'd have to have a second rocket to have a camera.
I don't make any presuppositions about where it went. After I lose sight of it, I don't start guessing about where it could be. That's the difference between you and I. You believe that it goes where NASA tells you, and then you just believe it blindly. Okay, so where's it going?
You know exactly where it's going. It's going.
Why are you saying that about me? You can't talk. Don't put words in my mouth or divine my thoughts.
Okay, why do you think it's not going to space?
I didn't say it was or wasn't. I just know it's going out of range.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Okay. So you believe the story, you believe the narrative that since it's on TV, you've decided that it's on video, so it's real. Is that right?
Okay. Okay. No. So I did not say that, and I already clarified that for you. So I don't know why you're making it up.
That's fine.
I'll double clarify for you, just so everyone knows that I'm clear here. I did not say just because something's on video or just because it's on TV that it's real. I said you should analyze and do your own research for yourself, right?
And and what did you do?
Hold on.
Right. What did you do to analyze the data?
Hold on. You don't like
you analyze? You analyze what you're talking about?
Well, dude, don't freak out, Matt. It's okay. I'm just asking you how you analyze the data because this is what you do, right?
You said you don't like interrupting. Hold on. You said you don't like interrupting. I said you analyze the data. There are fake videos and real videos. We can go on for 100 hours about what's fake on the internet and what looks real in videos, right?
Sure. Right. So you've analyzed the data.
Yes. I can analyze.
Okay, great. Show us what you've analyzed.
To me, this is a real video. Absolutely a real video.
How did you go about analyzing it?
You think the rockets are real. You just don't think
that. How did you go about analyzing it? How did you go about analyzing it?
How do I go about analyzing it? So what I do first,
beyond
when I'm talking about
beyond watching the video, beyond just watching a video, what did you analyze? What data did you analyze?
Just by watching the video. Well, it's not just about watching the video. So just for example,
okay. So what did you do then?
On my phone, or you're gonna let me answer the question. So
because you're not
when
answering.
Something pops up on my phone, I just don't think that. So I'm gonna mute you until I'm gonna finish what I'm gonna say.
If you mute me, I'll kick you out. If you mute me, I'll kick you out of the room. There you go.
The way I went about analyzing this video. Well, first of all, it doesn't. I don't care what anyone says on the internet, or anything or whatever. What matters to me is.
Tell him to unmute me before he continues. He can't hear me.
Unmute Timbo before you continue, man. please unmute Timbo. You're not gonna be unmuted.
Just type it in the text chat when you oh, you can't hear me.
Well, yeah, I muted him. I was trying to speak, and he asked me a question, but he didn't let me finish it. And you guys don't like interrupting, so don't be hypocrites.
Okay,
right?
have you unmuted me yet?
Yes, I've unmuted you. So I'm gonna tell you how I went about analyzing.
Don't do that
it,
again.
How I went about sourcing this valid for myself. Okay. So the way I did it, first of all, is I don't just take things at first value, like, oh, something popped up, like, oh, Russia nuked somebody. Like, no. I check sources first, right? NASA is a credited government organization. They're funded by the United States government, right? So that's the first thing. And again, this is a live video with real people there. No one is going to sit here and deny that those people are real or that video right there is real and live. No one's going to doubt that. I mean, what's it called? Said it's a real rocket. So
Bro,
how would
that's
this
just
not be a valid video from me? How would it not be?
so you've presented us with an argument from incredulity, and then you've reversed the burden. You need to prove that those are people on that rocket. Go ahead.
You said what?
Oh wow. So the first thing you
Your
presented
argument
was an
was
argument from
basically-
incredulity, which is there's no way that those aren't real people on that rocket, and then you reverse the burden of telling us that we need to prove that they're not. So that's exactly what you said. Excuse me, I'm speaking. I let you speak, and now you're going to be quiet. Oh, okay. So I'm going to speak, and yeah. So you reversed the burden and said you need to prove that they're not on the rocket. You need to prove that they are, not by just arguing from incredulity that those are real people on a real rocket going to the real space.
Okay, first thing I want you to do is define arguing from incredulity. Go ahead.
I'll just look it up. It'll be fun.
Also, what you just said there was pretty circular. You were like, I've analyzed it to know that the source of the story is trustworthy because it's a government agency, therefore the source of the story is trustworthy.
Yeah. So, Cyclone,
Yeah,
I live in the
fallacious.
21st century, right? People check sources, and
Yeah.
NASA is a government organization, and this is a live video.
Yeah,
So,
but you
what
saying
reason
you
do I
believe
have
the
not to
source.
believe this video?
You say
So,
you
here we
believe the
go.
source isn't verification, though.
Just to interlude real quick. So, excuse me, Matt, you asked me to look this up and define this, so I'm defining this for you. You don't have to freak out right now. You can calm down. Argument from incredulity, a logical fallacy that occurs when someone concludes that since they can't believe something is true, then it must be false, and vice versa. You did vice versa, so I was correct.
Wait, that's literally you. That's literally you.
No,
Wait, what?
no, I'm just telling you that I don't have any. How would I prove that it did happen?
Yeah, you literally. So, wait, define it again. Wait, read it again for me.
I'm not making any claims. Don't you understand that part? Hold on a second.
No.
You need to understand that
Read it again.
Matt, I will read it for you again. Matt,
Okay, go ahead.
if you interrupt me, I'll mute you for the rest of the day. Very simple. So, I'm not making any Matt, I'm not making any claims about this, so I'm not making an argument about this. You are. That's the difference. So I'll read it for you again. A logical fallacy that occurs when someone concludes that since they can't believe something is true, then it must be false, and vice versa.
Yes.
I make no claims. You said these people are real on video in the rocket. They're going to space. There's no way it could be anything different. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, so what I said when I was mentioning the people, first of all, I wasn't even talking about the people in the fucking rocket. I was talking about the other people that you can vividly see that they are real. So you don't think that these people here also are real? You see the three people up here?
What?
You don't think they're real? Let's get to that first.
What people?
I want you to
Where?
conclude something for yourself.
What
I don't want
people
you
where?
to be living in
What people where? What are you talking about, man? I'm asking you a question. What people where?
Are you watching the live that I'm on?
No.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. You're watching
No.
No, okay, well, click on my live first of all, then.
Wonderful that you're using my, calm down now. You've got your own material, certainly, I know. But,
I mean, you're not calm, dude. You're not
what
calm.
people are you talking about? What people are you talking about?
Are you watching?
He's watching a montage.
What people aren't real? What are you talking?
In 3-second cuts.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going on. It's one of NASA's. Yeah, it's
So how do you
showing like an
know? How do you know
advertisement or
that's not just a bunch of guys just doing that in a room? Like, what's the proof here?
How do I know?
How do you know?
Certainly, I mean, it certainly could be. You can say that
Oh,
about
okay,
any
so you don't
video,
know.
can't you?
Okay, so you don't know. Well, that was the
Well,
entire
I do
point of the
know. For me,
conversation.
I know. No, I do know.
No, for you, you know. You just said, "Well,
I
I
mean,
don't know." It could be. You
no,
just
no, no,
said.
no, no. How do? No. How would I know
Yeah,
for
that's what you just
sure?
said.
Like, how would I know in your way of proving? I mean, like, obviously, it's a video, so there's no way I could like prove to you in the way you want me to prove to you that it's real.
Oh, okay. So
You don't
you
believe
can't
anything.
know then. You can't know then. You just
I
believe
do
it.
know. You don't know. That's the difference
Well,
here.
you just said it's a video.
No,
You
it's
couldn't prove it.
it's okay.
Huh?
You just said it's a video. It could be just guys in
Yeah.
rooms.
Wait, so
You just
videos
said that.
don't. Wait, huh? You watch videos on the internet every single day, dude, and you don't go on about whether or not they're real or fake, unless you're talking about flat Earth.
Cool story, bro. You're gonna tell me about my life now? That's your globe proof. Good stuff.
Yep.
It's
And
not
so we've
shit
got
on the
it's
internet is
true.
produced, dude.
So we've got it's true because
I'm
he
gonna
trusts
wait for them to
NASA.
actually get to the fucking.
It's true
There's
because he
30 minutes
trusts
left.
NASA, and it's true because there's video.
Why don't you trust NASA? Why don't you trust NASA? Tell me. Why
You
don't
just
you?
no. I'm saying you said it's true because you trust NASA.
I'll ask you a question though. Why don't you trust NASA?
Irrelevant.
Why don't you
You
trust
just said
NASA? It's
it's
a question. You're
true.
gonna not answer my question?
Well, you know why I don't trust NASA? Because the Earth isn't a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Why
Obviously.
don't you trust NASA? That was my question.
Because the Earth's just not a spinning ball in a vacuum. I just answered you. But it's a nice attempt to divert
How did you
because
reach that
you still
conclusion?
haven't explained. No. You still haven't explained how
How
your
did you reach that
subjective belief, that you trust NASA, is verification of this claim that they're presenting to you.
First of
Because the
all,
whole
I asked
thing
you a
was, how did
question
you
and never got
verify
an
the
answer.
video? The question to you was, how did you verify the video? And you said, well, it comes from NASA and they're a government agency, so they're trustworthy.
Yeah, it comes from NASA and it comes from a
Yeah,
government
but
agency.
that's
Again,
not.
this is a live
Yeah.
video. These are live videos.
So how
Okay,
does that?
Cyclone.
But that doesn't
You're
prove that
saying
it's
this
real.
isn't proof, but this isn't. It's not that it's not
That
proof. It's simply
that's
just
not you
not proof to
verifying
you.
it though.
That's the difference.
You said you analyzed the data to verify it, but then you just said, well,
Yes.
because I believe NASA. You said I believe NASA.
No,
That was
I
your
didn't.
analysis.
Okay, let me clarify
Yeah,
for
that's
you
what
then.
you
Let me
said.
clarify so you understand exactly what I'm saying. You want to let me go ahead and clarify? Okay. When I see a video, when I see anything on the internet, the first thing you're supposed to do is analyze the data. You do an observation, and then you reach a conclusion from that observation. Is this real? Is this fake? It's probably real. This right here is 100% real, right? I mean, I don't know what proof
Well, you haven't proven
be
that yet. You
valid
just
to you
said
by
you
video.
watched
I
the
don't know what
video.
proof you would take for video.
So you
So
okay?
let
So you're
me ask
basically
you a question. Let
saying
me see if you're
your
coming here.
process
You're
is
coming here in
hold
good
on,
faith, right? Let me just
hold on.
ask you a simple
To
question.
summarize your what you just said there was you watch the video and you come to a conclusion, and your conclusion is it's real,
No,
and that's
not
your
what I said.
verification.
No, not what
Yeah,
I said. Not what I
that
said.
is what you said.
Okay, Cyclone. If you're gonna take like all the things I said and then just try to sum it up and then say I
You
said
just said
that,
it.
then I mean
You said
manipulative. But if you
I
want to try to do that,
analyzed,
you can try to do that. But that's not what I said.
I observed. You said I observed the data, which means you watched the video, and then you come to a
No,
conclusion.
it's not
You
the
said,
video, Cyclone. Cyclone.
oh,
It's not
so
just the
what
video.
data?
What do you think I mean by observe
Okay,
the data? So okay, how did
okay.
you
So you're
get?
watching this
Okay, Cyclone.
video. You're watching this video.
No,
You're
Cyclone.
streaming
Hold
a
on. Let me
video right
clarify
now.
for you. Let me clear this up. How did you watch the
No, it's not
video
a
from
question on
analyze
me.
the data? How did you get that?
Okay, so you're watching this stream right now. What data are you analyzing?
Okay, the data I've already analyzed isn't just from the video. You assume that it's also from the source.
The video is
Of
from the
NASA.
source.
No. What are you talking? You're trying to self-complicate. I know this is what you do in every argument, Cyclone. You try to complicate everything and try to like look like you're confused when you're not confused. You know exactly what's going on. But I'll clarify
bro.
for this again.
You're doing
You
good.
watch videos or you watch anything on the internet, the first thing you
watch the
do is
video.
verify the source. NASA is a
How do you
legitimate source.
verify the
Obviously,
source?
to a flat earther.
How did you? Okay,
Obviously,
why did
to
you
a
say
flat
that?
earther. Hold on. I'm gonna finish what I'm
How
saying.
did you verify that?
Obviously, to a flat earther, NASA is not a credible source for you. First
you
of
just
all,
made
like
a
for example, when I
declaration.
ask you questions about
What's your
why
basis
is
for that
NASA not trustable,
declaration?
you never answer the
No,
question.
you're
Why is
making the
NASA not trustable?
declaration. You're making the declaration that they
No,
are. So
no,
what
no, no,
made
no, no,
you
no.
conclude that?
You
Yeah,
said
you just
NASA's not
concluded that.
trustable, and you never answered why.
No, you just said they're a legitimate source. So I'm asking, how did you verify that? What makes you say that?
Never answered my question. I asked you a question.
But you just said because they're a government organization, they're a credible source. But something being a government
Been a
organization doesn't mean they're
they've
telling
been,
the truth.
dude.
So how did you get to
He's
that?
muting me. The amount of censorship is ridiculous here.
Well, you're not really explaining how you just claiming that they're
No.
trustworthy is proof that they're trustworthy.
Yeah, Cyclone. Hold on. It's because you're
Can you address
muting
that?
me, and then you want me to
I'm not
answer your
muting you.
questions, but you're not answering a single ounce of my questions. That's your
Because
problem.
you're the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim. We're still trying to
No,
figure
you
out
made a
why
claim
you're
as
claiming
well.
this is real. No.
You said
I'm
NASA
just
is not
asking
trustable.
you. No, well, we're just asking you how
Nah.
you came to the conclusion that they are, and you just say, I analyze data, which is very
How about
vague.
this? So Cyclone, my question about NASA was before yours. So how about you answer mine and I'll answer yours?
I already answered yours multiple times. The Earth isn't a spinning ball, so why would I trust NASA, who are telling me it's a spinning
Not
ball?
an answer to why NASA is not trustable.
Is it not? Why is it not?
No, it's not. Absolutely not an answer to that. Why is
Why is it not?
NASA in itself, the source, not trustable?
Why? Explain to me why that's not an answer.
The reason why it's not an answer because you're saying the Earth's not a spinning ball. Like that's not an answer.
Yeah, and they're telling
It's like
you it's
me
a spinning
saying,
ball.
"Why don't I believe in this?" And then I'm just like, "Well,
Are they
this isn't real.
telling you
This is
are
not
NASA telling you it's a spinning ball?
Yes, NASA is saying. Well, that's not
Yeah.
just.
So if
That's
it's
not
not
NASA
if it's
saying that.
not
That's
that,
everyone
then
saying that. It's like,
so if it's
let
not
me
that,
clarify
so if
this.
it's not that, then they wouldn't be trustworthy, would they?
There's 11 other space agencies in NASA.
Yeah.
They're
So
all
if
in it
it's
too,
not
huh?
that, so if it's not that, then they wouldn't be trustworthy, would they?
It's not what?
If it's not a spinning ball.
Yeah, but how'd you reach the conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
So if it's not a spinning ball, then they wouldn't be trustworthy, right?
Yeah, but you can't prove that it's
So
not a
my
spinning
answer
ball.
was an answer then.
No, your answer was a diversion.
So
Yeah, it was a diversion. You literally just all you
it's a
said
nice
was, "Well, because it's
attempt.
not a
It's a
spinning
nice
ball." You
attempt,
didn't
Matt. It's a
actually
nice
answer my
attempt,
question.
Matt. We're still trying. Well, it's a nice
You
attempt
got
to
caught in an
divert,
attempt, actually.
but we're still trying to
You
get to the
literally
bottom of how you verify this video that you're streaming. Come and tell us what data you're analyzing for the
Yeah.
video that you're streaming.
So you're switching subjects now.
No, that was the subject. Remember, Matt. That's what everyone's been talking about.
No. Because we
Yes,
were
yes,
just
yes.
talking about because you
What was
said something and you made an
says
assertion.
who
You said the
asking
Earth
you
is a
about?
spinning ball, and I'm like, how did you reach that
What was
conclusion?
says who? What was says who asking you about then?
Huh? I'm talking about you. I'm not talking
What
about
was the guy you were just talking about? Yeah, what was
Is that
the
you,
topic
buddy?
of conversation you were just discussing? Your
We
ability
were
to
talking
verify
about
the video.
verifying this video and how we could verify this video is real.
Yes,
But
there
when I
you
was
go. So
talking to
that's the
you, we were
topic,
talking
yeah?
about whether or not the Earth's a spinning ball because you mentioned
No,
it.
no, no,
So
no,
why
no,
is the
no.
Earth
I
not
was still asking you. No, I was still asking you
He
about how
really
you
doesn't want to
verify
go
the
there.
video. I was asking you about how you
You don't want
verify
to
the
go there.
video.
Huh?
You know, I
don't
was
want to go
asking you
there.
about verifying the video.
Told you
What,
how
is
I
this what you're
verified the
going to
video.
do?
Not
You just said you watched
because
it.
you're a flat earther.
You said you watched it and you believe that they're a trustworthy organization. That's what you said.
I watched it. No, see, again, you're just taking everything I said and you're like minimizing it
Yeah,
so you can use
you
it for your
watched
argument.
it.
It's like you
What else did
explaining
you
to me
do?
why you think the Earth is flat,
What
which
else
you
did you
wouldn't
do?
do, and
Okay,
then
so
me
it's
just
not just
cutting
that you
it
watched it.
to I think the Earth is
It's
flat.
not
Like
just
that's
that you
not how
watched
it
it.
works.
Okay. So other than watching the video, what did you do to verify its authenticity?
Yeah. So I like I said
So
before.
wait,
NASA
let me ask you. Can I ask you a question really quickly? The other guy who's fighting the flat Earth thing. There's about 70 space agencies across the world with different countries.
We were just about to get a fucking answer.
Yes. No. Unmute him.
No,
Why is he
answer my
being
question.
No, you were just about to answer Cyclone's question. Now fucking answer it.
You see the biasism in here, guys. It's ridiculous.
Biasism.
He never answered questions, by the way. It's ridiculous.
You're gonna try and answer the question as you avoid answering the question.
You avoided answering every question I asked you, buddy.
Other than watching the video,
It's not
how
letting
did
you
you
hold an
verify?
argument, dude. You can't
So other than
answer a single
watching the
question.
video, we're gonna
You
hold you
made
to the question.
3
I'm afraid, Matt.
assertions. You made 3 assertions and you couldn't answer one.
We're going to hold you to the question, right? So, other than watching the video,
Okay.
how did you
I'm gonna hold
verify
you
its
to the same
authenticity?
question. Now we're gonna both be on a stalemate until you answer mine.
No, you're going to be unmuted until you answer the question. Right? So, other than watching the video, what was your process of verification?
You said what? I didn't hear an answer to my question, dog.
So, other than watching the video that you're streaming and telling us is a real video of men going to space, how did you verify its authenticity?
I already told you how I verified the authenticity, but the thing is,
So how did you
actually
do that?
never answered.
So, how did you verify its authenticity again? Tell the room.
Second of the day. Okay, Cyclone. I'm not gonna do this with you, buddy.
Okay, I'll let you try again. Other than just watching the video and believing it, what did you do to verify its authenticity? Tell us your steps. Step 1, you watch the video. Step 2,
go somewhere neutral. Like, I would love to go somewhere neutral with this guy.
Step 1, you're sitting, you're eating your Doritos, you're watching NASA on YouTube, and you think, is this real? What's your next step?
Again, why are you censoring me every second?
You can answer the question?
What's with the censorship? You know this makes
You
you look
can't-
bad,
you can't-
right?
So
You
you
look
can't
bad.
answer the question?
You're avoiding
You
the
can't tell us
question.
how you verified that the video is real, other than just watching it and believing it?
It's not 3 fucking questions. Yo, Cyclone.
Oh dear. You're not really getting it, Matt.
Bricked.
He's
How
afraid
many
to
times are you
say
gonna
he
do the
just
same thing?
believes it because he knows that if he goes down that pipeline, a lot of his other things in his worldview would then become contradictory.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm demonstrating here. He's dancing to death to avoid answering that, okay, I just watched the video and believe it. He's trying to dress it up by saying, instead of watch the video, he thinks if he says analyze data, it somehow makes it more credible. But he can't tell us what data he's analyzing. He's just watching the video. We'll give you one more chance. Come on, Matt. Other than just watching the video, what's your process of verification?
I already told you my process of verification. I already
Then
told
it
you.
shouldn't be hard to tell us again.
I already told you. Why haven't you answered? I asked you.
So he's already said
let
it,
me
apparently.
attempt.
Anything
Can I
worth saying
attempt to
is worth repeating, so you should be able to just repeat
Yeah.
it.
Come on, one
Heavily
more chance, Matt.
censored. How would I be able to answer questions with a dude that's
Wow.
Can I try with this guy, Matt?
Yeah.
If
use
you
it.
feel like you're heavily censored, I invite you to follow that worldview. Which would, if you think you're censored here, you would do what? What would be the next logical step? Okay, here we go. What's the next thing you
I'm
should
muted,
do?
so I can-
Okay, if you feel like you're being censored here and you can't get your say, what should be the next thing you do?
sit here and try to get him to answer my question, which I won't. I know you won't do. And
Matt,
I'm just here for entertainment.
Matt,
to be honest.
focus here, okay? If you feel like your word is not being shared, you did not get your say, your opinion's being heavily censored, what
Cyclone's
should you
a
do
terrible
next?
debater.
What should you do next?
What do you mean? What should you do next?
Okay, you dropped a claim, so it's full stop, right? So you got someone else helping you out here. You feel like right now your words aren't being heard, that you cannot get your say. What should you do next?
No, I
what are some of
can't
the options?
because it's heavily censored. But I know this. Listen.
Okay, so what are some of your options at this point?
He's still censoring me when I'm not even.
Okay, logically break it down. What should you do now? You can't change it, okay? You're not going to be able to change this. It's a fact, okay? Inside your worldview,
No, dude, I know this. Listen.
You are in a fact, okay? And the fact inside your worldview is that you will not get your say. So what should you do next? Brainstorm.
Yeah,
come up
so
with,
I
come
keep
up
getting
with some
censored
ideas.
here, but can I answer the question? Can I answer the question? Because you still keep talking.
Come up with some ideas. It doesn't require talking. It requires action. What should you do next? You would do something. You wouldn't say something. Come on. I'm giving you lots of stuff to chew on here. Lots of chum. Come on, let's go. You're gonna do something. There's an action you'll take because you can't talk. So you wouldn't keep trying to talk. You would do something next. There'd be an action you would do.
Look at him trying to put me in this little.
What would you do? What would you do right now? You're gonna do something. Let's see you do it. Come on, dance monkey. Come on, dance for us. Come on, do a good song and dance.
500 pounds.
Do a good song and dance. Come on, let's do a dance now. You think like you can't get your word.
I have a list.
You can't get your word out. So what do? Do you continue to keep trying to talk, debunking yourself, showing that you're completely illogical, or do you do something? Do you do something next? Come on,
get rid of your
dance,
list.
dance, monkey. See, look at this is to show you guys just how logically broken their worldview is. He really feels like he can't talk, and all he does is talk to prove he can't talk. And this is like worse than bricked. This is somebody who's just in a logical contradiction. They can't explain it. They can't take care of it anyway. They won't really even recognize it. So they just find a group of people and they try to make it miserable for everyone else, just as miserable as they are. Who was the other guy who was trying to chime in earlier? About 11 space programs or whatever.
It was NL. He left.
Okay.
If I may, real quick, just a quick comment while Matt's still here. Matt, I don't have any like animus towards you or anything like that, but I've been sitting here listening to this whole exchange since you started, and I just wonder like what your motivation is. Like, are you like benefiting from this some sort of way? Because I just can't imagine like investing this much energy, this much effort, beating your head against the wall the way that you are. Like, I don't disagree with these guys. I think that you were putting the cart before the horse, though, and you wouldn't address them from the presuppositional level. You kept moving past that and asserting the evidence was sufficient for itself without claiming, without verifying how on its own, without any sort of like merit. And you started getting mad. You started screaming and yelling and freaking out, bro. And it's like you're getting really worked up. And I'm just like, what is the benefit to that? Like, what are you doing with the rest of your day, bro? Just take a deep breath and chill out, homie, because you're super freaking angry.
It's a benefit to us because it helps us expose the insanity of these people who think they live on a spinning water ball.
Yeah, like, and literally, like, these guys they've got a YouTube channel. This is live. Like, this is very embarrassing, bro. You're in a public forum and you're freaking out, like, just from one person to another. Like, Matt, you gotta calm down, bro.
It's super simple. He said that you watch a video, you do an observation, you start crunching some data, you figure out what's going on, you come to a conclusion. We just asked him what his process is for doing that to verify these videos he's talking about. And he started doing all of what you're talking about. And that was it. Couldn't get any further.
Yeah, I saw. Like he was at the very beginning, he was like laughing nonchalant and acting like he didn't care. But then all of a sudden, like he got super emotionally invested and freaking out. Like, why is this so important to you, Matt? That everyone here, first of all, believe what you believe. And if it is that important, if it's so important that you're going to subject yourself to this for this amount of time, like why won't you take an approach that's going to yield more fruit? Like, why are you freaking out and banging your head against the wall? Just participate on the terms. Like, this is their room. You're a guest. Like, participate on their terms, bro.
Yeah. Picture yourself as a door-to-door globe salesman. You want to sell the globe, right? So this isn't how you would go about it. You're not acting professional right now.
100%. Like, I genuinely, that's where I'm coming from. You got to chill out and like reassess because you're not selling anything to anybody. Not like this.
Well, look, he can't even convince himself of his own bullshit. He's telling you he can't talk. He's overly censored. My voice is not being heard. And his proof of that is to continue to talk. Just to continue to word vomit, over and over and over again.
Well, we don't have to let him talk.
Yeah,
it's our room. We could kick him the hell out. He made a claim. We just wanted a little bit of, we wanted him to elaborate on it a bit, and he wouldn't do that. Now he's spiraling.
See, they do this because inside their worldview, they think that government is somehow this pinnacle of societal evolution. that they're in charge of everything. They're the shot callers. They're the ones who are exploring space for the betterment of humanity, and it's ingrate. You're an ingrate if you question that. And then they see being ingrateful as some sort of moral failing. And then from there, they just use Scientology and just make you a suppressive person in any means necessary. They'll try to shut the channel down. They'll complain about stuff. They'll make these weird contradictory worldviews. They'll go into all these things because their main goal is to silence any dissent against their worldview. They cannot handle disagreement.
Well, he should be more professional about it. Be a door-to-door globe salesman about it, Matt. You know, you've shown up at my door. I've invited you in. Okay, let's hear what you have to say. Maybe I'll consider buying. Let's just see. I'm going to hear the sales pitch. And then you start spurging out and spiraling in my living room about how I won't let you speak and blah, blah, blah. I just call the cops on you. Fucking nutcase. I wouldn't let you stay in my house, and I have no reason or obligation to. Get the hell out. So you came to us, we welcomed you in, said, okay, let's hear you out. And now you're whining about how we don't let you speak while you're speaking to say that. We don't have to humor you. It's our place. Just go away if you're an asshole.
That's why I've told a lot of the globalists, if they want flat earthers to believe in the globe, offer something worth believing in. Because if this is your globe, fuck no. No, it's more sad, ugly, and small than any flat earth I can think of. What you're offering is the greater of the two evils. Why would I pick that? You pick the lesser one. At least the lesser one has some explanations baked into it. Yours is just like, holy shit.
If people acted the way he does in person, they would get the cops called on them. That's how stupid it is. Barges into your place and demands to speak and has a meltdown.
I mean, I prefer they just go ahead and be honest and tell us that this is just what they believe from a very, biased position. This is what I believe. I want to believe that NASA is sending rockets into space. I want to believe the United States government is a trustworthy, corporation, essentially. I want to believe these things, and that would be fine. Like no one's going to force you to believe in the flat Earth, because I don't know if you guys know how to do anything other than just stack one belief on top of the other. We scrutinize, we measure, we check claims. We don't make a whole thing. And if we want to believe it, we'll tell you. If we want to speculate, but if we believe,
we're losing you, Sezu.
Or we just to comparison.
Robot and Sezu.
Sorry.
Yeah, but he's spot on though. What I got from Sezu is basically they have this worldview that it's not about belief. Belief is not required. It's all science. It's all provable, demonstrable facts. So as soon as they start sprinkling in belief, and then they sprinkle in belief with the executive branch agency, and they start sprinkling more belief in there, next thing you know, they're in a contradiction. Because they said their worldview was based on demonstrable facts. You can demonstrate how untrustworthy government is. So how do they explain that? Somehow NASA is unique, and all the federal agencies, FBI, NSA, TSA, CIA, all these alphabet soup agencies, every single one of them, completely scumbags, except NASA. Which goes into another contradiction, because when you go to the JPL, huge sign on the wall. Only trust God. Everybody else bring their data. They're telling you don't trust them. Only trust the God. And yet somehow a lot of these guys will claim atheism too. Like, how do you juggle that? How are you possibly juggling all that bullshit together? Something's going to fall. Eventually you're going to drop a ball, and they do, and you see the meltdown that just happened with Matt. He went nuclear. He went thermal nuclear. And the shtick is, it's not just this channel. If you follow him around the server, he does this on every channel. It's like his shtick. It's like his internet persona, his gag. He goes into a channel, tries to take it over for a couple minutes. They eventually get sick of him. They mute him. He complains about being censored and goes right on to the next channel.
I think it's probably a
want to
large
deny us. Sorry, I was just going to say some of these guys want to deny us having an honest conversation from the get-go. So they come in and they just trigger and trigger and trigger, trying to trigger us. A lot of times they end up spiraling out.
I'm pretty sure Matt Nuclear is a LARP. I mean, he calls himself Matt Nuclear and then goes nuclear every time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a skit. It's like a skit he does. You know, it's like maybe he's recording it for his like TikTok or something like that. Where it's a gag.
The final result. See if he could turn that into something that looks favorable for him. That would be impressive.
Yeah, I was trying to throw him a life jacket. It was super embarrassing.
Oh, he got more charity than I do. I'll just throw him a brick.
And when they act this
Swim,
way, they also
motherfucker.
deny the audience an opportunity to hear an honest discussion too.
Someone mentioned earlier that Alex was coming into LARP and apply the same logic that he believes flat earthers apply to everything. And I'm just curious, Alex, with that stereotype that you have given us, or anybody that says they might be a flat earther, are you saying that the flat earther stereotype does not scrutinize anything? Did you forget that pretty much everybody here at one point or another did believe in the globe just as you do, and then changed their positions based on scrutiny? Did you forget that part? Or is the stereotype that you created just a projection that you're going to have a bias and not come off of it for any reason whatsoever? I figured.
You know what's funny? I'm just watching this Axiom Mission 3 launch, and I just realized that the window has absolutely no function where the astronauts are supposedly sitting in right now. Because it's just completely black. Why can I not, see the ocean out of that window or any light actually? Because it doesn't look like it's covered up from the outside. Pretty weird, right?
NASA are horrible in their fakery.
It's almost like as if the rocket is probably empty and they're just sitting in a simulator or something.
Maybe they can CGI the real window on top of it.
Yeah, I think there's no one sitting in that rocket. It's happening, guys. 30 seconds. The rocket is gonna go up and then level out and jump into the ocean.
What is this launch, Fabian? What is this about?
Yeah, no inside view. Amazing. I would also not make any inside view. Yeah, no forward view, no inside view. It's just gonna be jump cuts and then they suddenly are in space. Oh, an inside view. Oh, wow. And the window's totally black. Man. Faster than the speed of sound. Amazing. Why couldn't we see that camera before? Like, get it. And split the screen. So one window works, but the other window doesn't work. That's amazing. Exactly the window where the camera is not facing to. I really like that. Almost like as if they don't want you to see through the other window because it would not match the video. Well, let's just make the window black. But I bet as soon as they're in space, the window works again. Wow. Oh, and they're in space. Amazing.
No, he's not.
Amazing. Oh wow, they're applauding.
What's going on?
Must be real because it looks so fake.
It's live.
The clear soundboard. What's going on?
Look at the curvature, man. Oh, we're watching the rocket launch that just happened, SpaceX.
Oh, okay.
I posted it. Amazing. It's almost like I've seen this 100 times.
I do like the SpaceX launches. They're more legit, you know. They work for it, you know.
You mean like with tinting the one window black so you can't really see outside, right where the camera is pointing at? Yeah, not fishy at all.
Oh, let me have a look at this.
Yeah, I posted a screenshot. So the other window supposedly that's light through, but the equal window on the opposite side is just black. Right there where the camera points to. I wonder why, you know. Bro. Manufactum. The other window works where the light is coming through, supposedly. But the other window is just blank black where the camera points to.
Let me have a look at that. What is that screenshot? What you mean in the capsule? In the Dragon capsule? That window in there? Which one are you looking at? Yeah.
I wonder if this time there's a rat running around in the engine bay.
Well, it's like Texas, right? So it'd be like a fucking scorpion or something, man. A rattlesnake.
Right. Yeah. I really like that aluminium stuff, like, makes it look so spacey.
Yeah, it's like Mylar.
This could never be faked at all with the technology we have today.
Yeah, but it's live.
Right.
Can't deny it. It's live. Seeing it on the screen, Clay.
Do you see
now
that?
analyze the data.
Right. Do you see that thin blue line? That's the vacuum right next to the atmosphere. It's almost like you see a clear separation, right? But they tell you it's like, you know, slowly equalizing. Oh no, expanding to the moon. Sorry, I forgot. All that atmosphere, what you see, like this clear distinction, it's just a part of the atmosphere that goes all the way up to the moon.
I used to watch these. I would go to like globalist servers and do a watch party. They said flat earthers don't even watch the rocket launches. I'm like, all right, motherfucker.
I watch all of them.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I go, let's watch it. Let's live stream it. Let's make real time commentary. They're just as everything else. They're barely tuned in. They're not paying attention. They don't listen to what anything the people are talking about. When finally the rocket takes off, they just get all happy and they clap. They don't pay attention to anything they're looking at. I'm like, you guys have said flat earthers don't watch. We're watching like an eagle eye on these launches. We're looking for what they did, how they did it, how they faked it, how they're presenting it. You, on the other hand, are not watching. You're just looking and just just letting it go by. Just completely fluoride stare the whole thing through it. You didn't look at it through a critical eye at all. You just saw exactly what you wanted to see, and that's it. There ain't nothing else to the story.
Well, I gotta really I'm really trying to understand why they make the one window that is coincidentally the one that is within the frame of the camera is pure black blank, and the other window is somehow functioning because there's light coming through it. It's very weird, right? Why wouldn't you give us like a window view?
Yeah, there was a slight delay between the video. Just like all of them, really. I remember the last launch on the island being the same. They weren't exactly synced up.
What was that? What's that stuff emitting there? Look, what?
Oh, they're going to the International Space Station. Ah, okay.
Dude, that was just some weird stuff being emitted. Okay, and now it looks like it's underwater or something. Amazing. Look at those boots, man. If they have it now a sudden decompression, right? Like the compression, the pressurized system within that capsule that they're in would now suddenly just drop. That suit would definitely save their life. 100%, bro. Like, look at these boots, man. Look at how good they're sealed and stuff.
You know how the Nazis' regalia was like Hugo Boss? I think these guys are Versace. I think that's how it is.
Right.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking, man. I think it is, honestly. I'm not kidding. I think it is Versace. You got some top quality, you know.
Yeah, guys, start playing around with your pencil to show that you're microgravity.
Almost 4 Gs.
I know, right? I guess they don't feel it in space.
Look at these blue zipper. Look at the zippers, guys. Safe, space proof. Blue zippers. Blue
this
zippers.
this is the fun bit.
They're not even hiding it, dude. Blue zippers in space. This is just all mocking, man. Oh yeah, zip ties. Thank you, bro. You're right. Sorry.
Zip ties, yeah.
Plastic zip ties.
Oh yeah. You can see. Look at that.
Wow.
What are you guys watching?
Yeah.
What are you watching?
SpaceX.
Oh, it's in
SpaceX.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Axiom to this ISS with a Dragon capsule.
Okay.
So the way the thing is moving right now, it's pressing against nothing. That's how it works. It's interacting with basically the absence of matter. That's how it's moving.
Yeah, they're in a vacuum now, right?
Yeah, so it basically is interacting with nothing, and that makes something, I guess.
Well, they don't need engines now, because if they did the maths perfectly correct, then that's just where they'll end up.
Man, I wish they could have just placed that camera in a different angle so we could actually see out of the window, but, I mean...
No, you need to subscribe to SpaceX Plus, mate, and get the Pro package, $25 a month for that one. That'll be coming soon, though. No joke. No joke. Coming soon.
The SpaceX OnlyFans,
Right.
like
Now they give
Patreon
us
content.
2 windows. Amazing.
Windows an extra $5. Window seat.
How is this any safe that they have their helmets open right now? What happens if there's a sun decompression? They're just literally all dead. They don't have the time to just put down the visor again. Nor do I think that the suit will ever help them. Like literally, if there's just a sun decrease in pressure, it's just...
What the fuck is that view?
So stupid. I think
All
it's
right,
the
okay.
look at the globe view.
Zip ties. No, zip tie view. Oh, there's some shit flying around.
Oh, I think you're a bit delayed, man. I'm already...
Yeah,
Where are you guys watching it?
YouTube, man.
Oh, I thought you had Clay was screaming it.
No, we're all bending space time watching a live broadcast at different points.
I can also see
I'm like 5 minutes behind, so
Yeah, it's all different.
yeah.
Oh, they also have 4K. I didn't know that.
Oh, there we go. Someone's streaming it. Thanks,
God
Clay.
bless. Yeah, thanks, Clay.
No problem. Oh, look at that trash pile in the back there. It's the most interesting thing I've seen so far. That man is doing real work while everybody else is watching this boring stuff. He is pulling the trash out.
So as a bit of knowledge for what
I guess
they're
that's
doing
the
is
space station, right?
What?
Yeah.
That little dot.
So rocketry in space is essentially you only kind of use your thrust on the apohelion or the perihelion of the ellipse or the oval, like a orbit or whatever, for maximum efficiency. So most of the time you're just waiting for that point to arrive and just floating around with the momentum you've got until that point. And then it's just readjusting to be in the same plane as the ISS. So the next step is to get on the same plane as the ISS. And then it's as easy as that.
Just avoid all the space station satellites that don't exist.
Yeah.
Dude, what is up with the star background? Like, that looks like from an Atari video game before the 2000s.
It's the RT monitor.
Did the globe just twitch? 1 second, let me just go back real quick. What happened there? Like twitched?
It's spinning.
Oh.
Spinning back and forward.
It was going forward and backward. Nice. Yeah.
Look at the glow of the sun coming over the.
But also look at the stars right here. What a nice texture.
What's that foil?
These images they show, right? Like, what the fuck? Oh, this
They're
is
just
the space
showing.
station.
It's just a cartoon.
Oh yeah. This is just part of it.
That could be fucking anywhere. That thing.
Look at the zip ties right here. They're not even trying to hide the obvious.
Oh, they're heavy duty, Clay.
Oh, they're heavy duty zip ties.
Yeah.
They're made from rare earth metals.
Oh, there's the flat Earth.
Weird. Right here. Look at these particles. What is this stuff? Is that like ice or something?
Look at the specular highlight on the Earth.
What is going on with this thing, man? Why is it doing that?
Is that the sun in the background supposed to be?
Yeah, that's supposed to be the sun in the background, yeah.
Why is the specular highlight?
I don't know. Let's go back to live and see if there's anything interesting. What happened?
Yeah. Black screen.
They're docking.
Oh, it's the curve. Look.
What is this?
Oh, sorry.
It looks way better than the Chinese edition.
Did you see the bubble?
Yeah, what is that? That's some piece of aluminium, I guess.
It's a rattlesnake.
Oh, the nose.
Like, look at that video quality, man. Fuck.
It's 4K, man.
Actually, fuck it.
Yeah, it's 4K, but I don't know. The camera is just not that good.
Yeah.
What is this view, man? Oh, look, a flying saucer in space.
So, oh yeah.
What was?
What's all that stuff? It looks like birds.
It's like particles flying around.
It'll be the stuff they don't need. Just get rid of it. We don't need it. Throw your crisp packets out the window.
Opening the nose cone.
I'll give them that though. This is the most like craziest bit of the thing. But it's not like they're actually doing it. They're not controlling it by hand. It's all automated. You know, like it's all pre-planned, automated navigation systems. Because it's so pinpoint accurate, it has to be.
Yeah, the system is now avoiding all the. Oh wait, they're
Footage.
flying right over.
Oh,
They
me?
might be flying right over my head.
My head. Well, I'm going to go outside. 1 minute.
Like here's Germany. Okay, no, they're kind of like. Oh wait, this could actually go over where I live.
I hope that rocket booster doesn't land in my garden.
So what's filming that exactly?
I think that's a rendition.
Uh-oh. Why are they not showing us? What's going wrong? We don't want law, we want the action.
$36. Golly.
Well, normally they have like fake outs, you know, where they don't launch for like an hour or so. They're like, well, maybe in the next 10 minutes we'll launch. Oh, next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes.
Right.
And they just keep putting it back because.
Why do they have actually always new people moderating this whole show? It's almost like it's like a disposal. Like, do you get this job for one time and then next time it's someone else doing this? Always like new faces doing this whole scheme. Like obviously these two don't know what's up. They just read a teleprompter. Beep.
It's not as entertaining as Don Petit.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, Neil deGrasse probably cost too much for him to get on the show, you know.
You do.
Hey.
Yo, what's up, Batman?
Go ahead with your glow proof.
Mr. Batman.
Batman doesn't speak, dude.
That's it, guys. That's all you get. That's over. No live stream anymore of anything. That's all you get.
There's a lot of waiting, though, to be honest.
We got to see the boosters.
Like I said, they're just... Yeah, they're just literally waiting for the apohelion of the orbit, and then there's going to be a transition, and that's when they'll either boost or use the engines, or it's just the part, because essentially they're just matching the plane of the ISS right now.
Batman does speak, he just doesn't put up with bullshit.
Maybe he only speaks to Australians. You know, he didn't speak to me, and I've known him like fucking 8 years. Fucking 8 years, man. Never heard him. I like the subliminal curve at the bottom for the timeline. That's great. I like that.
Hey, I thought the same thing, man. It really puts you into the orbit thing, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Look at this guy, like, he's based, man. He's like, I'm not even gonna pay attention to this whole thing. Wait, where's the trash guy again? He was here. Hey, this guy. This is the hero of the story. Like, look at all these guys watching the whole thing, and he's like, I'm gonna take out the trash.
Oh, yeah. There he is.
He's not even paying attention. Look at the dude, man. Like, not even giving it a worth of a sigh. Like them. This dude is based, man. Look, he's like not even.
It's like I got more
attention,
important things.
Yeah. like putting out the trash is like more important than just watching anything about this.
There's nothing going on them
so
screens
funny.
anyway.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Golly, man. This is all they get, man. Like, show is over already.
No, it's not, though.
It is. They now told you for the next updates you need to go on the social media stuff. They will keep you updated.
Oh.
Anyways. Amazing.
Subscribe for more content. Like, follow, share.
Yeah, I'm very, very much convinced now. Like, what we just witnessed together could never be fake. Never. There's like no possibility to fake this.
I wouldn't throw the fake stick all the time, you know.
What?
A fake stick? Like, just...
I mean, yeah, using a huge LED screen and animatronics and underwater set or some kind of liquid.
I don't know.
Very hard to do. And also making sure that the window is blackened out and covered, so you can't really see anything that's going on outside. To see if the video being shown from the outside rocket matches the inside of the occupants. Yeah, that's also very important if you want to fake something. I mean, make sure that it's real.
In other space news, a former NASA administrator under the Bush administration just went to Congress and basically tore up the Artemis mission. Said that there's no way Artemis is going to succeed. It's a total failure, blah, blah, blah.
What? Come on, man. Great grandkids want to have a fucking holiday on the moon.
Yeah, he said Artemis will be lucky to even launch, like if it even gets that far, or something to that effect.
Oh, well. Guess we'll just have to wait another 100 years. Sorry, 50.
They call it the blue marble because it's giving you blue balls.
Yeah. Dangle that carrot.
So a little update about that scammer I was leading on. So he added me on. She added me on Snapchat, and then I started talking to her on what do you call it, Google Chat or something, right? And she was sending me pictures, which I instantly reverse search engine, right, and found out it was like some other woman, right? And I was like, just playing along, see what she wanted. He wanted. And he wanted that Netflix subscription. That was the first thing he wanted off me. And then, as a conclusion to today, after like 2 days of like scam baiting, I found out he's from Ghana in Africa. Fucking exposed him. Poor guy.
Mic check, you guys. Did the astronauts make it to the station?
Not yet.
Where are they? What are they? Flying around in circles?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they timed it the best they could to line up with the ISS, but they still got to wait for it, you know. You know how it is.
What do you mean?
Like they get into Earth orbit first, right? And then they got to adjust to get in the plane of the ISS, and then maneuver onto that, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing right now. It's just like the transition between that. So they got to like take a whole orbit of Earth without using thrust or anything, basically to the upper helium, and then or whichever maneuver
But the
point they've got.
stream has ended. The live stream has ended. I think I see a picture of them connected.
Huh?
I don't know. The video kind of looks like they hooked up to the station, no? I don't know.
When did the live stream start?
Like 2 hours ago. Gotta be a website for this. There's a Turkish guy on that mission, a Spanish guy, Italian, Swedish. So many countries involved in this conspiracy. That Italian guy is totally sus.
Yeah. It's a random Italian guy. That is sus.
Look at his face. He looks like a complete James Bond villain. Manu, do you know what I mean? Like, look at that guy. Like, he should be in the next James Bond movie. With that jawline, I mean, come on. They're laughing in her face. That's what they're doing. Total AI. Guy's a cyborg. Well, I'm gonna drop off. I'll come back later. Hopefully by then this fraud will have been exposed.
Good, because I'm getting sick of your.
Yeah, I'm sure they made at least one mistake in the stream. You know.
Coping is very boring to listen to, bro.
I'm coping hard, man.
If you keep an eye out, man, you'll see some bubbles.
Yeah, exactly.
You could see the curve in that video. pretty small Earth, though.
Or one of these guys picking up a phone call from his wife saying, "Honey, when will you come home? I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm watching you on TV wearing those funny boots. Come home."
But she's like, there ain't women on the ISS, is there? Who you
Exactly. Exactly. Who are you talking to?
Them Russian women.
All those Hollywood actresses. Yeah.
So did we debunk the space?
Oh yeah.
No, I see. Okay.
Did you see the Italian guy? I mean, come on, that's the giveaway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
International recruitment's gone too far.
Yes. I'll be back soon, Yui.
All right. Bye-bye.
Don't get banned before I come back, okay? Be careful.
No, I won't.
You guys seeing each other, Yui?
What'd you say?
I said, you guys seeing each other, Yui? You and Peter?
Seeing each other and dating? Who said that?
No, they just work with each other.
Colleagues.
Your colleagues.
Yeah.
Them J-Trig brothers, aren't they? Ooh, burn. It's alright, mate. It's alright. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of.
People don't want to search what J-Trig means. Don't worry about it.
You are the top, though, right, Yui?
Who's saying this?
I just picture you as the top, dude.
It's definitely a pyramid.
Pop
Why
Ted,
are
right?
there so many people in here, but it's so quiet?
We're talking. You can't hear me?
I like how you interrupted someone speaking to say that.
I know. Okay, shit happens.
Good evening.
Just waiting for the globe proof, really, any day now.
Yeah, we were waiting for you to come in, give us some globe proof.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now
If
she's
you
here.
want it to get noisy, all we have to do is ask a Glober for evidence. You'll see. It won't sound like this for long.
We're giving the what? What? I don't understand.
It's all good,
Yeah.
honey.
We don't ask for much.
Okay, I'm just confused, concerned.
And the concern.
Really.
Do you think you live on a globe, or what's going on?
Yeah, do you know what room you're in?
I'm aware. I can read.
Yeah, so when we said, have you got any globe proof? Would you understand that what we were asking
Oh, I
based
thought
on
that
the
was
name of the
I thought
room?
that was a person. I'm sorry.
What?
Not sure. I think people get denser and denser as the time goes on.
Natural. That's what happens.
And everybody
TikTok
wants to know
brain.
what. And everybody wants to know what density is, right?
Yeah, let me look it up. I'm pretty sure the spacesuits were Versace.
Does that mean she doesn't have any globe proof?
Yeah, I think so.
Versace and Armani. Yeah, just be careful what you're searching. I don't think I've got safe search off. Well, that's pretty interesting. No, never mind. It wasn't Versace. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But it's created by the same guy who did the set design or something for Men in Black, which is pretty interesting. Jose Fernandez of Ironhead Studios, a movie costume designer whose portfolio includes Men in Black, Black Panther, and Iron Man. Quite literally, look at that. Phew. Actual Iron Man suit. Spaceman. Oh, and then that guy who designed the suits thought he was designing the suits for a film, but they're actually doing it for SpaceX. There's his there's his work. I'll put it in the chat. Some pretty cool work, actually. So going from his concept art, that could be the future of space, space rebels or something. Of course, Boeing have got a part to play in making that suit. Of course.
Hello. Who else is hyped for Nathan Oakley tomorrow?
For what?
Nathan Oakley is coming here, as I understand.
And he is.
At what time?
I don't know. I thought I could fish that info by mentioning it.
That's cool.
You guys are Oakley's biggest hype men, eh? You and Bev are Oakley's biggest hype men. You just can't keep his name out of your mouths.
And
I gotta say, he's really not a bad debater. Gotta give him that. I mean, the way he puts them in the corner is pretty cool, actually. He was at Earth Awakenings the other day, and all the Globers freaked out, man. They spasmed out. Because normally it's a safe haven over there. Never get challenged as much as they challenged here. That's why I prefer to be here more than Earth Awakenings, because there's just a safe haven for all the.
Well, what he's doing tomorrow is he's doing an open stage AMA event tomorrow, so he won't be in here. It's gonna be an AMA.
Okay, Heretic, before you spaz out next time, like I don't share Bev's identical opinions or whatever. I just heard he comes here and I was interested what hour. I guess it's his show
Triggered?
hour.
You're triggered?
And when you say I can't keep him out of my mouth, like I could say you can't keep him out of your channel. So
He's never been here once, so cool story. But if it quacks like a duck, etc.
But he's coming tomorrow or today.
You better watch your mouth.
He's mad because I compared him to Bev because he seems to share most of Bev's opinions despite what he says. But anyhow.
I'm mad because you compared who, me to Bev or Nathan to Bev?
Yeah, but you're Russian.
Never mind, man.
Shut the fuck up, Scott.
Make me. Slava Ukraine.
Wait, Scott, you're back after losing today?
We're NATO, remember.
That's how fast you reset, dude.
Sorry, what do you mean lose?
You really think you're gonna pick up a second fight and make a statement?
Bro, what are you on about?
Are you talking to Scott? Or me?
Yeah, Scott was here like 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't flat, my friend.
Oh yeah, I
the
heard
Earth
him.
is
That's
round.
why I muted
and
him now.
Now he's doing the same script again, man. He was not able to answer any question when he was here.
Mishu, can you take him off mute just so that we don't have audio chaos? Just so you know when he's talking and you don't talk through each other.
I'll turn him down and I'll see if he goes green.
Yeah, but the Earth is not flat. The Earth moves around.
I remember him and another Spurg were in here, and Scott McHarris with his funny voice. Oh yeah, bro, let's crush them with God and this and that. I was like, okay, let me deafen myself from this.
That wasn't me, my friend.
I'm not your friend, but whatever.
No, we don't do that. We use ground forces.
Yeah. Anyways.
So, you said the Earth is moving. How do you know?
Can you prove to me it's not? I'm waiting.
No, I'm not claiming that the Earth is moving.
That's my point. You claim the Earth doesn't move, so prove it.
My argument that it's not is that you say it is, and then we ask you to show us that it is, and then you ask us to show you that it's not. So it sounds like it's not, because if it were, you'd probably just show us that instead of deflecting. So I'm going to go with that.
Exactly.
Listen to this fool.
I can show you it not moving. It doesn't seem to be moving. Do you feel it moving? I don't feel it moving. Do you? Well, there you go. I showed you the Earth not moving. What more do you want?
It should be so easy to prove a globe, man. But yet all you have is a belief.
I get most of my evidence from Globers because they make a claim about something, and then you ask them to back it up, and then they absolutely can't. And so that's where I draw a lot of my conclusions from. Globers make the best case against the globe.
That's true.
Yeah, just listen to them. Notice how they have absolutely zero proof. And thus we conclude there is no globe.
Heretical just say something like it's rhetorical. You don't have to get a response, but thank you for comparing me to Bev. It's not the case, but thank you.
All right, no problem.
Maybe it's an insult to him more than a compliment to
No,
him.
I like Bev, but anyway, let's not get into that.
Yeah. I have a question. Maybe I can get put on the list for Nathan AMA tomorrow.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'll even tell you my question. So, how did he measure the Earth flat? Like, that's my question. So, if it passes the whatever the censor council, I would like to pose that question to him.
I want to hear the answer.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to hear that exchange.
I'm not looking for an exchange. It's a simple question. I hear more and more people saying it, and they should have it from the horse's mouth, as they say. I just want to record him saying the answer,
Well,
whatever it is.
My argument is that water is flat when it's still, and I don't feel the need to produce any measurements for that because everybody already knows it. And so to try to like prove that to somebody would just be getting dragged into arguing with a fool.
Well, flat is not an orientation. Water is also wet, which is also not an orientation.
One has nothing to do with the other, but whatever.
Well, I mean, the surface of the water is flat when it's still, right?
Yeah, but you could say you need special conditions for the water to be flat when in every case it is wet. So,
well, it just needs to be still.
Yeah, but it's always wet, so why not go with that?
Because he's sorry.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't address any of the claims on the table. That's why.
We're talking about flat and you're talking about wet. What the fuck?
Yeah, but flat. What are you trying to describe with flat?
Not curved.
An orientation?
You believe in curved water?
No.
Thank you.
Whatever.
So the orientation would be horizontal then. The horizontal plane of reference. I don't know what words won't trigger you or whatever, but
wait, does a raindrop not have curved water?
Yeah, we're not talking about raindrops.
Water at rest. Are you hard of ears?
What?
I was telling that person that the claim was about water at rest, not water falling from the clouds. Rainbow droplets. Try
Yeah, when you have
listening.
a body of water, anything from, say, the scale of a cup, maybe outward from there, all the way to the scale of an ocean. You're going to be seeking a horizontal surface equilibrium. Not a curved surface equilibrium. Not like the water is going to rest and be still and suddenly be bending, curving, wrapping around the ball. Nah, doesn't do that.
Yeah. I'm not, like, I know everybody gets emotional, myself included, maybe, but we're trying to describe Earth with a property of water. That doesn't click in my.
Well,
I
it
guess
would have to be resting curved, right, if it was a globe.
Yeah, but we're trying to describe Earth in reality, not what it isn't. What it is.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah, in reality, we see it flat and not curved.
I'll be honest, I spend most of my time describing what it isn't because I'm talking to people who say it is something it obviously isn't.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I learned about what is claimed about the globe more from flat earthers because globers have no clue. They come in here and what?
Yeah, they're blind faced.
Yeah, so there's that at least.
Well, in that way, it's kind of a pointless argument because you're just arguing with people who don't even know what their position is. Like throwing them all these numbers and geometric horizon and all this stuff, like they don't know it, so like
It just
what do you
rolls
expect?
right off them.
Yeah.
I guess understanding is not for everyone. There is no. I'm turning into jet budget. There is no. What do you call that fucking name? Denominator. I don't know. There is no equal denominator where a universal equation, like they say in the Stephen Hawking equation, that never came. So there is nothing like that. That's a pipe dream. But okay, I can go with flat, but measured flat, that's another thing. Like that's one step above.
Yeah, I'm not the guy to defend that claim because I don't put forward measurements. I don't see the need to provide a measurement to justify an axiom. Doesn't require justification.
It's like the way I see it, it's like a political slogan. Make America great again. The earth is measured flat. It's like a marching tune.
I think
That's
it'll
how
be
I
a
see it.
barrel of laughs if you can get on there with Oakley and say that to him. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I never talked to him. Like, I imagine he's gonna put his balls in my mouth at some point.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I don't listen to him. I mean, I used to maybe back in the day, now and then, but I know where he goes with his ad homs when he gets annoyed.
I just watched a TikTok video of him, and he was explaining what you say we see about refraction and the curve and everything. It was funny.
Yeah, I guess with good editing, anybody can, you can get something good out of everyone, no matter how they really are.
Something about seeing a clock tower 20 miles away. I'm trying to find it. It was pretty good.
Does that guy Johnny Bravo still mention him? If anybody knows, because I know he gave him a big shout out once. Eddie Bravo, sorry. Do you imagine getting a shout out on the biggest podcast on this goddamn, I guess, planet from Rogan's point of view? So
There,
to
I found
get
the
a
video. I put it inside chat.
They're friends.
unbelievable.
Well, I mean, we've had lots of the main whatever so-called flat earthers in here and whatnot. Give us a shout out, Bravo. Bring some more globe trolls our way. Get Eddie Bravo in here. Do an AMA. Nah, just kidding. We don't need to be celebrity. That's the wrong motivation.
Who is pulling the strings in this globe Earth conspiracy? The Freemasons?
Them.
Eddie Bravo?
They, them.
Not you.
Yes, they, them.
They, them. No, it's not me, bro. I'm nothing.
You're a believer.
So who is pulling the strings, man?
Hey, if you don't know you're lying, is it a lie?
No.
Okay.
No, you've just internalized the paralogism. That is not lying, but is the spreading of lies. So only God can judge that, I think. I don't know.
Being wrong is not a lie.
But if you don't know you're lying, then I guess it's not a sin.
Well, but your actions might have dire consequences, and surely someone has to take responsibility.
Not if everybody believes the same thing.
Well, you said if it's the same as lying.
No, I said if you don't know. I said if you don't know you're lying, is it a lie?
Oh. It's still a lie. Depends what point of view are you talking from. The guy who says the lie that he doesn't know is a lie from his point of view.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, it's not a lie then.
So there you go. There's your conspiracy question. Nobody knows it's a fucking lie.
Do you guys believe in intercontinental ballistic missiles?
I didn't catch any of that, dude.
ICBMs.
What about them?
You believe they're real?
Of course.
Do you believe that they function the way they say?
What, that they fly up in the air?
For like 6,000 miles. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you believe in curved water?
Do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, man. So they could take an ICBM and shoot it like 6,000 miles up in the air, right?
Like straight up?
Maybe.
Has that been done?
They claim.
That they shot an ICBM 6,000 miles straight up in the air?
Well, that's, I mean, maybe not 6,000 miles, but that's how they work. I think they shoot them into space and then they have like this re-entry vehicle.
Where's space? How high do you got to go to get to space?
I don't know. You should better check the facts. I don't know. So if they can do that, they can also shoot satellites up in the air.
Okay.
Space. Right.
And what keeps the satellites up there? Some magical force?
Yeah, it's called magic.
Magic.
Magic is like proportional to the weight. More weight, more magic, you know? Less weight, less magic.
Oh.
You think the Mars mission was real?
I guess the question, do you think it's real? You know I don't think it's real.
I believe it's real. Well, you don't, yeah.
You believe it?
I believe it.
Cool. And notice how we're using the word believe, right?
Right. You know, I don't claim knowledge, even though I could be justified in my belief.
Flirt. Flirt. No flirt.
Hello? Any more?
What's up, everybody?
So, man, what a nice day to live on the globe Earth.
On the globe Earth.
The globe is so nice, man. It never ends, you know. You can just go straight forward forever.
Oh,
You
you're
know,
being
that's
sarcastic.
unfortunate about the flat Earth, right?
You're funny.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, Car, how's it going? How much? Just kicking it for a few minutes. About to go outside myself. It is a beautiful day.
I'd say about the light topic in this arena or any technical arena, a lie is still a lie because the one speaking should do his homework before making any claim. So
God bless you, man.
you're not gonna go anywhere, like teaching somebody, and you have not done your homework and are very knowledgeable on whatever that person speaks. So even then, they
Like
are dishonest.
new English words, like just you complaining. Is that the English you decided to learn? Very bad.
I've turned this homosexual down.
Oh, you managed to hear exactly what I said, so not complaining.
Goob or whatever his name is today.
Well, I wish I wish some of the Globers would get the memo about that, about doing some homework before they come in. Apparently, all they're doing is just coming out off the cuff with their pseudo knowledge and fumble right before us. It is hilarious, but it would be nice to have somebody that come along that did a little of their own research and studied up on their own heliocentric religion, so that we can all be talking on the same ballpark. We always have to readjust to get back on the right ballpark. They're over there playing soccer. No, we're playing baseball.
Well, I don't think there's such thing as a globe proof unless they've actually been to space.
Oh, no. They should at least know the parameters of their globe. That's what I'm saying. Like, what size is it? Like, what's the radius? What's the
Yeah, but
circumference?
no one cares about if you can remember the radius of the Earth. What does that mean?
Right, I know most people would not, but if they're entering into this arena on this kind of platform, then they ought to have done a little bit of delving into it to some extent. Otherwise, they're left cold. Like, there's no. We won't even get to the point what the questions actually are if they're stuck in this state. So the spell has to be broken.
Alex, do you want to see my globe proof?
Yeah.
All right, check your DMs in this.
Where's your globe proof?
Yeah, Alex, do you have any globe proof? Are we
I
talking
don't.
to Alex? Or no? Are we talking to you? I saw a couple people lighting up. Miss you.
What do you reckon, Alex? Do you like it or no?
What is this?
What do you reckon we're on, Alex? That's a good way to put it.
What do you say?
I said, what do you reckon we're on?
The Earth.
The Earth. Okay, and what is the Earth?
Don't know.
Is Earth an object?
I think it's most likely a globe.
You think most likely it is, okay. Do you have any evidence of it being a globe?
No. I just believe it.
Okay, you just believe it. Well, that's at least an honest answer. Because in order for you to know it's a globe, you would have to show us a direct measurement. You would have had to have seen one yourself. And the interesting part is we're in 2024 and nobody has this information. Apparently it doesn't exist out there. In other words, no measurement of curvature, drop over distance ever recorded in all of human history that we can affirm and validate or verify.
Yeah, but potatoes don't have constant curvature.
Okay, well, that's fine, but it still has to confine to certain parameters, doesn't it? If it's a globe, it has to measure so, correct?
If you're claiming potato, why would they be showing us perfectly round balls for the last 50 years?
Exactly.
It looks like a ball, isn't a perfect ball.
Hold on, the go-to is pictures from space. That's what most people go to after they go to Six and Shadows, which don't work at all. But when they go to pictures from space, the so-called vacuum of space, they're showing perfect circular, a perfectly spherical object. Like you said, they're not showing this oblong pear shape or potato shape or whatever you want to call it.
Well, I haven't
so anyway,
seen this photo, so I don't know about that.
They gave us the size of it, and that's easily discerned at the surface.
Alex,
So
you don't need to believe it anymore. You know it's a globe now. You've been
No, we
given
know
globe
it's
proof.
not a globe. Oh yeah, let's hear that.
I can't be asked to read all this.
It's 1.5 pages, bro. Come on. Put your specs on.
Just maybe you could answer the question since you were trying to be honest before. Let's see if you can maintain that. Let me ask you three simple questions, okay?
Yeah.
About Earth itself. Okay. So the first one is, do you know of any time in history anyone has directly measured the curvature, meaning drop over distance on Earth? That means on the surface.
No, I don't.
Okay. And the second question is, when has anyone ever detected axial rotation? In other words, the motion of Earth, axial rotation. When have they ever detected this and what method was used? Do you know that?
Accelerometer.
Well, you might be getting close if you're hinting at the Michelson-Morley test or Michelson-Gale or the Sagnac effect. I could go on, but you're getting close to accelerometers, like precision equipment that detects light on a minute scale. So anyway, there were 5 famous scientists in the last century that tried to determine, or the 20th century. When beginning of the 20th century, they tried to determine if Earth was in motion, and all attempts failed. But anyway, So that was honest. You said no on 1 and 2. Now the third one is, do you know of, or can you provide a demonstration that's very important, of gas pressure without a container? Because they tell us that we're in an open system. That means we can go in and out with physical objects or devices.
The only example I know of is the Earth.
So do you know of an example of gas pressure without a container? And how would you show that? That's what's in question. So that's illogical to use that's a fallacy, illogical fallacy.
Okay, but gas pressure needing a container is we've only ever seen it with a container, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need a container.
Well, it would mean that saying anything opposite to what we know as an axiom or a natural law, that doesn't seem to be wavering in any manner at all through all history. Whenever we tested this, whenever we've tried to test for gas pressure, it has always required containment in order for you to even test it or to know that it exists.
But how many times does it have to pop up for it to eventually be true?
No, this just always is. It's an assumed standard. And the reason
is that assumed standard necessarily true?
Yes, because it's an axiom. Every time we only have examples of it one way. You would have to provide one example of it happening the opposite way. In other words, gas pressure being maintained by gravity within a certain space without the use of a container. That's what you're up against. That's the proof that would be required.
Yeah, which is
in the
impossible.
definition.
Yeah. So you have to have the walls of the container or else you have no pressure. So you wouldn't even tell if there was gas pressure gradient, anything about gas pressure at all without the use of a container. That's how they discovered these things, with the use of a container, including barometers, all those types of things. But the barometer, all the barometer is it's a container that's testing the pressure inside of a pressurized system. So it's a pressurized system within a pressurized system. So the answer is no to all three. You were honest, which shows actually to everyone, it should to yourself as well, that all you have is a belief about the globe. You really know nothing about it, or else you would have been able to provide us with answers to 1, curvature on Earth's surface measured, 2, detection of axial rotation, and 3, gases being contained without a container. Which even sounds more ridiculous when you put it that way. But those 3 are the fundamental claims of the globe Earth. And those have not been met by anyone, so you're not alone. So I wouldn't feel bad that you didn't have that information. Honestly, if this were reality, that information would be everywhere. Every child would learn this probably from the adolescence on up. You would have learned these things, and you would have been able to tell people where to reference that information to and what would verify or validate it, how it could be validated.
Well,
so that would be something
you haven't
that would
shown
be
us gas
common knowledge.
pressure.
Listen, it would be common knowledge, and I'll stop with this. It would be common knowledge to every man, woman, and child of these measurements.
How can you get our pressure gradient inside of a container?
That's the only way you can have a pressure gradient is inside of a container. That's the only way it's been shown to happen.
Not to replicate Earth's pressure gradient.
Pardon?
Not one that's replicated Earth's pressure gradient.
Earth just to do because you have unknowns in Earth's pressure gradient. We don't know the actual size of the container. You would have to, that's crucial. You would have to know the volume. We don't know the volume. We don't actually know the output either from the surface of the gases that are the gases which are born underneath and at the surface over the oceans, for instance. Forest, things like that.
Would you agree that pressure drops over altitude to almost nothing? I mean, it, seems pretty obvious.
Well, they've never shown us where the delineation is or where nothing starts, but yeah, you have a gradient. That's the only way you can have one is within a pressure system.
There is no line, and when nothing starts, and nobody's claiming that.
There's supposed to be a place where the vacuum starts.
There's not a place where the vacuum starts. Vacuum is just any place with a pressure lower than atmospheric. So when we're talking, 100 kilometers up, we're talking, pretty high-grade vacuum, but not total vacuum. Still, thousands and thousands of atoms per cubic centimeter.
You're
talking
still
thousands of kilometers away, orders of magnitude less, but still not nothing.
Yeah, but you're missing the point about you not knowing what the extent of the parameters, the extremities of the container itself. You would need to know these.
Yeah, of course they're not knowable because the container doesn't exist, right? If you hallucinate the container, then you can't reverse.
No one has been to the extremities. That's the answer.
No, I mean, the only thing we see is the pressure drop off, right? And it drops off further and further and further. And what we don't see is a container, right?
Yeah, you have pressure.
I'm kind of confused there.
Listen, you would not have pressure at sea level, 14.7, pretty constant at sea level. You would never have that. It would all be rushing out immediately upon release from the origin of the gases. Would be releasing it
would be going into the vacuum,
and would continue to do so, and without a containment would not stop. So, in other words.
Then riddle me this. Why does it not go up into the 100 kilometers where we can, I think
it's contained. Because it's contained.
But there's still a near vacuum there, right? Like, why does it not equalize?
There is no vacuum.
Or else you would have no pressure.
The pressure goes down, right? The pressure is very low at high altitude. It is called a vacuum.
Yeah. This can be shown within a contained system. Here on Earth, we can show this. Inside
you know what else goes down?
System.
Sorry, Sonny. I was going to say, what about temperature? The temperature goes down, right? There's your gradient.
I mean, the temperature doesn't only go down. There's actually places in the atmosphere where the temperature rises again, and in the exosphere where it gets extremely hot, in the hundreds of thousands of degrees. But because there's basically no matter there, it doesn't really describe temperature in the way that you know it in dense media.
Yeah, that's a cool story, and that's also a you problem.
Yeah, good story.
That's hearsay.
I mean, this is something helium balloons. You guys do
this
that,
is something you were told, dude. It's a story. You don't know it.
Come on, like flat earthers done helium balloons, right? You guys measured like pressure, temperature. I mean, I don't think there's major disagreement on that, right?
What? Do we only see gradients in a container?
Yeah, gradient of a force that requires a container. Yeah, you'll need a container for that.
Right. If you don't, of course.
If you can get gas pressure without a container, dude, fucking, we're done.
Is the atmosphere a container?
I mean, if you think that the few molecules, right? We can probably agree that there's very high up in the atmosphere, there's almost no air, right? Do you guys not agree with that? There's almost nothing there. Why is the air not
It's also very cold on top of a mountain.
Why does it stick to the surface?
It's also very cold on top of mountains where the temperature decreases.
What does that mean?
Well, air pressure isn't as high on mountains. It's way colder up there.
So what?
Let's say a gradient of gas pressure you're talking about, right?
It's not just any gradient, right? It's an exponential drop-off.
Yeah, but it's gas pressure, right? That there's a gradient of, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so that would be a gradient of force exerted on a container.
You keep... like your definition of gas pressure just requires a container. Mine doesn't.
Not mine.
Right? Therefore, we cannot. You cannot use that as an argument.
It's not his definition, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, sorry to tell you,
it's actually your definition.
That's not.
That's what gas pressure is. It's a force exerted on the walls of a container by gas. So to have a differential of it would require a container in the first place for any of it to exist.
It's just like a semantic misunderstanding of what pressure is.
Okay,
you know
yeah,
what magic
definitions are
is?
semantic misunderstandings. Okay.
That's not just
What's magic is
the one
assuming
definition of
gravity
pressure
creates
that you
higher
mentioned.
pressure zones. You think gravity compresses gas?
Can you show that?
So
I think you need a container to compress gas. Else it just fills the limitations of its volume. It'll
the
just keep
whole
going.
thing, right, that I'm showing is one of those examples, right? I'm confused why you don't get that.
No. You just showed us a differential of a force exerted on the
I mean,
walls
you're
of the
telling me
container.
that, there must
Obviously,
be
you
a
need
container somewhere, right? But below the container, obviously, like we agree, the pressure is almost zero, right? It's negligible.
No,
and
that's
yet
a
the gas
nonsense
doesn't
claim.
equalize, right? We have a gradient that goes from,
Almost
atmospheric
zero is a
pressure,
nonsense
sea
statement.
level,
What's
to almost no
almost zero?
pressure, right?
It's
We
almost
agree on
zero.
that? Yeah,
Yeah,
do
but
we not
what's
agree
almost
on that?
zero? Yeah, no,
Like the
there's a
pressure.
differential of the force that the gas is exerting on the container. We agree with that. But
Not
what's
on the
almost zero?
container, right? On your pressure probe.
No, what's
You
almost
need to
yeah, but
capture
you
a
need
little
a
bit of the
container
atmosphere to measure the pressure?
to
Oh, you
measure
have a
gas
In a
probe,
pressure,
right?
container.
to measure gas
You
pressure,
capture
right?
it in a container, right? To measure it.
I mean, if you're on
Yeah, it
an
has to be
airplane and you
captured in a
measure the
container.
pressure, right? Like there's nothing in a container that's, there's no relevant container around you.
Yeah, there is, because you have the gas pressure, else you wouldn't be able to confine the gas to a space in order to measure the pressure of it in the first place.
I mean, this is just
Pressure
circular
isn't weight
reasoning that
either,
you're
you know.
applying here, right? You're saying the reason why there's a container is that there has to be a container. That is just
Well,
circular
there's no
reasoning.
other way
You're
to
not making
confine
any
gas.
other point.
Well, just show me how you
But
can
there is,
confine
right?
gas
There
to a
is, and you're
volume.
just,
Okay, you gotta
it's
stop.
not part of your
Stop
definition.
talking. If only you can talk, then you're not going to learn anything, and that's not good for you. So just show us any other way that you can confine gas to an area besides a container, and we can just call it a day.
Yeah, dude, that is what I'm saying, right? Like gas is contained at the surface. We know there is a lot of pressure down here, yet all of that pressure doesn't go up, even though you guys also know that the pressure is almost nothing above.
What do you
Now
mean
you
it doesn't
say,
go up?
well,
What do you mean?
there
Okay,
must be
this is
some
one.
kind of
Okay,
container
listen,
way
you've
out
cut me
there,
off.
but what
You
is
cut me off
pressing on
every
that
single
container
time.
if there
You
is
cut
no
me off
atmosphere
every
up there?
single time I
So
tried
you
to
are
respond
cutting me
to
off
the
right
statement you
now.
said.
Like I was still talking, right?
Yeah, but I've tried to respond to this
No, no,
very
no.
thing that you repeated like several times, and every single time you talk through it. So you say almost nothing. What is that? 1 psi, 0.1 psi, 0.01,
It gets
0.001.
arbitrarily
They
low,
continue.
right? It
Yeah,
gets
so
as
it's
low
never
as you
going to
like.
get. So there's always pressure, right?
There's always pressure, yeah.
So the pressure did fill the space. Okay, I rest my case. Thank you.
I mean, pressure becomes a useless metric when you're talking, less than one, molecule
It's
per
never
cubic
zero.
meter or some shit.
It's never
Yeah,
zero.
but
The
like,
pressure.
it's not. Yeah, but like the metric of pressure that you use isn't that useful in that case. Sure,
the
you can
gas-
still
the
apply
gas
it,
started
and
at
you
the
could still,
surface.
assert a pressure, just not very
The gas.
useful.
The gas started at the surface, and you just told me it doesn't matter how high you go, there will always still be some pressure. So the gas did fill the space that
Right.
you're talking about. Okay, we're good.
I mean,
this isn't a
the
problem
gas
for us
isn't
at all.
equally filling the space, though, right? Almost all of it is on the surface, and almost
Not if
none of
it's
it
a
is way
dynamic
out there.
system. We have a dynamic system, so no.
Dynamic. What does that mean? What does that mean? Dynamic.
We have
It doesn't mean
temperature
anything. It's like
fluctuations. I'll tell you what it means. We've got temperature fluctuations, right? We've got a whole weather system here.
yeah,
The
it doesn't
atmosphere is
change
extremely
anything.
dynamic. The atmosphere is a huge dynamic system. Nobody really understands it all.
Yeah, I mean, everybody understands though that at an altitude of a couple dozen of
Nobody really
kilometers, there's
understands the
basically no
atmosphere.
pressure. That doesn't change
You
with
think
weather.
we
The pressure
fully
changes a
understand the
little
atmosphere?
bit.
Can you show me a model?
Like we understand that the pressure goes down with altitude. There's no debate over that. I don't think that doesn't change.
Well, I'll tell you what there is a debate over. How come the pressure doesn't drop off?
Proof of anything.
The pressure does not drop off with the inverse square of gravity. Gravity doesn't predict it.
What? That's not how that works, dude. I mean, set your
Oh,
expectations
yes,
right.
it does.
I want to know.
Gravity is pulling on gas. How come it doesn't follow the inverse square law?
I mean, gravity does as a force.
Well, gravity
What gravity?
does, but the gas pressure doesn't.
No, because the difference, right, in distance needs to be measured relative to the center of the mass, which is the Earth's core, and the difference between sea level and a couple dozens of kilometers up isn't that high relative to the center of Earth.
Every time
When
I
you
hear
look at
that
the
word,
inverse square law.
relativity.
Yeah, listen, Earth's core isn't the very center.
Yeah, like gravity is almost
No,
the
it's
same at
not.
the
The
altitude of
center
the
of Earth
ISS.
isn't the strongest point of gravity. In fact, there's a barycenter. You've got like the Earth-Moon system, where the barycenter is about 1/3 the distance to the supposed globe core.
Oh,
Plus, he's
congratulations.
he's
Yes,
brought
the
in
barycenter is a couple meters off, you know, but
You've-
for all
you've
intents
brought
and
in a,
purposes, the center of Earth is the important thing here.
Like 1,500 miles off.
You've
Yeah, I
brought
mean,
in a globe berry
doesn't really
center now
matter,
for
dude.
your, but you've now brought in a globe berry center for the mechanism of your containment. So now you got to show us a globe.
What? No, dude.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you an
We're talking
Einstein
about
denier?
gas pressure, though.
Do you believe in entropy?
He was claiming that inverse square law would invalidate this sort of
What is
reasoning
entropy?
because gravity
Is that
would be different
Yeah,
at a
I do
higher
claim that.
altitude.
Gravity does
Yeah,
not
but
provide a predictive
that's a
model for the drop-off in air pressure.
Tough luck, bro, but that's a misunderstanding on your
All
part.
right, so you
right?
can't attribute it to gravity because gravity doesn't seem to be offering
No,
you
you're just,
the exact
you're
is
just
drop-off
entropy where
ignorant.
you're in a
air
rock
pressure.
and a hard
You're
place?
just ignorant of the explanation, right? That doesn't make it untrue.
No, we know the explanation. What's lacking is the demonstration to go with it.
I mean, for
Yeah, we
gas
don't have
pressure,
evidence.
it's very clear. We have gas
So what
pressure down here. There's no hard boundary between here and basically no pressure, right? Sure,
Oh, okay.
there's
So there's a
some pressure, but it's,
differential.
you know,
Okay, so there's a differential of a force within a container.
I mean,
Because it's
if
a
you
force
say, you know,
on
the
a-
gas for pressure to exist, right, it needs to exert force
Is
on a
that-
container. How is it
Wait,
exerting
it is.
force up? Where's that force being transmitted? There's no molecules to transport that force.
reword what you just said. I'll just swap out term gas pressure with its definition. Okay, so for force exerted on the walls of its container by gas, you need
Again, you're playing just semantic games, right? You take a fallacious
Well,
definition
you know, words
that
have
doesn't
definitions.
explicitly doesn't capture the mechanism that we're looking at, and you're saying,
Well,
well,
it's
it's not
the only-
contained in that definition, therefore it's wrong. Which I grant you, it's not in your definition, but that's just
Hold on.
circular reasoning, bro.
Hold on, you
that's
said
what
there was no hard boundary. You said there was no hard boundary. Is that why they keep moving it? Now it's out past the moon?
I mean, there
Or
was never
they-
any hard boundary, right? People are changing
never was? Are
definitions
you
based
kidding
on how
me?
useful they are. They thought it wouldn't be useful
Yeah,
to
there
think of like, you
was.
know, beyond the exosphere as an atmosphere. Now they know, well, the conditions are actually slightly different between, you know,
Wrong.
the space between
They
Earth
used
and
to-
Moon
no,
and
what?
interplanetary
No, wrong.
space, and that's why they changed the definition for that. But that
No,
doesn't
that's
mean
not
that
true.
anything physically changed.
That's not true because in 1958 they discovered the Van Allen belts.
What do Van Allen belts have to do with anything? They're radiation. A completely unrelated concept.
So are you ready yet to show gas pressure being contained by something other than a physical container?
Yeah, I mean, clearly that is happening. That's the thing I'm describing. There's
begging
gas
the question.
pressure,
Circular
and there's no boundary, no
That's the
container that is
question.
exerting force on upwards, right?
Yeah, but
And
that's
it goes
that's
down
just
to zero.
fallacious, bro. Because
you
that's
know,
the thing in question, though.
what is happening?
So that's totally circular reasoning.
No, well, do you disagree?
so-
Do you
It
not
has to be.
accept that the pressure is dropping off exponentially?
I already said I
okay,
agree
yeah,
that there's a
circular reasoning.
differential. There's a differential in the force exerted on the walls
Uh-huh.
of the container. I already agreed to that.
No,
Yeah,
I mean there is
we
no
agree
wall,
with
right?
that.
There's no identifiable wall, but the pressure keeps dropping. Do you disagree?
Well, there's
with
gas
Listen,
pressure.
wouldn't you reject circular reasoning? Would you reject circular reasoning?
that? You're asking me? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. Well, you
Right.
just engage in circular reasoning.
How so? Do you want to?
Yeah, the thing in contention is whether or not Earth has this gravitational field holding down gas, and you point to
No.
what you say is
Wrong.
this gravitational field pulling down
Wrong.
gas,
Wrong.
proof
Wrong.
of Earth having gravitational field pulling down gas.
No, bro, you already failed, bro. That's not my claim, right? He was asking me for examples of gas pressure existing without a container or boundary holding it in that it can exert pressure on. I gave you that example. Nothing was said about gravity at all, right? We haven't talked about the mechanism that makes that happen. It's just a physical thing we
That's
observe
just a
that
repetition
exists,
of
right?
the claim, though.
Well, clearly
Listen,
your
but that's just
definition
you-
is
that's
inadequate,
just a-
and your
That's just a
circular reasoning is
repetition of your.
flawed.
Hey, listen,
So
Grim.
the
That's just
point-
or not Grim. Sorry, Exonaut. That's just a repetition of your claim, though, because you say no container is holding the gas pressure outside in, and we ask for a verifiable demonstration of no container with gas being held to a space,
Yeah. Yeah,
and then
I
you
mean,
just point again at the thing that you claimed, right?
No, you
So then
do
you're
that
just
with a
using the
helium
claim as
balloon,
the evidence.
dude. Like,
Yeah, but
I
you
mean,
just use-
do you
yeah, but
guys
that's a
disagree with
container.
helium balloons? Do you?
That's-
I mean,
no, but
do you
that's a
think that
container.
those experiments didn't happen?
That's a container, but what I'm trying to tell you
Where's the
is you're
container?
just repeating your claim and using that as the evidence
What container?
for the
Where's the container?
Okay, excellent. Stop spiraling. You're just repeating your claim and using that as evidence
I'm
for
asking you. I'm not repeating anything, right? Where is the container you're speaking of?
It's around us and above us because it has to be closed in order to contain gas, so it'd have to be all
Right,
around.
and the gas is exerting its pressure on that, and that's what makes pressure happen, right?
Do I need to see your parents to know you had a mom and dad? There are certain things we can deduce logically without having to actually see because we know them to be true.
You don't have to ask him that.
Well, I mean, you'd think so, and I'm
he's
trying, but
looking for some sort of encumbrance because he doesn't have a mom or dad. So it's fully psychological. He's already admitted it. He's already bowed down.
drugs are a bad thing, bro.
Into the break. If you've been drinking, we are going to mute you if you keep that up. Anyways, we're not going to argue within your paradigm where you beg the question every time. So, yeah, we're not doing that. So you can either just continue to repeat yourself, and then we'll just. You can show us gas begging the question.
I mean, I can keep making a completely cogent argument, or you can cut me off now. I mean, that's your choice.
No, it's not an argument. It's only a claim. It's just a claim.
I'm happy to do so, but there's nothing to add because it's not.
So if you're going to repeat the claim that's begging the question, is that what you're going to do? You're just going to repeat the claim that's begging the question.
Which is that? Which is what?
There's no
container. All you've been saying is we see pressure gradients and there's no container. Therefore, there is my example.
Yeah, therefore pressure without. Yeah, I mean, clearly, yeah. That is exactly the argument.
Beg the question. So that's enough. I mean, I'm going to hand wave that because you're begging the question. I don't have to do anything. You've already invalidated.
Perfectly valid argument.
You don't know. How is it valid if already you're begging the question of the thing in contention?
What do you mean, bro?
That's the point. Go look up what a begging the question fallacy. You should go read it for us. Go get the definition and read it.
No.
No, you're not going to do that, right? So I'm going to hand wave dismiss everything because you don't do it.
Your conclusion is in your
whatever, dude. You don't have to accept it.
Your conclusion that
it's your invalid argument. Yeah, I don't have to accept.
Your premise. It's your premise is the same thing as your conclusion, dude. Just that there's no container. It's 100% circular logic. Yeah, you say I go outside. There's no container.
Right? Can you at least do you agree? Do you go along with the observation that it's not just any gradient, right? It's an exponential drop off. And we know at altitudes that we can easily reach, the pressure is pretty much nothing, right? If we're talking about how much force is it exerting on a surface, that is basically nothing.
Much nothing is a nonsense statement. I already went over this.
I mean, where do you not agree with that?
Well, there's still pressure. So obviously,
it's not literally nothing, right? There is still some
It's not literally nothing.
Right, but your whole argument is that pressure, right, exists because it's exerting force on the boundary of the container, and that's what's making pressure happen. If the pressure, though, is lower, right, in the upper atmosphere than it's in the lower atmosphere, how is it exerting that pressure? Where is it exerting that force, right?
Well, you just said there's pressure, so it's exerting the pressure. So the gas is confined to a space, to a volume, obviously, and the only way to do that is with a container. And show
it. If you guys were right. Gas would be the same pressure everywhere. Period.
Listen,
right?
All of the gas would just whoosh off. It would just go whoosh. It would not. You would never have a consistent pressure of anything. It would not be stable. As soon as you open the release valve, no, it goes off whoosh off. It fucks off into space.
Well, I mean, that's clearly not what we observe. I totally agree there.
That's what we do. That's what we do observe.
No, that's not. We don't observe the atmosphere.
We observe in any pressure system. Yes, we do.
I mean, not the atmosphere, right? It doesn't fuck off. I agree there.
You're not. It's not because it's
contained.
Not
even fighting you on that.
And the evidence of that is that we have gas pressure at sea level 14.7 psi. Why did it say psi? Pressure per square inch. Because there's constant volume. That's why you want that number.
The different weights of gases
and how is it pushing up, right?
That's
like if the pressure goes down as you go up, how could in your model the pressure ever go down? It could never go down.
Listen,
it would be the same.
The 14.7 psi. The 14.7 psi is stable. That's the evidence of it being stably contained to a certain volume, restricted to that volume.
It's not that. Otherwise, right? Whether the pressure changes.
No, otherwise you would have a wind going in one direction that would be outward of all of the gases all at once.
Yeah, that's what wind literally is, bro.
That's not what wind is. No, you're out of your mind.
The pressure is movement of air to equalize the differentials in pressure and temperature.
No, listen, the winds follow along more aligns with the paths of the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. How the sun and the moon travel in that areas, that's how the winds are generated as well.
You're saying the stars generate the winds, and I need to prove you wrong.
Did not say the stars. The
come
sun
on, bro.
and the
I mean, you're
moon.
embarrassing
The sun-
yourself. That's a
How the sun and the moon
reversal
are
of like
apart.
burden
I
of
said the
evidence.
area that the sun and the moon traverse. The sun is the heat source. The sun causes our
Bro, come on, you're
atmos
just
to do what
embarrassing
it
yourself.
does.
Stop. Come on. That's just- come on.
The heat fluctuations, the
embarrass
energy
you.
transfer, the energy change exchange is going
Come on. I mean, you're just babbling on, rambling.
Like,
No,
surely
I'm
there's
not.
an example here of other than the Earth, dude.
Wait, I have a question.
I mean, do you just want to keep it?
He's got no
I
answer.
bet you do.
Hold on, I'll share it. Just give me 1 second.
Whatever.
Because go ahead and ask it because this globe is broke.
Well, it's just a blatantly circular argument that he has. We've already got that.
No, it's a flat argument.
It has to be.
What's that?
It has to be, yeah.
I mean, he has a blatantly circular argument.
Flat.
He says that there is no container holding the gas to the space outside, and we asked for his evidence of that. He just says there's no container. So around and around we go.
No. I didn't make such a claim, right? I said this is an example of gas pressure, right, without a container.
believes
Now that doesn't mean
exactly what I just
if
said.
it wasn't
exactly what I just
now,
look,
you would believe different things if it was later.
Okay,
exactly
let's just ask him.
Yeah.
Is it Aman's? What? Minaz, you want to go ahead and ask your question?
He didn't have a question.
Yeah.
He was being a troll.
Oh, you didn't have a question. I thought someone had a question.
There's no container because there's no container outside. Well, how do you know that? Because every verifiable instance of gas pressure would need a container. You would have to have the container to confine the gas to a space. So why the special pleading? Why is it an exception outside? Because you don't see a container? Well, nevertheless, the antecedent for the gas pressure is the container. So, I mean, unless we could just get
I actually have a question.
demonstration, a single black swan demonstration of, say, bending and warping of space-time,
why
whatever you're going
does-
to use to cause
you
the
would
same
clearly-
effect, then I'll yield. I'll yield on the point and go, yeah, you don't need it. It's true.
What's on the
How
other
can
side
you
if the
not
world is flat?
claim? How can you not claim the consequence of your argument, which is that the sea level pressure, those 14 psi or whatever? I don't know. I don't speak imperial units. All right. Why don't those fuck off into the higher atmosphere? What is keeping that back? There is pressure. There's more pressure than above it,
Density,
right? And it's
density
not doing
gradient.
it. Why? Why?
Density gradient. Density gradient.
Why
which
is there
we
a
know
density
of.
gradient? That's just
You
another way
already
to
told us
word like
that
the pressure
that
gradient.
the gas. Hey, hold on. You already told us that the gas did fuck off up there because the gas is produced at the surface and there is gas up there. So it did. It did do what you're asking.
I mean, but it's not equalizing the
gas.
pressure, right? You'd expect it to keep going up and then until it's
dynamics
equal, no?
Yeah.
Like, why do you not see that? Why do you
No,
not see
why
that?
already
didn't it
agreed
stay down? Listen,
That's
why didn't
literally
it stay
impossible
down?
according to your theory.
Hold on. Why didn't it stay down is the actual real question. Why didn't it stay down like it's
Yeah,
supposed
but it mostly stays down. Like most of it
No,
does
it
stay
mostly
down.
does
Most of
not.
it does
No, it
exactly
mostly does
that.
not.
Originates at the
Omnidirectional.
surface.
No,
What are
no,
trees,
no, no, no,
dude?
no.
We got trees, man. Trees. Gas.
Goes
It's wonderful.
omnidirectionally until it reaches equilibrium, just like it always does, and no one knows where that is. So you're just talking outside of your neck.
Yeah,
I think I can-
like 14 point something psi pressure down here, right? The pressure difference
think I
between
can-
down here
Yeah,
and
we know there's
100
a
kilometers
differential.
above you right now is not just any
Exonaut.
gradient or any differential. It's the
it's
same
irrelevant.
14 psi, right?
It's irrelevant.
Because it's a
Why does it
dynamic
not fuck
system.
up?
It's not a static system. There's constant energy input into the system. There are temperature differentials.
So I mean, that's just an excuse, right?
temperature,
The same
blah,
way
blah,
that you
blah,
use
blah. Not an
refraction,
excuse.
supposedly.
It
It's
is a dynamic
reality.
system.
No, it's
not a
exactly how you
static
use
system.
refraction too.
Listen,
No, it
listen.
isn't.
It's not a static system with nothing changing. There's
And it
constant
doesn't have to be.
input and
It doesn't have to
that
be a
would have to
static
be for it
system.
to equal that way. If there's energy or some force exerted on it, then it's going to be it's not going to equalize the way that you're describing. So what I would ask you at this point is, can a gradient form in a container?
Yes.
Okay,
Also.
so then why are you using something that happens in a container as your argument for no container?
Because it doesn't matter, right? The thing is, we observe, right? What we observe with
Why?
the,
What was
only,
the
with the, only
reason I
the
didn't
weather
catch that?
balloon shows us there's
observed.
not just a gradient, but there's gas pressure without a container, I would call it. And now, there could be a boundary higher up, right, or there could not be. But it wouldn't really matter because the pressure difference between, at that altitude is so negligible that, the lower atmosphere wouldn't even notice if there was a boundary or not that high up. It wouldn't make a difference at all.
Guys, I still have a question.
So by observing the weather balloon, I can't say that there isn't a boundary much higher up. There's other observations that I could base that on, but I don't even want to go there, right? But we can clearly still see examples of pressure without a container within that, area where we don't know if there is another boundary above that or not, but there's no pressure to exchange those forces anyway.
You're respawning again, though, because your argument for there not being a container is a gradient, which is something you already told us will happen in a container. So you can't use an example of something that happens in a container as some sort of proof of no container.
Yeah, but according to you, those gradients in a container also don't make sense. None of that makes sense.
Well,
Why don't
is it
you
any
just say
surprise
that
the gas pressure is the highest at the origin of the
plastic
gas
background
pressure?
this thing. That'll solve your problem.
You keep complaining that we have all this gas pressure down near the surface, but this is where the gases originate. Is it any surprise that the pressure is higher where the gases originate?
Wouldn't you expect if the vacuum is so near, just a few kilometers away, that it would just
What vacuum?
rush out and fuck off? Well, if you go, 30 kilometers up, you
What
already have
vacuum?
a pretty high vacuum. Vacuum is
We have a
any
differential
pressure that's lower
pressure.
than atmospheric sea level. Yeah, vacuum is not made, not all vacuums mean zero pressure. Vacuum just means lower pressure than sea level.
Well, in your paradigm, the vacuum's also expanding.
What vacuum is expanding?
Yeah, you call it the Big Bang and the cosmic redshift and all this. Your vacuum is
You're just
expanding.
going to gish gallop and go into some completely
No,
other
it
direction?
creates
That's
an
fine.
additional problem for your worldview.
Yeah, gish gallop. It's going to be a weak problem that I can easily dismantle, but it's just going to distract from
All
the
right,
current
so
model.
do you deny the prevailing theories on
No,
cosmology?
I don't want to get into it with you.
I want to learn
Well,
about
it's part of your paradigm.
I'm not responsible for
And
talking
you're
about
fat and
gas
you're
pressure to
ugly.
get into cosmology.
Guys, he's obviously wrong. Just look up Google Earth. You can see it. It's right there. But I have a question. What's on the other side?
Yeah, you should stop asking questions, dude.
We can't. Well, you should have gathered from this conversation about gas requiring a closed container that we can't actually get out of the container. It's a closed system, so matter can't exchange in and out of it. That would include us, so we can't get outside of this place to tell you what's underneath it or whatever you're asking.
No, if the Earth is flat, can't you just dig?
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
you
man.
didn't get it. If you did that, you would have broken the containment. If you somehow broke through this closed system, you would break the containment, you would break the system, the air would fuck off,
What's the
everything would
containment?
die.
Have we ever seen it before?
Have we ever seen it? I don't know. Somebody might have.
But
Maybe the
then
U.S.
how'd they not
government.
get
I
out
don't
of
know.
it?
Well, it's a closed
Meaning they
system.
have
You can't
no
get out of
evidence?
it. The gas doesn't get out, so you don't get out, You can't.
Oh,
Can
I
you show me a
see.
container that you can escape from that gas can't?
So my fridge.
Oh, yeah? You escape from it by opening it, right?
Actually, I can show you.
And then the gas escapes from it, right?
You take a bucket, right? You put it upside down into
Oh.
the pool, right? You swim into the
Container.
pool. You put your
Another
head into the
container.
bucket.
I thought you meant one
Will be-
gas can, but I can't.
Yeah, that's what I
You know,
said, because that's what you're
There's
asking
water
about,
all around
basically.
you and pressure keeping it in.
Yeah, so you got a container there, buddy.
Well, the containment is happening through gravity again because, the
Oh,
only reason
shit.
the air stays
I thought
in
you
the bucket
denied
in the
gravity
bucket
was pulling
is
gas
because
down.
of buoyancy.
A second ago, you were freaking
I'm
out
not
because I brought up
denying
your
it. I didn't
gravity.
want to get into it with you, but that's also something
So,
that
so
is
you're
true.
saying that one of the walls of the container could be water.
Yeah, but not
So you
just,
sound like a
the
biblical
reason why that
cosmologist, I guess.
interface would
Okay, fine.
exist-
Exo would like to talk to you. Cool.
What? A biblical cosmologist, you said?
Yeah, this, the water's above and the great deep and all that.
Cool. But it's
So wait,
just embarrassing, you guys.
if the Earth is flat, then where's Australia?
Okay, you're going on mute. That's too low level. Sorry, man. You didn't make the
Hey,
cut.
I appreciate, the opportunity to talk to you guys today. It was a great time, and I didn't get muted once. It's breath
Yeah, it's
of
all
fresh
good.
air. I love it.
Well, this is the conversation we're here for. So as long as you're not completely out of control,
right.
why mute you?
I never am. This is about the, I don't know, most engaged I ever was. So, there you go.
I just muted the guy who was just speaking because that's kind of pointless where he wants to go. But yeah, no, it was a good conversation. Thanks.
Oh, no proof. Just that's what you were told.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for Globers to come in and defend their paradigm and then just put them on mute. What's the point of that?
You'd think so, right?
I mean, temporarily to gain control, yeah, of course, moderation happens. But anyway, yeah.
If you start asking if Australia exists, you might get muted.
Well, it's a waste of our time.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's
Wasn't
actually
being
in
sarcastic.
the TOS and 24 and the 24/7. It's actually in the TOS.
Can I ask him why does that upset him so much that somebody said that there is some sort of degrees that happen in Australia? Like, why would he be so upset about that?
Anybody know what he's talking about?
He's too
No,
young,
not
man.
really. I think he's commenting on a gentleman before and this conversation about Australia not existing.
Yeah,
or
don't be
something.
scared about Australia. Like we observe and do real things in reality, right? Everybody knows
Australians-
that.
so
I think the big
Australians
thing
aren't-
about flat Earth is that we sort of accept
What the
too much
fuck?
of our realities. We sort of accept too much. Like I agree too much with you. Maybe
So
that's
Australians are not
Did I agree
antipodal?
too much?
Are you trying to tell me Australians are not antipodal? They're not upside down? Oh, I'm sorry.
The night sky does spin in a different direction. I mentioned that.
Excuse me.
Which is another, easy thing that doesn't work on flat Earth.
Explain Australian flat earthers.
Hey, yo, what's the dealio? 30 people in here, it's so quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's your recovery going?
Oh, my recovery is, it's just going, man. I think
right.
everything looks good.
Yeah.
I think everything looks good. Got myself 2 ounces of weed. So I'm slowly smoking and chilling.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Try not to over smoke though, I can't
I'm
sneeze or
done.
cough, so.
I'm like I'm back to like only one joint a day, like I smoke it slow. Takes all day. So
Oh, man.
so this last time 1 ounce lasted freaking over a month.
Oh, damn. This is good.
But I don't care. I have a vaporizer as well, which is super handy.
Yeah. So I'm not able to lift anything for a fucking while. I'm just like, I feel so weak, it's just like, fuck, man.
That's what they told me. I had abdominal surgery. They took my gallbladder out, so they had 4 incision points, right?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and so some of them are tools, cameras, and other things, like.
Yeah.
It's pretty weird going through all that, man. I went through that, yeah, and like, shoot.
You were probably asleep through all that, right?
Oh yeah, totally knocked out, man.
Yeah, I was awake the whole time, bro.
I was completely knocked out. Like once
I
that
was,
medicine
I
hit,
was,
there was like nothing. There was nothing there either in my memory. Like it was just blanked out completely.
that's crazy.
Yeah. It felt like a good night's rest to me, though. But I don't know. That was pretty weird. I lost a lot of weight. I was really sick. But now I'm back up to over 100 miles of riding a week.
Yeah, how long did it take for you before you started walking or doing stuff?
Actually, I'll tell you, riding bicycle. I was riding my bicycle. I took a 30-mile ride 4 days out of the surgery.
Oh, you crazy guy.
No, I wasn't. Like they said, don't overstress yourself. And so I didn't. And I didn't feel like I was. You know why, though? The reason I didn't feel like I was overstressing myself is because I've just continued to train myself from the very beginning, like for about the last 8 years solid, you know? So I would get up and ride every single day, no matter what. And now it's several times a day and a hike too. Like I can ride a couple times a day. That equals about 8. Well, it depends, 8 to 18 miles. Like I rode 17 miles the other day. It was 2 rides. But some days I'll take 2 short rides, like 2 3.5 mile or 4 mile rides with an hour in between or 2 hours in between. And then like later in the evening, take a 5-mile walk. So do stuff like that. But anyway, I was feeling really well after the surgery. I've continued to feel better and better.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
How long ago was your surgery?
April of last year.
Oh, damn, so still fresh.
Yeah. No, not really. I was down at the beach sunning. Like I rode my bike up to the beach. I spent 3 or 4 days there. Or I think one night, I think that was just one night that time. Because it was raining. So I just set up my little tent on top. I made it all the way to my destination though, where the cliffs are. Pretty spectacular view of these cliffs from on top of these cliffs, 300-foot tall cliffs overlooking
Yeah.
the. It's wild. What a view.
Is null hypatheist? Hypatheist, okay. Is null hypatheist a glober?
Yes, I'm a glober.
All right. Would you mind giving these guys some globe proof so they can, focus on the task at hand again?
No, not really. I mean, these guys can't be convinced of
That's a
of
good
the globe
start.
no matter what.
Keep going. Just keep going. Yeah, slag them off because they can't be convinced of the globe. Keep it going.
Anything else you got? Wait a minute. What was that globe proof again?
I missed it.
Keep it going,
said
guy.
I
Keep it
wasn't-
going.
I said I wasn't interested in trying to provide evidence of a globe to these guys because I've heard them just dismiss plenty of evidence. So it's really no point.
Okay, well, what kind of evidence do you have dispute about that you're saying we have dismissed? Is there anything in particular?
Yeah, so one I found interesting was your dismissal of gravity being a real physical concept.
Okay, a physical concept is an oxymoron. You don't have something physical and be a concept at the same time.
Yeah, so see, like this is a perfect example. Rather than
gotta
talk
start.
about whether gravity is real, you instead want to focus on my particular phrasing.
No. It's just okay. So if you're saying that you're making a claim of gravity, so you need to show a demonstration of that as well. Can you provide the demonstration of gravity, an experiment, perhaps a valid hypothesis, including independent and control variables.
So if you want to harp on word choice, you asked me for a demonstration experiment, which are two different things. Would you like a demonstration?
A demonstration of what?
Of gravity.
Yeah, gravity. Go ahead. What's the demonstration?
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment, or the Cavendish demonstration, sorry.
It's not an experiment, not a natural science.
I said a demonstration, the Cavendish demonstration.
Okay, that's not what they call it, but go ahead. You call it a demonstration. Go ahead.
So you're familiar with it, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is that demonstrating, if not gravity?
Sideways torsion on a man-made instrument.
There was no sideways force applied.
There was sideways torsion is what they were measuring. It's the wrong direction for one.
It was perfectly suspended.
Sonny, he instantly reversed the burden. You're going to have to show us why the Cavendish has anything to do with gravity, please.
Exactly.
It's a demonstration of how masses attract each other.
Okay, what was the phenomenon? Let's just stop here and cut to the chase. What was the phenomenon observed?
Gravity.
Wait a minute. How so was it gravity? You're looking at a man-made object, a man-made mechanical object, an instrument of some sort.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be measuring something. So what is it exactly measuring?
So the contraption was set up and it was motionless with an equal weight on either side of the frictionless wheel. Then they introduced an additional mass next to that weight, and without touching the wheel whatsoever, it started to rotate towards the mass, showing gravity, masses attraction.
And this is all mounted to a mechanical contraption, as you called it yourself, which I'm laughing about. But anyway, so the contraption, what was the contraption attached to?
What do you mean attached to? It was stationary.
Well, stationary mounted to foundations on the floor?
Stationary, attached to the floor on a frictionless wheel.
Inside of a inside of a building?
Inside of a vacuum.
Okay, the inside of a vacuum, inside of a building?
I mean, I've seen it done several times, sometimes inside, sometimes outside. Sure. Doesn't really matter.
Okay, so how were the electrostatics, electrodynamics controlled as a variable, as a null, or how would they be over? How would you rule them out? How were those different things taken out of the equation? And as far as controls go, you said electrostatics. What was there to control the electrostatics of that, whatever you called it, flywheel, or I don't know what it was you said?
So again, I just cover how it worked, right? So the contraption was first set up and it was motionless. The wheel was not spinning at all. Then they introduced a mass, not touching the wheel, just near it. And just that mass being there, no electric charge detected, caused the wheel to begin to rotate towards the mass. You can look it up yourself. There's plenty of videos.
Okay, so listen, what was it designed to be measuring in the first place from Mr. Cavendish? What was it designed for?
It was designed to demonstrate gravity.
No, it was not. You're wrong. What it was actually designed for is to determine the mass of the Earth. Mass of the Earth. You're out of the ballpark.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me that
yeah.
if
Mr.
I use...
Listen, hold on. He's rolling in his grave now. He's saying, no, I was trying to determine the mass of the Earth. Nobody ever put that gravity part in there until just very recently, my brother.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So if you were to Google or YouTube Cavendish demonstration, you'd find all kinds of videos where the masses that are in play are not the Earth. They're like 5 kilogram, 10 kilogram balls. It has nothing to do with Earth's mass. It is simply showing that masses attract each other.
No, it doesn't apply to either gravity or whatever it is you're saying, because you're claiming Newtonian gravity, which has been superseded. That means abandoned.
Did I ever say Newtonian?
In 1915. So more than 108 years ago, your Newtonian, whatever your Cavendish Newtonian idea is, a massive.
Did I ever say Newtonian?
Cavendish experiment works in either. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It works in either setting.
Did I ever
Both
say
Newtonian gravity as well as general relativity would predict the results of the Cavendish
They're not.
experiment
They're
correctly.
they're totally objective.
Yeah, and they have the same prediction when it comes to the Cavendish experiment.
Polar opposites.
It sure does.
They don't work in the same. They don't work in the same plane at all.
They don't
Yes,
work in
they
the
do.
same plane.
They don't work. They don't work in the same. No, they don't. And yeah, you have to have a plane to determine that.
Yeah, so this is a perfect example of what I was saying earlier, that we can actually show demonstrations of gravity at work. And these flat earthers are just going to say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, without any sort of reason to counter the demonstration, other than just nuh-uh. So why even bother?
No, because it hasn't provided the cause of the effect. The effect is supposed to be things falling down to the center of mass.
That's what it is. Yep.
No,
That
that's
is
what
exactly.
it's not. You have
It
not
is
shown that,
demonstrating.
and you haven't provided a correlation between the two. You're talking about sideways torsion of these things and balls swinging
Yes, so-
around on the
Massive.
contraption, which you admitted.
So-
That's a
So
contraption.
I now ask you, what is that demonstrating if not gravity? What effect are we observing?
No,
It could be
no,
magnetism,
you
it
are,
could be
no.
Yeah.
Damn it. No. Don't reverse the burden. Don't say that you have a contraption doing something and then you are going to ask us, it's gravity, prove me wrong. No, show the gravity. What's the
No.
show the gravity?
Listen, I am asking you as a flat earther, okay? This contraption has been demonstrated several times over the years. If that is not gravity, tell me
I
what
don't care about your anecdotal fallacy or your burden of proof reversal. I want you to show me the gravity.
Tell me what we are observing if it's not gravity.
No, don't reverse the burden. Show the gravity first. You don't get this. You're making a claim. Show me the gravity. Don't show me contraptions that do something. Show me the gravity part. Where's that at?
The Cavendish demonstration is showing gravity. That's what it's showing.
Okay, what is gravity? What is gravity?
It's not an.
What is it?
What is gravity? Gravity is the tendency for masses to warp space-time around them.
Oh, so then this is, now you're going to Einsteinian. You're actually making a hybrid between Newtonian and Einsteinian, which are not related at all because they're two different geometries, which Sonny already told you. Two different geometries completely. So you're going to say space-time, and I'm going to ask you for space-time. I want you to show me space-time.
I thought we were doing gravity.
Manufactotum. Manufactotum. Please, we've already done this.
See, this is
so show me the space-time warping. Show me the space-time warping.
And you just
no, you haven't shown anything. You're going to affirm the consequent at best in this particular example. I want you to show me space-time and it warping right now.
To be fair, you keep shifting the goalpost.
Yeah,
I'm shifting the goalpost. I'm asking for gravity. You guys said you have gravity in here and you're not showing it. You're telling us about a contraption? Manufactotum, why are you talking when I'm talking?
Because I feel like we've already gone through this and you're repeating the same question.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to ask the same question every time because you won't actually show me the space-time bending.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
in what context did he bring up the Cavendish then?
Gravity.
Gravity.
What is it? What is gravity?
It's the cause.
You got a different definition? Oh, okay. So vague, baseless, just that's why it works.
That's what we're observing in the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, you're silly. Your baseless assertion is ignored.
It's not a baseless assertion. It's a contraption that demonstrates it.
All right, I'll tell you what. I say it's unicorn farts.
Can you demonstrate that?
No, the Cavendish works, so it's unicorn farts.
Yeah, can you show us the unicorn?
No. See, the Cavendish experiment works because of unicorn farts.
I mean, I'm okay with that. You can call it unicorn farts. You can call it...
Yeah, unicorn farts.
Whatever you want to call it.
They're totally replaceable, but it's not gravity. It's unicorn farts because you can see that the Cavendish experiment is working.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want. The point is gravity.
There you go.
Mass attracts mass, right? You can say unicorn.
Oh, so now it's mass attract mass. So why are you contradicting your friend over there? He said it's space-time warping. Wait, can you guys get on the same page?
Space-time warping leads to mass attracting mass, right? They make.
Oh, okay. So show me the space-time.
We did.
Show me the space-time.
It doesn't matter.
Go ahead and show it to me.
It doesn't
matter. All of a sudden, you're telling me it's a space-time warping, and that's what's happening. That's the thing that's causing the effect. And I say, show it to me, and now you're not going to show it to me.
No, we don't need.
Why don't you show me the space-time? Oh, we don't have to show the thing. We just have to declare. We just point and declare, and that's what it is. That's the way we do science. We just point at it, observe. Right, that's the observation part. I need the experiment part where you test the cause. What's the cause?
Can you show me fire heating boiling water?
What's the cause? What's the cause?
Let me talk, right?
Just tell me what the cause is.
We observe the movement, right, of these things. We can
dude, bro, we've already gone over this. If you're going to continue to make the same stupid assertion and not get to the cause, we're going to get muted. Get to the cause.
It's exactly that. You're just ignoring it.
The cause is the observation. The cause is the observation. So we look at stuff, and that's what makes it move.
Maybe if you stopped screaming and started listening, it would work.
Okay. Now you're going to get what you wanted. He wanted to get muted today. Manufactotum. Now you want to go to water boiling. We talked about this the other day. How does water boil if you don't adjust what the cause is?
Well, what would you say the cause is in that experiment?
What experiment? You brought it up.
Boiling water.
Okay, what about boiling water? When do you see that in nature?
Geysers, I suppose.
Geysers? Okay, so now there's water boiling. What do you think causes the effect?
Well, I was asking you.
You brought it up, dipshit.
As a parallel to you asking for the cause of gravity.
A parallel? A parallel? So you brought up water boiling. Tell me how that happens.
Well, I think you and I would agree that you put a fire under a pot of water and it boils.
Don't talk about, so now you added something to make it boil? How much?
How much what?
How much of what? What did you put underneath it?
I would put it over a fire.
Okay. Why?
As an experiment.
Why would you do that, though? Are you trying to figure out what the cause is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to put it over a fire. Why?
Because I hypothesize that heat makes water boil.
Okay. And what happened?
What? And it boiled. Would you say that's an adequate experiment?
Great. Did you isolate the cause then?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
This is your experiment, dipshit.
Okay. Try to follow me, because I think you got lost somewhere in between. You were
Dude, don't condescend. I'm asking you a simple question about the thing that you brought up, and now you're asking me questions about it. Why?
That's right.
Because
Why? Dude, I'm answering your question. Because.
Okay, don't ask me any more questions.
I'm answering your question. You asked me why. I'm answering that why question. May I?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you this question is because you seem to think it's important to know what causes gravity, whereas gravity is the cause.
No. This is why you're an absolute nincompoop. I didn't ask you what causes gravity.
You did.
The motion is the thing in contention. No, I did not. Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
Roll the tape back.
What did I say? What did I say?
You said.
If you remember so clearly, go ahead. No, I did not. I said, show me the gravity. That's why you're not in this conversation. You can't listen. You don't even know how to listen correctly. No, I said, show the gravity, not what causes it. You are showing us motion and then declaring that it's gravity, and you haven't made gravity the cause yet.
Into the channel and see exactly what you said.
No, clip it out, because I'm having a conversation with Null. Since you can't listen.
Okay, so you're
clip it out.
You didn't say
Manufactotum. Flip it out. Flip it out.
I'm gonna hold your fucking feet.
Manufactotum.
Are you claiming
Dude,
that you
relax.
did not say that? I want you.
It doesn't matter because guess what? Hey, guess what? I'll clarify it for you right now. Manufactotum. Relax, bro. Relax. I'll clear it for you right now. I want you to show me gravity as the cause. Go ahead.
We did that, and you said what causes.
You did. What is okay? How did you isolate? How did you isolate gravity as the cause?
No.
How did you isolate gravity?
Did you say that?
Go get it. Did I say what?
Now I'm gonna fucking clear my name. Did you say that?
Go get it. Go get it. I will absolutely apologize. Did I say what? Did I say what? Be specific.
Gravity.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm gonna go find the clip.
What causes the motion? No, you in here? What causes the motion? If you say it's gravity, I want to know how you manipulated that as the cause.
Gravity is the cause. That's why it moves.
Okay, show me the gravity. Show me the gravity. We're going to go back to this. Show it. Don't show me the motion and then say because gravity. You actually have to show the gravity.
Oh, okay. So what would gravity look like to you then? Because
Don't reverse the burden. We're going to do this over and over and over again until you show me the gravity.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
see, you bankrupt. You have no argument. You know you don't have anything like gravity to show me. You also don't have space-time to show me. It's pathetic.
let me ask you something. So if I were to ask you to show me magnetism, how would you go about doing that?
You know what the crazy thing about magnetism is that we can actually see it in action, that we can test it, right? You can
so how would
test
you
magnetism.
show me magnetism?
And show it.
Show me magnetism.
Okay. You know what a magnet is?
Show me magnetism.
Bro, I just told you. You know what a magnet
Quit
is.
bouncing around and show me magnetism.
So you're not gonna I'm asking you a question. Do you know what a magnet is?
Why are you
Show
dodging? Show
me
me
a magnet. I'm not dodging. Don't use my stuff against me. I invented this, right?
Okay, now you're running away. Got it.
Is there a gravitron rocket you can show me? Here's the point. No. Here's the point.
Yeah,
can you show me a gravitron generator?
Relax,
Relax, bro. See, you lost. You know you lost because as soon as I asked you what a magnet was, you ran away. Huh? You got a gravity generator? Where's this gravity generator you guys can show me? That's why I asked about the space-time. Show me the space-time. Bending and warping. It's called a magnet.
Are you going to show me magnetism
Yeah.
or not?
I can show you the magnet, and then I can show you the magnet doing the thing, right? With the shavings, the metal shavings. I can show you the
You have to show
cause.
me the magnetism. You're just showing the two magnets coming together. You have to show me the magnetism. Show it.
Well, actually, that's a pretty good point. I guess you're a magnetism denier.
Absolutely. You can't show me magnetism.
Fair enough. Well, then gravity doesn't exist. Magnetism today and now gravity doesn't exist, according to you.
It's not magnetism. It's unicorn farts. Now you understand.
Great. It's unicorn farts. Perfect. Great. It's unicorn farts. So unicorn farts, magnetism, and gravity now don't exist. They're all in the same category, apparently, according to you, right?
Yeah, and show me air. Can you show me air?
Right. Great. We can't demonstrate air at all, or gas pressure for that matter, right?
Yep. You can't show me air. No. Nope.
Right.
Can you show me heat?
So,
show me heat.
So are you... No, heat doesn't exist. He's a heat denier.
Yeah, well, you can't show it, so it must not exist, right?
Do you see the insanity? Like, I can show you air. I can show you the effects of air. I can measure air.
Show me air.
You can't measure gravity. Where's gravity at?
Show me air. Show me air. Go ahead.
I'm breathing outside. It's really cold. I can see the gas outside. I can see it.
Unicorn farts. Those are unicorn farts. That's
Oh, dude. Don't be pathetic. Now, if you're not going to engage...
Idiot.
No, this is how you sound.
Isn't unicorn fart the same thing as air anyway? It's just wind, right? And also, you can see, say, like during a gale or a breeze or something, the leaves on a tree rustling. So we know the wind exists, right? We know the air exists.
Wait, so you accept the leaves blowing in the wind as proof that air exists, but you will not accept two masses attracting each other as proof that gravity exists. Explain that to me.
Yeah, well, I will if you actually let me go. Well, no, hold on. Shall I explain it to him? So, you don't know that things falling down is mass attracting mass. You just assert that those are the same thing. So the phenomena we actually observe for wind is leaves blowing, for instance, and the phenomena we actually observe is when you drop something, it falls. But you don't know that that's mass attracting mass. You're just asserting that that is the case.
The Cavendish demonstration shows mass attracting mass.
Does it, though?
Yes, it does. Look it up. Watch the video yourself. And
I know what it is, but you don't understand what it is, clearly. So how do you get that?
So what I would like to hear from any flat earther, if you would be willing to answer this question, okay, what is the Cavendish demonstration demonstrating, if not gravity?
Oh, yeah, what they were trying to do is they were trying to weigh the Earth.
No. If I were to set up the contraption right now and watch the wheels rotate towards the mass, what am I seeing? What is that if it's not gravity?
Yeah, what if it doesn't do that, which is about half the time?
It always does that.
No, it doesn't.
What am I seeing? Can you answer the question or not?
You don't know
What
this
am I
subject.
seeing?
You don't know the subject matter, do you? It doesn't always do that.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You don't know this subject.
I have done this demonstration myself in elementary school. So it worked in every classroom and every time that teacher did it throughout their entire 36-year career.
Yeah, I don't believe that. And also, it's well established that this doesn't always happen. Like,
So,
you are the only person who thinks this.
Can you tell me what I am observing when that wheel spins towards the other mass? What am I seeing if not gravity?
Yeah, so you're just ignoring the rebuttal. That's fine.
Okay, so you refuse to answer the question.
No.
You refuse to answer.
You are ignoring the rebuttal and pretending it's a refusal. Do you
Are
want to
you
do
going
that?
to answer Are you answering my question or not? I haven't heard an answer.
And
Yeah, why do you guys care that you can't escape either way? So, like, what the fuck is the point?
Well, if it doesn't,
I want to know from a flat earther, what am I seeing? What is that?
Running away from the rebuttal. The problem is that it doesn't always happen. Actually, very often doesn't happen. And what they'll tell you when it doesn't happen is that, it must not have been set up properly, which is basically a no true Scotsman fallacy.
So when it happens and it was set up properly, what am I seeing? Answer that question.
When it gets the result you desire, it is asserted that it was set up correctly. This is a Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Flat earther, tell me what I am seeing when it is demonstrating.
You are witnessing a parlor trick.
Yeah, so you just refuse to answer. This is why it's pointless talking to you guys. You just dodge.
You're dodging the rebuttal. How ironic. How ironic that you're telling me that I'm dodging when I've given you the answer and you're dodging that.
What am I observing? Answer that.
A Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
I'm observing a fallacy.
Yes.
So when the wheel spins towards the mass, that's a fallacy.
When that happens, and only when that happens, you say it must have been set up correctly. And when it doesn't happen, you say it mustn't have been set up correctly because it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
I am not asking what I say. I'm asking you, what is the effect that is being observed?
Okay, fine.
Are you going to answer that? No. Can you answer it?
I've already answered, and you didn't understand the answer. Do you know what a Texas sharpshooter fallacy is?
All right, so give me the answer again. What effect am I observing?
Do you know what a Texas sharpshooter fallacy is?
Yeah, this is pointless.
No, you don't even understand the rebuttal, my guy. That's your issue. Pretending like I didn't answer when you don't understand the answer, that's not my problem. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I kind of got a bit heated. Is that it? We're just going to be quiet.
Good, man. It's all good, man. He was not listening to anything that you were saying anyway.
Yeah, but it's good for the audience to listen to how hard-headed these guys are, because it's interesting that when you give a rebuttal, they just kind of ignore the rebuttal and then pretend like you didn't answer, and then they'll just do that over and over again. It's just like, sure, if you want to do that, that's cool, but that's not a productive discussion.
So, says who? Is says who still here?
I mean, it might be productive in the way that people see how obnoxious some people are when discussing this, but it's not productive in the actual subject matter. If that makes sense.
What's up?
So it was Sunny on the plane, not you who said it. So my sincerest
Yeah.
apologies.
Motherfucker. You are forgiven.
My point, however, with the water boiling was simply to demonstrate that I can tell you that heat causes water to boil without having to show you molecules being excited, which is the equivalent, to my mind, in showing you gravity working on masses without having to show you the warpage of space-time.
Taking the question.
How's that?
Because you're already asserting that gravity exists, and then having a phenomena, and then assigning it to gravity.
Well, we're hypothesizing that gravity exists and demonstrating it with an experiment.
No, you're not.
Why not?
I just explained why.
But that doesn't track.
Yeah, I agree that it doesn't track.
Is
The
a
fact that
hypothesis...
The fact that you just invent something and say, well, now I have a phenomenon, it must be that thing I invented, doesn't make sense.
There's no must in a hypothesis.
But that's
Hypotheses have
what
to be...
you're doing.
No, it's a hypothesis. Unless you think all hypotheses are just pulling things out of your ass, which I don't think you and I think that, right?
I could say that within heat is magic, right? And so when I apply magic to water, then water boils, and therefore magic is causing the water to boil. And you would say to me, no, that's stupid, you just invented magic. And then I would say, well, the water boiled, didn't it? That's this conversation.
I don't see how that follows.
Well, I know you don't, but that is what's happening.
So before we knew anything about molecules, we knew that heat caused water to boil, right?
Sure.
So are you saying that because we've sort of concocted an explanation for gravity, that gravity doesn't exist?
I'm saying that we agree on the phenomena and that you're just asserting a cause that you can't prove to that phenomenon.
The cause of gravity.
Yeah.
We don't
You're saying
need
that you're saying that gravity is both the cause and the effect.
No. I'm saying gravity is the cause of masses attracting each other, and we need not go any further than that.
But that is what gravity is.
The attraction of masses in proportion to their mass, disproportionate to the distance.
Yeah, so it's the cause and the effect.
No.
Yes.
Gravity, no. Gravity is the cause.
So what's the effect?
Their attraction to each other.
Yeah, so you're saying that masses being attracted to masses is the cause and the effect.
No. Masses
Yes,
being
you
attracted.
are.
No, masses are attracted to each other because of gravity.
Right, so but going back to the magic example.
Oh my goodness.
This guy Joseph is a professional L taker.
I'm amazed that you don't get it.
I really don't.
Yeah, I know you don't. I can tell.
Just climb the mountain and look around you. There you'll find your answer.
What am I seeing when I go to the top of a mountain?
You will see whether the earth is flat or round.
All right, well, I've already been on an aeroplane and I didn't see any curves, so what next?
Well, it's because it's blocked by clouds, so that's not really a fair assessment, is it?
I've flown in the Middle East. There's no clouds there.
Yeah, there is. There's clouds everywhere.
In the Middle East?
Yes, there is.
Right. There's not very many clouds in the Middle East. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
But when you're so high up, you'll have loads of clouds blocking the surface. So to say that you've looked outside the plane window is an inaccurate assessment. You have to climb the mountain.
You're making the assertion. You are making the assertion that every time I flew, there were clouds, which isn't true.
Yes, it is.
I've flown in Saudi Arabia, numbnuts. They don't really have clouds. Like
So have
once
I,
in
and there are
once in a
plenty
blue
of
moon,
clouds.
they celebrate when it rains in Saudi Arabia
Oh my goodness.
because it's so rare.
Thank you. Old boss. He has the evidence. The
Yeah,
earth is round.
These global.
like, just for you, yeah.
Thank
These
you.
globe arguments, they are so
That's
weak.
that's all the proof I need just off that picture.
I can't see any pictures. I'm sorry.
There we go. The debate's over, guys. You can leave the VC.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous 360 view of from the top of Mount Everest, where it looks like they're standing on a marble. He likes that.
Yeah, that's a fish eye, obviously.
Hey, man, it's the truth. There are no corners on a round Earth, so of course it's going to look like a marble. Am I right?
No, I don't think you're right
Okay.
there.
Well, okay. If you can show me a square circle, I like to see that. But you can't, can you?
Well, you think that there are clouds in Saudi Arabia when I'm flying every time, so I don't
No,
think you know very
there's always clouds.
in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, everywhere.
Yeah, no. What about Dubai? Does Dubai have clouds?
Yes,
Like every day, they're always just clouds.
every day.
You've never been to this place, have you?
Oh, I have.
You've been to Dubai and you think it's cloudy all the time.
Yeah, it's cloudy.
Yeah, nice one. So is anyone actually going to be serious about this? Because obviously this guy isn't.
Oh, I'm very serious.
You're clearly not serious.
So, are you a flat earther?
Obviously.
What a shame.
I don't know if you know this, but you can literally look up Dubai weather and it says it's partly cloudy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know that actually backs my position, right?
No, it doesn't.
This guy Joseph is not worth talking to. He's a quack.
Do you know why that backs my position?
Why?
I don't know why, because you're some kind of cloud supremacist.
So if it's partly cloudy, that means that it's mainly not cloudy, which means that you can see the bits that he was claiming you can't see.
Not from the plane.
Following?
From the
Are we
surface.
following?
you can.
Are we going to step into the realms of a 3-digit IQ? Are we following? No? Okay. Well, I tried. At least I tried. So what happened to Cavendish boy? Did he rage quit? I'll take that as a yes. what was the conversation before I came in? Because I kind of came in a bit hot and heavy. So sorry about that, guys.
We're talking about maybe renaming this channel into Agnostic Earth Society, Agnostic Earth or something.
Well, we know it's not a globe, so I mean, maybe the non-globe society.
Okay, but what does it even mean?
Sorry?
Could be anything then, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. That's why we say flat Earth. But that doesn't mean that it's like. I mean, it could be a number of things.
I mean, just describing something by what it's not, right? That's weird.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but we only have the surface of the Earth to really measure, right?
No,
So-
it is weird. It is weird. Just imagine pointing at an animal and saying, "Look, that's not a cat. That's not a cat." Well, okay.
Well, if you only had, let's just say this, right? Let's just say that you only had a portion of fur and the fur was orange. Well, you would say, well, it can't be an elephant because elephants don't have orange fur. So I know it's not an elephant, but it could be a fox, it could be a cat, it could be a number of other things, right?
That's not
So that's what
necessarily.
that's what we're saying.
Generally, yes. Probabilistic, yes, but that's not necessarily true, right? Maybe there are elephants with fur. Yeah.
With orange fur?
So that's like the black swan thing, you know. They thought swans are white, you know, and we think elephants don't have fur, but maybe they're elephants with fur. This is just an inductive inference. It's not deductive.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, it would be then down to the person to prove. By the way, there's an elephant with orange fur, and this is a photo of that, right? That would be your burden to prove.
If you define elephants with not having fur, I mean, they used to define swans as a white bird, right? And then they changed the definition.
I understand the fallacy, but what I'm telling you is that if someone then asserts that, yes, actually there is an elephant with orange fur, and that is one of those, that's their burden to then prove.
Sure, right. Yeah, you would have to show kind of why you would classify this thing as an elephant, right? Yeah.
Right.
DNA and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. So, I accept what you're saying logically, but then it doesn't just mean therefore it's thrown out. Like you then have a second stage where the person making that claim has to then prove that claim.
Everyone is making a claim, bro. Even the agnostic.
No, not really. If you're just saying show me X, you're not making a claim.
The agnostic position is I don't know or I don't believe, right? But that's like the positive claim, right? Saying that I'm not convinced by the evidence presented, or the evidence presented don't lead to a globe Earth or whatever, right? That's the agnostic position.
Why is that an agnostic? Sorry, why is that a claim?
I don't know.
Well, it's claim. I mean, saying that I am not convinced by the evidence, right? Or the evidence is not convincing at all. Generally, that's a claim.
Okay, well, I mean, they're two different things. Like, if you say I'm not convinced, that's just a statement of personal opinion, so it's not a claim. If you say that the evidence isn't convincing, that's obviously a different statement.
Well, just think about that, right? Of course, you cannot be convinced by not convincing evidence, right? So if you're convinced, evidence must be convincing, right? You cannot be convinced unless they are convincing, right?
Look, there are many people who are convinced by non-convincing evidence.
Well, for them, they are convincing, right? And that's the agnostic position, saying that I'm not convinced, right?
Of course, but now you're going between two statements. So one of them is like a statement of personal opinion, which can't be a claim. Really.
It's the same, bro. Saying that I am not
Like,
convinced.
if I
Okay, just excuse me. Excuse me. Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? Just okay. Saying that I am not convinced implies that the evidence is not convincing. Right?
Yeah, I know that they're linked statements, but they're not the same statement. Like, one of them is a statement of personal opinion, and one of them isn't. Like, if I say to you, I like ice cream, versus ice cream is objectively delicious. Like, they're not the same statement.
Yeah, but the agnostic is using both statements, actually. Right?
I don't agree.
Yes. So, the agnostic saying that I am not convinced, right? So that's one sentence. That's like premise one, I'm not convinced. And premise two is the evidence is not convincing. Right. Saying that the evidence is not convincing is referring to their psychological state. Yeah, of course, they're referencing their mind in both cases.
Right, but they're not the same statement. One's a statement of fact, and one's a personal opinion. They're not the same.
Wait, what? Just a second. Why is it not a fact?
No, it's a statement of fact. I.e., they think it's factual that the evidence is not convincing.
Yeah, but saying
that's
that they are not convinced is also a statement of fact.
This is a waste of time. I don't know why I'm still going on with this.
Well, you're not tracking, obviously, man. But saying that you are not convinced is a statement of fact, right? Saying that
You don't just get to
the
say
way
that I'm not
the world
understanding
is not in the
you're
way that
wrong.
I'm convinced, you know.
Well, you're wrong about this, and you're just saying that I'm not understanding. That doesn't make sense.
Great, you're just saying I'm wrong. That's okay.
They're
Let's move on. Let's move on. Yeah, but they're both positive claims. So the agnostic is making
they're not.
positive claims.
That's your
Okay,
assertion.
you're not tracking.
Yeah, that's also your assertion. Your assertion is that because you get to assert two things, that therefore I'm not understanding if I disagree. That's all bullshit. I do understand, and I've explained what the problem is with your logic.
You obviously do not understand, man, because both statements, independent of whether they're identical or not, both statements are statements of fact. They're claiming something, right?
I'm not saying that because they're different statements that they're not both claims. I'm saying
they're both
that
claims. Great,
I'm
great.
saying,
So the agnostic
I
is
know
making a
that's
claim.
your assertion.
QED.
I understand that you think this, but I don't agree, and I've explained why.
Yeah, take a L. Take a L, bro.
Not
You
because you're just
you
talking
just
over
conceded
me.
the debate.
You're just talking over me. It's not because they're different statements that I think that one's a claim and one's not. It's because I've assessed the statements as different statements, and one of them makes a claim, one of them doesn't.
Wait, which one doesn't?
The personal opinion.
So what is the claim? Can you just phrase it?
You're saying that the claim is that the evidence is not convincing. That's a statement.
Positive claim, right?
That's a statement of objective fact, right? Which may or may not be accurate.
What about the
But
other
that's
one?
different. That is different to
What about the other
saying
one?
I do not like the evidence. These are
Is that not a
different
fact? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Saying that I
Nah,
do not like
fuck
the
off.
just no,
Your
don't run,
voice
don't,
was
bro,
I
don't run.
explained
I'm trying to help you, right? So next time you don't repeat this
you're
shit
not
again,
listening.
right?
You aren't
Saying that
listening.
I do not
It's
believe
fine.
X or my favorite color is red is a statement of fact.
Yeah, you're wasting my time, dude. I think someone muted you. I'm glad they did because you're an idiot.
Yeah, Brim, you can come off of mute when you get the definition of claim and put it in the side chat.
Fuck's sake, man. What's wrong with these guys?
He only wants to help you, Crypto.
Just ignoring rebuttals. I've just spoken to about 4 different guys who just ignored the rebuttal aisle. It's so weird.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So the guy that was just talking, I was listening in for a bit, and I've been looking at these photos from NASA, and because like a lot of the conversation seems to be about measuring a local curvature on the horizon, and it's like a back and forth on that, and I'm like, yeah, it seems like it's so big that that's really hard to do. So instead, I was just let me look at some pictures.
Then why
from
believe
space.
it? If it's hard to do, then why believe it in the first place?
Well, I mean, I can just look at these space pictures that I linked, right? They're easier for me to digest, and yeah, I mean, they kind of disprove flat Earth. So, what do you think about that?
I don't think it does. I've got to go anyway. Someone else take this up for me, please.
So I won. Okay.
You can watch my picture I posted from NASA.
So, which one of you're Kane?
It's the last picture. Can you explain it?
Let me see. One sec. So the one at the bottom, celebrate truth. Is that it? Hello?
You see that two spheres?
Yeah, I see him.
Do you see the Red Sea?
I don't know how the Red Sea looks like. I'm not a geography expert. Let me tell you that.
Okay, it's the same like on the both picture.
I'm guessing the one with a bright yellow circle around it, and then it on the other one it looks way bigger, and that's somehow like a conspiracy, I guess. That it's not
Can you
real.
tell me how a Red Sea can cover the whole Earth?
Can I tell you how your picture works?
No,
And
can
where
you tell me how the Red Sea, that is Red Sea there, can cover all the Earth?
how can it cover all the
Fucking
Earth?
put it through my
It doesn't
fucking
cover
own fucking
all the
thing.
Earth in the photo, right? It
What
covers
is covering from left to right?
Yeah, I'm covering
land
left to right.
masses, some sea,
Uh,
yeah.
What is left to the right? Is that full circle or not?
No, not.
No, what is that?
Fucking bullshit.
This might be a
Is that
language.
is that a sphere?
I'm confused as to what you're asking.
Does both pictures showing the sphere
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
from the space?
Yeah.
Do you see some difference?
Yeah, in one of them it looks like the the either the lens is distorted or the Red Sea you highlighted is bigger than it should be, right? That's what you're saying?
How looks for you? For me, it looks like a, let's say, 5-6 times bigger.
Yeah, it looks about right. Yeah.
It looks like Atlantic Ocean, almost.
Something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Probably.
how do you know which one to go with? Are you going to quote unquote celebrate truth or?
Oh my god.
So I'm confused here. I linked some
Yeah, you're
Oh my
confused.
god.
You
and
said,
you
listen, I
didn't
have
talk
all these
about the
pictures.
photos that I looked
Yeah,
at,
you
and
said
then
I
you
have
linked your
photos.
own
Now
photos.
we have
didn't.
contradictory.
You're the
Which
victim
one do you
now.
Wait,
You're
believe?
the
why are you
victim.
dogpiling? Why
We
are you
all did
dogpiling?
bad things
Can we
to
go one
you.
by one?
Yeah, let's go one by one. I think that it's a grand infraction to your mental state that you would accept it. Somebody who has lied to you is able to just go throughout the rest of your life lying to you. I have an actual.
Did he leave? What the fuck
No,
happened?
somebody muted him because every time he has the mic, he rambles.
Oh, okay, that's fair. So who's a flat earther who will defend this
Well,
claim?
hold on. You're the one who said you had pictures. Which picture do you pick?
I posted 2 pictures.
Yeah, and then you tried to blame a language barrier on 2 pictures, one celebrating truth and one I don't know what the label was, but those were those were 2 different images of the picture catalog that you picked from. So what good does that do you?
Wait. The picture I
If
posted
the images within your own picture catalog
Hey.
are contradictory, which one do you pick?
Listen to what I say. These
Answer the
pictures that the
question.
other guy posted aren't the pictures that I posted. They're different. You realize this, right?
Mine are
Yeah,
from
they're out of the
NASA.
same catalog. They're out of the
That's not.
same grand narrative.
What?
Understand that?
The link that I sent, you find these pictures in? Which one?
Oh Lord. Grander than just your little link base there. I'm
So
talking
not the
about
catalog.
the catalog and the grand sense of the term, sir.
So in a
I can show you
non-colloquial,
a
wrong sense of
NASA
the
listen,
term?
I can show you a
Okay.
NASA image that shows Italy covering 1/5 of their surface.
Show me, gladly.
Well,
But
okay, I'll get it for you.
before we go to that picture or the one from Kane, how about you just reply to
You can
my
look
first
another picture then.
You get pictures. What can I say? I mean, what reply is there that you want? Good on you. You believe what you wish to believe. Next, I'll show you
You can
giant boot.
You
Earth
can watch
mount.
that another one. That another one is showing the moon, the Earth from the moon and Earth behind the moon, from the behind
Okay.
of moon.
I'm
And
looking at
Earth from the moon is smaller than Earth from behind the moon.
Okay. Now what?
Understand?
They're both
Now what?
spherical, right? Where's the flat Earth? It's not there, right?
Oh, where is the flat Earth? Did you hear from Bolivia?
Did I hear from Bolivia?
Yeah,
What does that
there is
mean?
country Bolivia. Bolivia, there is Salt Lake, flat Salt Lake, 4,000 miles square. Doesn't change elevation, only 1 meter. That's flat surface.
Okay, I'm really not trying to be a dick here, but what does this have
No,
to
I'm
do with the
telling you.
imagery?
You asked for the flat proof. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay, so there is a desert in Bolivia that proves that Earth is flat
No, that proves that Earth is not curving.
in that local area.
Yeah.
So not throughout the
And
whole Earth.
do you know what? Every location on the sea or ocean showing the same thing.
Yeah, but that's what I started out saying, right? I said it's very hard to measure curvature locally on the surface. So
No,
I
it's
thought
very easy.
for
It's
this
Not
very
as hard as
easy.
you thought.
okay, but you're not listening. You're not listening. I
No, you are not
think, right?
listening. You said locally. You said
Okay?
I need to
Hey,
interrupt you because
Tane.
of locally.
No, you
Locally
don't
is
need to
one.
interrupt me.
Yeah, because you said locally. What mean locally?
So when I say locally, I mean if you
Yeah,
go out and you measure the distance to the horizon, right? That's a local
yeah.
measurement because it's in your local environment. Now, if you
Okay.
extend that all the way around the globe, that would make it externally or globally
Like
or
a disco.
earthly, whatever, right?
You're a disco ball earther?
And how much is that with that
That would
given
be the
size of
from
this?
one end to the other, right? Or a round trip.
Yeah, and how big is that with the radius of 3,959 miles? That horizon.
The distance to the horizon, I'm asked to give you the distance to the horizon. Is that it?
Yeah, on the heliocentric model. Yeah.
Okay, so somehow you changed the topic from my pictures to me giving you an estimate of.
But look at this. If picture showing from the space the curvature, that means on the ground must be curvature also. Are you agree?
Yeah.
That means it must be measurable also on the ground.
Well, if you have the proper tool
Okay,
set,
let's
sure,
check
right?
now. Let's check if that pictures are real. That means if they're real, they're showing the sphere. Now sphere must be on the ground. Let's check it.
Okay, I started out saying I haven't checked it. I haven't measured anything. I haven't measured flat. I
Okay,
haven't measured curve. I haven't measured anything, right?
but you asked it.
Yeah, so I'm asking you guys, what's your
Yeah.
best like counter to this, right? And you said there's a desert in Bolivia, and there is also some flat
Okay, you
measurements.
have and what I said after that.
And you said there's also flat measurements at sea, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that fair? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm like, this is what you said, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you use the heliocentric map. You go to the beach and use the geometry and see what is happening. Everything is written on internet. They will tell you how much you can see on the very geometrical horizon. You use that map. You how to say go to the beach and find out is that true or not.
Okay. So
Yeah,
just to be clear,
AT, there
we're
is no
talking.
counter. Listen, there is no counter to you wishing to believe pictures that even contain contrary depictions of the Earth that you think is depicted. There is no counter to that.
So you can't
You
counter it.
believe the
So you
pictures.
default
That's
to
good enough
losing.
for you. So what's the issue?
No, I haven't set a threshold of anything, right?
Yeah, that's what you came in here offering. You said, "Listen, guys, I've got these photos. So if they're good enough for you,
Wait, I had a
if
gay
that's your
voice when I said that? That's crazy.
excuse me."
Didn't you just make fun of like the way that I said it? You
No,
made it
that was
gay.
my own voice. That was my own voice
You changed it though.
inflection. It was not on purpose.
Okay, my bad then. Sound like you were
No, no
making fun
problem.
of me.
We
the
have
way I talk.
similar voice patterns apparently. Anyways, there is no counter to you wishing to believe these pictures. That's all I'm saying.
I think if you could produce a picture of a flat Earth from space, that would suffice. Or if you could measure.
Dude, you can't even produce a round picture from a fucking space.
I can't, but I can see one, right? That is produced. And
It's
second of all,
CGI, man.
Yeah, the
Well,
Red Bull
prove that.
jump offered
That's the claim, right?
the Red Bull jumped offered horizontal horizon and the GoPro horizon. So,
Okay, well, prove it, right? You made a positive claim that it's CGI.
well,
Prove
you go watch the film. It's more it's more footage.
I have watched the film. I brought it up the other day. You guys didn't really counter it. We looked at the imagery. You said inside the shuttle
Some of it's
looked
GoPro,
flat.
unless it's
Then we
Planet New
compared
Mexico.
it, and it didn't look flat. And then nothing really happened. So I don't know. I guess like I'm just saying like my threshold for countering this imagery would be either to prove that it's fake. That would be valid, fair. I would like redact my statement, or it would be proof of a flat Earth from space, or thirdly, it would be a measurement of the edge of the Earth, right?
Well, you saw the contradictions with the Red Sea presentation, correct?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, we'll look at it again. You were talking about them.
Well, these are my images,
Those are
right?
two
So I'm
images
not going
that
to
are different.
defend images
Okay,
that I
well,
haven't seen the source.
explain the giant boot Italy image from NASA.
Link it, and I'll look at it right now.
I posted it. I posted it and pinged you already.
Wait. Oh, wait. I have you blocked. That's why. I don't know why I have that. I'll unblock you. But
Real classy.
you probably said some shit in chat before.
It's in the past.
It is in the past. So I'm looking at Italy. Wait, I'm really bad at maps, by the way. So if I'm looking at Italy, I'll just have to pull up a map here of Italy just to make sure. Okay, so that's Malta at the left, right? And then you have like Sicily. You have, yeah, that dimension looks kind of right.
Now complete that circle.
How would I do that? I would need like software to do that.
Oh Lord, never mind. Your spatial. I don't know, man.
Honestly, why don't you complete the circle? It's your argument, right?
I have, yeah, and that's why I titled it "Giant Boot Earth."
Wait, where did you post it? You didn't post it anywhere, did you?
Yeah. Hold on.
Wait, that's kind of dishonest saying that you did and then you didn't post it and then you get mad at me for.
I did post it, sir. I'll re-ping it to you.
Where is it?
Sometimes it disappears, dude. Sometimes it disappears.
Oh, okay.
They clear the chat sometimes.
That's fair. Wait, is the image here or I'm still waiting? Am I the only one not seeing it? Or?
Dude, yeah, I'll dig. Yeah, I re-pinged you. I replied to it. I pinged you. It's in the chat. I'll do it again.
Wait, why can't I see it? I'm so confused.
No idea. Me too. Anyways, Google.
Can we have a third party
NASA
listener?
Italy. Google NASA Italy.
Okay.
From space. Google that. It'll come up.
NASA, Italy. Let's see. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I see
that's
the picture.
no. I see the original picture you posted, but what about the completed one? That's the one I'm asking for.
That's what I'm talking about. When I said it's a turn of phrase, complete the circle now. No, I haven't. No, I'm sorry, I didn't complete the circle for you.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, we're
Yeah,
talking past each other.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no. Yeah.
If your spatial whatever renderings or whatever awareness is too off for you not to complete that circle in your mind, I don't know what to tell you, sir.
Well, they are. So, what now? Why don't you complete
Like
it
I
so we can
said, I don't know
continue?
what to tell you. No idea.
I know what
Next
to tell
person
you.
can try.
I
Next
guess
person can try.
the thing to tell you would be you complete the circle and then we go from there, right?
Well, I already have. I'm not doing your homework for you.
But that's
If you
your
don't
case.
care, you don't care.
Well, wait, you were
I
trying to
told
do a
you,
burden of
listen.
proof reversal
No,
fallacy
what I
where you
told you a
want
while
me
ago was
to
there
paint
is no
your argument,
counter.
literally.
Okay, listen. Even if I complete the circle for you and I show you that's not possible, that if I complete that circle, nothing else could fit on the other side of the circle. Not Asia, Africa, North and South America, all these things. You would rationalize it away because what did I say at the beginning of this? I said there is no counter to you wishing to believe these pictures. There's no counter to that.
Well, I mean, yes, there is. I gave you
Well,
3 options.
I'm happy for that you've come to that conclusion and that's how you wish to believe. I mean, I don't care, dude. I'm not going to try and twist your arm and say, no, don't believe the pictures. You can't even see the contradictions within the pictures yourself.
But you haven't shown the completed circle. You're just assuming my stance without doing
Yeah,
any
but
work at all.
during the whole Red Sea thing, you bailed out and said language barrier when you realized what was
Okay,
going
honestly,
on.
the guy was bringing up pictures I didn't bring up,
okay, look,
and I've never seen them before. And he was
matter
talking
who
about
brought
a
them up.
desert in Bolivia, and I don't know how the fuck it was related
Okay,
to the Red Sea. I was pretty honest with the guy, honestly. I really, like,
so
literally,
you don't believe those pictures. Okay, got it.
I haven't seen them. How would I know whether to believe them or not? This is not the one that I brought up. Like,
Well, then all I can tell you is take in the entirety of the catalog that's been presented of this Waterball Earth. If
I'm
you're
looking at
split
pictures
on it,
every single day because I want to find this out. It's not like top of my list, but it's pretty interesting, right? And I looked at a whole catalog. That's why I was so confused because the links that I posted were from a NASA catalog with like 50 or so pictures, maybe even more. So I was looking for the pictures in that catalog, but what you meant was like all the photos ever from NASA. I can't look through all the photos ever. Like, hello, who can do that?
well, I showed you one that's about as obvious as it could be that shows the
Yes, and I wanted to
contradictions.
talk
The
about it,
boot,
man, but you didn't
the
complete it.
boot,
So now what? Like,
the boot, and then you're just like, well,
we
draw a
have a
picture
s-
for me.
yeah, we
No,
have a part of it. We have like a very
Can I
slight
ask you a
part of
question?
it. Like, hello?
Old Haas. Can I ask you a question? Okay.
you can do whatever you wish, I guess.
So what does NASA gain out of lying to us?
I
And
don't know.
saying
I
that the
don't.
Earth is a globe.
I'm not employed by them. You know, I could give you a flippant answer and say that the merch sales would be worth it alone. But I don't know. It's good that it's good that you've sussed out that it's a lie. Good on you.
I'm just trying to understand your view, you know? Like, why would Elon Musk waste money?
Waste money.
Yeah, SpaceX.
Here's a
Why would-
guy who's world famous. You're bringing him up as something. Has he wasted money?
You're the one wasting the money. You know that it's tax funded, right? Wow, they're wasting other people's money. Why would I do this? Sounds like a good scam.
He still had to put his own money into the company. That's how companies work.
Really? How
Yeah,
much
before-
did he anyway?
but-
Because I know
Well,
that
let's see.
NASA provides them a lot of their
Yeah,
funding.
well, I mean, obviously there's government contracts.
Yeah, he gets a lot of his funding from them.
Let's
I'm
see.
sure he didn't make much of a sacrifice for it.
Let's see. $100 million in
That's
2002. Yeah, in 2002.
What did he pay for Twitter?
Well, this was 2002.
Oh, so 100 million was worth way more back then.
Well, he also had less money. That's the point.
How much money did Elon get from the government throughout his career? Google that.
Let's see.
I'm pretty sure he's got the record for getting the most money from the government.
Didn't Bezos also invest like $5 billion in the Blue Origin, or no?
I don't know.
I might be wrong, but I think he did. I think it was like a ridiculous amount.
Over 10 years, $5 billion.
It is $5 billion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's over 10 years, though. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's not like $5 billion every year. No.
Pretty good return though. 100 million out, 5 billion back.
I don't think he expected to get a government contract. Do you think he did?
Of course he did.
Why?
He probably made the deal even before he bought the thing, man. Like you said, he's not a stupid man, right?
And what about these astronauts, though?
These what?
No, that's not. What about these astronauts, though, and these people that work there? You would think that they would know that the Earth is flat if it was truly flat. Why aren't they saying
I don't know
anything?
if they would or not, dude. How many people would have to know, really?
I mean, they're the ones.
They're sitting on a computer screen and fucking on the ground somewhere, right?
But you also have the astronauts actually going there, right?
Sure. So how many people would need to know?
It's like, what, a few?
You think so?
I mean, we have to think about the people that are planning the mission, right? They have to do all this math.
So what does that have to do with fucking knowing?
Well, I mean, it correlates with the astronauts going to space because they also have to do math too.
I agree
and
with
then
you.
they go.
What does that have to do with knowing?
And you would think once the astronauts get there, if they see that it's flat, they're probably going to tell the people
When's the last
down on
time
the ground that it's
astronauts
flat.
have been anywhere that's controversial, right?
International Space Station. Every year.
Yeah, well, we're talking about fucking 500,000 miles away from the Earth or 250 fucking kilometers, right? There's a little difference here.
Let's see how far the International Space Station is from Earth.
250 miles. Or kilometers.
Distance to Earth. Let's see. I didn't even know that. That surprised me, to be honest. 220. Seems farther than that. But I don't know, dude. I just don't see it. Like you could say it's like a monetary gain thing, but I mean that would be for the people that own the business and like shareholders. But I don't see why everybody else would keep up the lie, right?
But if they don't know, they're lying, dude.
So they're all incompetent? But then how would they not realize when they go to space?
Who goes to space though, right? That's what I'm getting at, man.
I mean, okay. So the International Space Station takes these pictures, right? These pictures that you're saying that are fake.
Have you looked at the pictures from the Chinese space station, man? They're totally different, dude.
Are they flat?
Yeah, they're flat.
Can you post it in the chat?
I don't have an image. Somebody here might.
I mean, I'd love to see. I'm not trying to like prove you wrong,
problem,
dude. Yeah, I'm open. I'm open-minded. I want to see everything.
You ever hear of Gus Grissom?
No.
Well, you wonder why no one speaks up. Well, even within the narrative that the public knows, pre-moon landing, there was an astronaut who said, well, he was acknowledging the technical difficulties they were having when they were still on Earth. He goes, how the hell are we going to... They were having trouble talking between two towers on the ground, and he's the same guy who how the hell are we or whatever? Are we going to talk on the moon or land on the moon if we can't talk between two towers? He's the same guy who hung the famous picture, image, whatever you want to call it, photograph that he himself supposedly took of the lemon hanging on a hanger in the rocket. And back then, lemon was a term that was given to cars that were duds. That was a popular term back in the day. Yeah, Did
they kill him or something?
60s. I don't know who's they, but he burned up in a capsule on the ground.
Well, I mean, I'd be referring to like Big Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. He died.
Big globe.
He went bye-bye. He went bye-bye. Gus Grissom. He was the cowboy astronaut pre Aldrin and Armstrong.
See, just look at yourself here defending this story, right? And maybe it's a lie. You don't know if it's a lie, but still you're promoting it, right?
You talking to me?
As truth. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
What am I defending?
The globe, the story that you have, right? This belief that you have.
But there's imagery.
I was just referring to you.
I watch Star Trek and I watch everything else. There's imagery everywhere, dude. Fucking Hollywood does it better than fucking NASA.
What about like dude, this you gotta understand. This is the first time ever talking to someone that believes in flat Earth. So you gotta give me a break here, right? Like I don't know much about this. I came in here because it's interesting. So like, what about the other planets? We see that they're circle. Are they
the
flat
exact
too?
same thing as you, dude.
Are they flat too?
No, I see the same thing you see, man.
But I'm asking, are they flat too?
No, they are what they are. When you look at them, you see what you see, man. How the fuck would I know? How could you ever get there to know, dude?
Jake, you're just without realizing it, you're making the leap of logic that you're standing on one of those.
Okay, brother. All right.
You know what I'm saying? When you say other planets, you're inferring that what you're standing on is one of those lights in the sky.
Would it be that's exactly what I asked you. So you think it's a light, or you think it's like a projection?
Well, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is, you're classifying what you're standing on as that thing. You said other.
Yeah, you can't know they're real unless you've actually gone there and set foot on them.
You don't have to get fucking like that, dude.
By that account, how would you know?
I wasn't beefing with them.
How do you know Italy's real? How do you know Italy's real?
Exactly.
I've never been to Italy. I don't know it's real.
Yeah. Here we go. Right.
No, I'm just saying. I was talking
about an impossible thing, and you're comparing it to a possible thing.
How do you rule it's impossible? You're begging the question.
It's impossible for all of us that are in this fucking room, dude.
Watch, I'll become an astronaut. Watch me.
It's improbable, I would say. Yeah.
I would say impossible.
So there exist people that go to space, right? There exist people that go to Italy. Now, although there are probably more people that go.
Real?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative, man.
Can you prove that it wasn't? That's your prerogative, man. You're doing a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're very happy.
I don't have to prove it, man. You're the one that's got the claim.
So you can just make claims? You can just make claims.
I didn't make a claim, dude. I asked you a question, man.
I want to ask you more questions about your belief.
Yeah, but you noticed a derailer came in, Jake.
What's up?
Once you showed an actual thing to have a real conversation, a derailer showed up. No, interesting, huh? AT.
So,
what?
With the flat Earth, do you guys just believe in the flat Earth, or do you believe in like a ice wall? I'm seeing multiple different things about flat Earth.
It's more, dude, that I don't believe it's a globe.
Okay.
So Jake, the room is kind of misleading because they don't take a position ever because they don't have a case. They just don't like the globe, so they
I just come in here to learn. I just came in here to learn about you guys' view.
No, I'm telling you how it works.
Firsthand, right? Because I could go on YouTube and I can look up flat earthers and hear how they talk, but I'd rather get firsthand experience, right? And talk to someone that you actually believe.
I'd be happy to have a conversation with you. So, I'm sorry that people seem a little bit hostile.
Oh, you're good.
The reality is that we have a lot of what we like to call globe trolls or anti-flat earthers, like AT here. He's very triggered by the fact that you do want to have an honest conversation. And he gets offended by just the smallest thing. See, now he's triggered, and see, he's proven my point. See, look at him go. He's freaking out right now. So, I'm just, I don't even really care, bro. You can go on mute. So, and then he'll cry about being censored. But if you want to have a genuine conversation, let's have one. So, we don't make a lot of claims. And the reason we don't make a lot of claims is because, people have made claims to us, so we went and searched out those claims, and they ended up being false, right? Or at least not holding a lot of water. So, what other questions do you have that I could possibly answer?
I don't know what to ask you
honestly,
because I don't know what you're gonna say no to or say you played the fifth.
No, it's fine.
I'm not sure.
I would just rather give you an honest answer.
I just want to know.
If I don't know, I don't know.
But does gravity coexist with this belief? Because don't you think that the water would fall off the earth and then, or is gravity coexist?
So in that scenario, I would ask you, why would you think that the water would fall off the earth? And the reason I'm asking you that question is because is this something that you've seen in a meme, and then you're attaching it to us, right?
Well, no. Whenever
you could just say, why do you guys?
So whenever I look up flat Earth, I'm seeing all these pictures, and it's just a disc, right? Disc with rock under. Okay, is that the same view that you guys hold, just a disc with a?
Obviously not. Someone has drawn that, right, to make fun of or, poke fun at or mock the idea, because the idea is so absurd, right? So they depict the Earth as this pizza with water falling off of it in space.
Can someone give
with all the other planets
depiction or a picture of in the chat, if you don't mind, of what you guys?
We're not going to. No, we don't. We're not going to give you one because we have no way of going outside of this thing far enough to give you an idea of what it looks like. And at the end of the day, the reason that we exist is because someone made a claim about the globe, which is basically its geometric limitations, right? So it's a ball of a certain size. So in that ball of a certain size, we just went out and looked for it. The Earth was curving in any direction according to that rate. What we found out is that not only is there no curvature out there, but everything that we observe, and it turns out every way that somebody measures the Earth or uses the Earth or navigates the Earth, they treat it like a flat plane. Even the globe comes from back engineering and elevation angles from Polaris. So there's no curvature anywhere. There's no ball. Not in reality.
Okay.
Notice how there was no claims made there?
What do you mean? You talking to me, or you?
Yeah, he's asking you. He's wanting to make a light of the fact that I'm not going to make a claim. Now, why would I be so foolish just to do something like that?
So you're holding a stance of it's very improbable that it's a globe. And
it's not an improbable situation. It's just not curving. If you're on a ball, it should be curving, especially at the rate that they say. Well, it's not.
So it could be a square.
I guess if you want. But we have to find the corners, right? There are no corners.
Claim.
I'm not making any claims, dude. I don't even hold to these positions.
I'm just playing your buddy's game there, man.
You're getting it. You're getting it now.
So I'm just so it could, dude. I'm trying to grasp this, man. It's like a.
Well, we see too far, dude.
What I'm grasping from this is. We don't know where the end and the beginning of it is what you're saying, in a sense.
Well, we'd like to. Don't get me wrong, we'd like to, right? So, and I'm not the kind of guy that's going to say that we couldn't be able to, but it turns out that I just don't have the budget, and I don't know anybody that does. But you want to know who's claiming to have the budget? Are the people that are telling you it's a ball. And so you say, okay, well, let me go check out what Antarctica's like, and they say, well. Bummer deal, bro. You're going to have to go through a lot of red tape to do that, right? If you want to explore Antarctica, it's going to be a bastard. And if you try to do it on your own, you might be met with some, opposing force. Now, I've never, checked out to see if this claim is true, but I can tell you that there is like a lot of red tape to get through if you want to explore this place.
What do we think? So, what is so special about Antarctica, though? What would you think? Your personal opinion.
I have. If you want my personal opinion, my own speculation.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get here, right? I just want to. I'm not going to dispute it. I'm just trying to understand it.
First of all, there are so many like legends and lores about what's going on in Antarctica. You know, there's the idea of the ice wall. I have no idea if that's true. I've never been down there, and I don't know anybody that has. There's reportedly cruises going down there where you can go to a ceremonial South Pole, get your picture taken, jump back on the boat, and go home, right? I've even heard people say that there's like these bases and there's even like an oasis with desert areas. And, you know, this is coming from people that aren't flat earthers. There's so many weird claims about what goes on down there. Honestly, myself, if I was a betting man, I would say that, well, actually, the only thing I could say is they are hiding something. What it is, I don't know. Why they're guarding it so heavily? It's like, don't I have access to the place on Earth? Why can't I go look? Why are you stopping me from looking? You know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I mean, it definitely is up for questioning. I agree.
Right.
Personally, I'm not going to go as far and say that it's like aliens or like an ice wall or something. It could just be it's super cold and there's stuff there that they don't want you to see, right? But
well, that's the point. Like, if I wanted to go explore and I was putting my life at risk and I was going to die, isn't that my decision? Because you and I have every right to the Earth as anybody else does. It belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to a select few, the ones with the guns and the big budgets that we apparently keep paying them, right? I thought it belonged to everybody. And all of a sudden now somebody's got a gun saying you can't go. That's kind of messed up.
And the treaty isn't just Antarctica. It's from the 60th parallel below, right?
Right.
What's that?
The Antarctic Treaty. You should look it up.
What is the 60th parallel below there? What is that?
It's off limits.
Everything south of the 60th parallel is off limits.
Okay.
Or you got to ask. You know.
I mean,
I'm not going to say it's off limits. You can ask, right? They're gonna run you through the ringer to get past that point. So they're not saying you can't go, but you're going to really have to beg, and you're going to have to go through a lot of red tape.
It's almost like creepy, dude.
Well, it's interesting, you know. I mean, like I said, I'm not looking to go down there. You know, I got a hard enough time just getting around where I'm at. You know, 3 years ago, you couldn't. You could leave your house, but there's a lot of things, red tape you had to go through if you wanted to go to a restaurant or if you wanted to go to a movie theater. And some places you couldn't go at all. And now we have people coming in here going and saying, oh, that's stupid. You can go explore Antarctica. Why don't you go do it? It's like, bro, did you forget what happened 3 years ago? Someone's got a gun and tell you you can't go. And if you break the rules, then they might fine you. They might throw you in the slammer. There's a lot of things they can do.
I've been there.
So they say it's this is what I see. I don't know what I looked up. They say it's because of carbon footprint, pollution from ships, wildlife disruption, fragile environment, non-native species, and bacteria. I mean,
yep.
I believe that, right? I believe that. I think it's a little weird that how they go about restricting it to the way that they do. I think if you want to visit there, it should be regulated, right? But
my family,
if you say so. I mean,
if what you're saying is true, where they don't even let you visit there under any regulation unless you have like super good reason to do so, like being a scientist or something, that's a little odd. But
yeah, my family were scientists.
Yours were?
I've been there.
Oh, it's dope.
Yeah.
What'd you see?
The sun not setting for a very, very long time.
I mean, that makes sense, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I don't hold to any of these positions. I'm just wanting to understand the other side. You get what I'm saying?
Well, the other side is the Earth's not curving, and that's not a claim. You can go check for yourself. Right. And if you run into some, people popping up and starting to use words like refraction and trying to show you other shiny things and, ad homing the flat earthers and saying, oh, no, they're just all idiots and crazy conspiracy theorists and this, that, and the other, but not really going ahead and acknowledging the fact that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. then you know, you're gonna have to make your own decisions. This is not about me trying to convince you of anything. If you want to come in here and ask questions, we'll answer them honestly. You won't get much of that anywhere else.
Sure. Does anybody else have anything to pitch in, or when did you go to Antarctica?
I will.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, I'm just gonna, if they're still in here, unmute the zealous anti-flat earthers, but they have seemed to bail.
I think Grim
So anyway,
wants to be unmuted.
yeah, Grim wants to be unmuted, but he wasted Joe's time earlier, so he gets to stay on mute.
Hold on.
Anyway, the guy that came in and said that he went to Antarctica, I don't see him anymore, and I
Yeah, he's
doubt
still
that
in
he
here.
was serious about that. Where is he?
He's got the weird lettering. He's at the bottom, all the way at the bottom.
Oh yeah, tell us about Antarctica. Show us some photographs. I'd love to see them.
You're clicking. I can hear you, but you're not speaking. Oh, you muted. Okay.
I'm doubtful of those claims.
I'm just curious on why there's so many people in here muted but not talking.
Well, it's weird, man. So it's a crowded room. There's a lot of people that are, invested in this topic and want to have honest conversations like I'm having with you. But there also needs to be a lot of us to kind of like regulate trolls in this particular server. Also, there's not a lot to talk about. Usually someone comes in really upset. For some reason, just the word flat earth sends them through the roof. And so they come in here and they start shouting, the earth is round. And yeah, I know. But I'm just telling you, like, this is a daily activity. And then they spat off some nonsense, they spiral, they get upset, and then they leave. That's why
I know how it is. I stay in the Christianity guest room, and they do the same thing in there. So I get it.
So anyway, we don't bite. We're not angry. We're just like what you're dealing with is a bit of PTSD because like it's nonstop trollage. I'm sure you're aware. So when someone comes in and just starts asking stupid questions, or if we think they're trying to troll, like we're very much, like bristly and a little bit on guard. So you may have received a little bit of that, but I hope you don't take it too personally.
No, that's okay. I understand.
Yeah. Anyway, if you got any other questions, I'd be happy to let you know. But like take for instance, you were saying the stars and the other planets. You may not even realize this, right? Because this is all that you've ever known, which is the globe paradigm, which is the same thing that all of us grew up with, right? You're dealing with people that were just like you, right? But they changed their mind, and the appropriate question usually is to be like, well, why did you change your mind? So the moon, it's weird. You only see one side of the moon that is supposed to be a ball, but you only see that face, right? And it does all kinds of other crazy stuff. It rotates like a clock. It turns different colors. The moon, it disappears for 2.5 days completely. You can't detect it with infrared photography, nothing. It just goes away. It is undetectable. And then it pops back up. There's a whole lot of mystery about the moon. If it's supposed to be a solid object, why is it doing things that solid objects don't do? So, the wandering stars, which is what planets are, they go through their circuits. They wander around according to what they're supposed to be doing. But as far as we can tell, they're just lights in the sky. And there's no evidence that they're the distance that they are away from us or that they're spheres or all that other stuff. But those are the claims made about them. But you couldn't verify that if you wanted to, So,
yeah, I think it's just what I speculate about is if this was true, how would everything work, right? Like I said, gravity, rain, weather. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
Magnetic field, stuff like that.
Right. So there's certain things that we can test and prove, and there's certain things that we can't test and prove. So let's take gravity, for instance. What were you told gravity is?
I mean, it's motion, right? If I hold something in my hand and then I drop it, it's gonna fall back down.
Okay, so you're saying that motion is gravity, is what most people claim. They see motion, and then they say gravity. But is the motion gravity, or is the motion motion?
Well, I think they coexist. Like it's multiple things that make up gravity, right? It's the motion itself, and then we go deeper into that. It's the pulling downwards from a spinning object of mass that creates this pulling downwards. So, like, that's what that's what I was taught, right?
Okay. So let's ask a few simple questions and see if our everyday experience validates this. So the Earth is supposed to be a ball, and the ball is supposed to be spinning, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken like a necklace and spun it around your finger, right?
Yeah.
Like if you spun anything, even if you took like a basketball and spun it on your finger and then poured water on it, what happens to the water?
Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Right, because it's going to go in an outward vector. Right, it's an outward vector. We would call that centrifugal force, but it's a pseudo force, so we can't even really call it a force. It's this weird thing. Centripetal and centrifugal, they're interesting on their own. But we know that if you spin something, stuff wants to go outward. And yet, someone told us, no. It's a spinning ball, but everything wants to go in towards the center of the ball, right? Opposite of what you experience every day. And then we go, okay, well, how do you know that? Well, Newton said, right, that mass attracts mass. And I don't know what people have in their head about what mass is, so I'm going to ask you, but what do you think mass is?
I could have the wrong definition of it. I mean, obviously, I know what it would be in my head because but it's weight and size. I mean, that's what I would think.
Okay. So the thing is that when you use the term mass, you have something in your head, but it turns out that weight is its own thing, and then it turns out that weight is sort of a convention on its own, because something can weigh a certain amount in the air, but it doesn't weigh the same amount in the water. So it's sort of arbitrary. It's also medium dependent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then you go the size of something. Well, it's dependent on the size and the amount of matter in that particular area. Well, mass isn't even defined that way. It's actually defined in two different ways. One of them, it turns out, is the same definition they have for inertia, but that is resistance to acceleration. So mass is actually defined as resistance to acceleration. If you look up the definition for inertia, it's basically the same. So is mass inertia or is inertia mass? And then you have to go, wait a minute, these are just conventions to describe something. What is it describing? And then you never figure that part out. So it's not weight, it's not resistance to acceleration, and it's not the amount of matter in a confined area. These are all conventions, descriptions. Now, if someone said, hey, gravity is mass attracting mass. So you're telling me that the resistance to acceleration is attracted to resistance to acceleration. That seems silly.
Yeah, man. This is where it gets confusing. So it's you lost me a little bit. But I get what you're saying. But I mean,
okay. So that's the old. By the way, this is the outdated gravity. That mass attracting mass, which people usually say is Newtonian, which he actually didn't really like. It's more Reverend John Michel, CV Boys, Cavendish gravity. And that's mass attracting mass, which has no experiment. Even if you go look up the Cavendish experiment, it's not an actual experiment. It's a weird contraption that they were trying to kind of beg the question or affirm the consequent with. But if you want to look that up, you're more than welcome to do so, and then come back and ask questions about it. The new hotness right now is 108 years old, 109 years old, and that's Einsteinian.